Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 end of year NRG Championships. It is my absolute honor to be here with you all and bring you this amazing weekend of Magic the Gathering coverage. We've got 24 players in the room who've battled out across the whole year. That's 14 events across 7 different weekends just to get to play Magic today. But that's because there is so much on the line, which we'll talk about in a minute. First, I want to introduce that man there to my right. That is the one and only Devin O'Donnell. My name is Will Hall. Devin, how are we doing today? Are you excited?
Doing fantastic, Will. Very, very excited to get into some both standard and modern action today. We got multiple formats. We had draft yesterday, and this is really going to test these players' skills on how much they prepared for all the individual formats. A lot of preparation going into this event, and very excited to see what we have.
And that's what I love about it. Like I said, they qualified through the whole year. We didn't just play one format for the whole year. We played multiple different formats, and that's what's been happening throughout this weekend. Of course, we had day 1 yesterday. Day 2 today, we've said goodbye to a few players, but we'll cover that a little bit later on. There's only 20 players left standing because for everyone at home that's just tuned in doesn't understand how this works, players are battling it out until they either get 8 wins and then they're locked to the top 8, or they get their 6th loss and then they're out of the tournament. And if anyone's counting, we've got 4 more rounds of Swiss until we actually find out who is going to be in today's top 8. And of course, they're all battling out for the prizes. There's $35,000 on the line this weekend. But more importantly to me, as a competitive player, is a Pro Tour invite. And you get to come back again next year. Talk me through all these cash prizes, Doom.
I mean, a lot of money at stake, and you mentioned the 2026 championships invite as well. We have Theo Jung, our returning champion from last year, and Theo actually still played a bunch of events this year. He was already pre-qualified for this year's championship, still went to a bunch of our events, and you mentioned that Pro Tour invite as well, massive for these players. Yeah, just a lot at stake here. 10,000 for first place, 5,000 for second, and even just for showing up, 400 plus 50 a win. A lot of money on the line.
Yeah, these events are prestigious. This isn't something you can just turn up to. This isn't something you can pay to get into. You literally had to turn up every single time, do your best, either qualify by winning a big event or by getting on that leaderboard and being one of the top point leaders throughout the year. So this means a lot to everybody this weekend. But as I said, we've got 24 players. Let's have a look at what 24 players were able to qualify. And we've been seeing battle out not only yesterday in day number 1, but we're going to see a bunch of them back today, battling out in day number 2, because they want their share of not only this money, but that, of course, Pro Tour invite. And I guess if you qualify for next year's, that means you can kind of take a year off. You can chill out for a little bit because you know you're going to be coming back 2026 to defend your crown. Tell me some of the key players here that stood out to you yesterday.
I mean, we saw Grayson Ebbets on camera. Grayson was the 2025 series MVP of the entire year. Grayson put on a fantastic performance. The squad of Matt Sicking Johnson, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Greg Michelle had a very fantastic run in the limited portion. I believe 2 of those players actually 2 of those 3 players were 3-0 drafters. So had a very, very good showing there. And yeah, just like you said, the best of the best throughout the entire year with this 2025 championship.
And it's multiple format. We spoke about that today in the last 4 rounds. We're going to cover 2 rounds of standard, and then we're going to go 2 rounds of modern. We've got a bit of a meta breakdown. I say it's a meta breakdown. You'll see in a minute when the breakdown of it, as we're going to go through the standard one first, about what decks these 24 players brought. Obviously, we just had the World Championships. I imagine that influenced everyone's decisions quite a lot. Do your best ability to sell and break down this standard meta to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something to do with the fact that the World Championships just happened last weekend, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, deck lists were due by Wednesday. And I think a lot of these players likely hadn't really, maybe they experienced or tested the Lessons deck a little bit in their testing leading up to the event, but I would have to imagine that the Lessons deck was somewhat of an unknown quantity going into the World Championship. So the fact that the Lessons deck did so well in Worlds certainly threw a wrench in a lot of these players' preparation. And you see, maybe the players, if they only have a couple of days to figure out if they can try to beat it, well, if they don't feel like they're comfortable and they don't feel like they can, then they're just going to join them instead.
I've got an interesting question for you because I know that you play this format a lot right now. You're one of the leading streamers when it comes to this. What would you have turned up with this weekend if you thought there was going to be Is It Lessons meta? Would you try and beat it, or would you just join the crowd?
Personally, I think I lean towards the Sultai Reanimator deck. That is a deck that was made top 8 of the World Championships in the hands of Ken Yukihiro, and that deck I think has a pretty decent matchup into the Is It Lessons deck. Lessons deck is most of the time not really capable of producing an aggressive enough start to like put enough pressure on the Sultai deck, and it just kind of has the free reign to do whatever it wants. There is some consideration to, if a lot of people are leaning more towards graveyard hate against lessons, that makes Sultai a little bit worse. But I think Sultai is a deck that is fully capable of playing through the graveyard hate. There's a ton of answers in both the main deck and the sideboard. So yeah, I probably would have picked the Sultai Reanimator deck.
I think that's the one I would have picked. It plays a lot like, I call it Living End. I'm like, oh, it's Stand-in's Living End, which brings me
It
nicely
is,
on
yeah.
to the modern meta when we get on to that later on. Of course, that's going to be rounds 11 and 12 today, where we get to bring you guys my favorite format, which is going to be modern. And the modern meta is a little bit more diverse. Obviously, we can get that up on the screen for you to have a little look at what deck list everyone was bringing, because there's no clear front runner. There's no 75% of the format Is It Lessons type deck. We got a nice broad spread here, a couple of one-off decks, but the main decks to really start dodging here is Goyo's, Affinity, and Boros Energy. Why do you think these are the big main decks in Modern that the players decided to bring today?
Yeah, there's been this kind of interesting sort of meta shifting over the past couple of months, really ever since the regional championship cycle happened, where there was the event in Houston that was won by Vinny Fino, who is actually in our event today with the Jeskai Blink deck, which you'll notice here. There's only one copy of Jeskai Blink, rather, excuse me. So it's sort of, there was a big boost in Jeskai Blink, and then I think a lot of people maybe assumed that Jeskai Blink was good into Boros Energy, but then the Boros players sort of realized, well, the matchup is actually not that bad, and they can sideboard, sort of tweak and tune their sideboard to it. So I think we're kind of coming into this point where Boros, Affinity, and Gorios are the three clear front runners in this particular metagame, and I think those are probably three of the more powerful decks. I guess out of those three, I would say maybe Gorios is the bigger surprise to me, where I don't think there was a ton of Gorios on Magic Online leading up to this event. So that one's a little surprising to me, but Affinity and Boros are certainly like, definitely in that tier 1 status for sure.
I think like with the Goyos deck, obviously is a graveyard based, very powerful synergy deck, and if it's not being played as much, people want to get, oh, well, maybe that 14th and 15th sideboard slot, I could take out my graveyard hate because no one's playing Goyos, no one's playing Dredge. I'll replace that with something else that's going to be better against Affinity. And then a bunch of players, maybe even it's a team this weekend, have decided this might be a really good metagame choice for a small field like we've got of 24 players. I'm going to ask you, what would you have bought this weekend if you were playing?
Probably Affinity. I think Affinity has some of the most explosive draws in the whole format. There's some draws that the Affinity deck has that are just completely unbeatable for a lot of strategies. And I also think it has a good amount of tools against these opposing deck lists, where it can play stuff like Whip Flare and Galvanic Blast against Boros Energy. You can play, the Affinity deck has 3 to 4 main deck Tormod scripts against Goryo's Vengeance. So yeah, I'm a big Affinity enjoyer in Modern right now.
You'll know the correct answer was Yawgmoth, but it's fine. We'll let you off. I'll let you off.
We saw some Yawgmoth yesterday. It looked pretty good on camera.
It's been doing very well, and I'm like, I don't understand what's changed, but we'll talk about that if we get to see it on camera, because we've got some players sat down in the feature match ready to go to kick off round number 9, day number 2 here at the 2025 NRG Series Championship. And we're starting off with Sultai Reanimator versus Is It Lessons, the two decks we're talking about. Wesley Hickman versus KCY back. How'd you see this game going?
Yeah, this is sort of exactly what we were talking about when we brought up the standard metagame, where Is It Lessons is the boogeyman of the format, 75% of the room this weekend. And I do think that the Sultai Reanimator deck is one of the decks in the format that actually has, a reasonable chance into Lessons, just because, again, the Lessons deck is very kind of slow and plodding in a lot of situations, in a lot of games, where it's, set up turns, where Artist Talent, Monument to Endurance, and it does give the Sultai deck a lot more time. Now, I will say, Wesley, for this particular event, I would imagine hedging for the Lessons Mirror match, actually has a copy of Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck. So that could certainly be a factor in this matchup.
It does. I want you to talk me through this the Sultai Reanimator deck, because a lot of people out there might not be picking up Standard, might have not played it, might have missed the World Championships. How am I getting? What's game one? What do I need to be doing? What do I need to be putting into my graveyard? And then secondly, how am I getting things out of my graveyard?
So there is basically the main ways to get stuff into the graveyard is a lot of self mill. You have Awaken the Honored Dead is a card that Casey played on turn 3. That card does basically everything. Where chapter 1 you get to blow up a non-land permanent, which can either be your opponent's aggression or even their Soul Guide Lantern. So it kills the graveyard hate, it mills 3 cards, and then it also gets you back a payoff. Then you have stuff like Brood Spinner, which surveils 2, the Oblivious Bookworm, that card's in play for Casey right now, that can loot every single turn. And then the main game plan is to get Bringer of the Last Gift into the graveyard and then cast a copy of Superior Spider-Man, which when it enters the battlefield, it enters as a copy of a creature in a graveyard. The bringer says if when it enters, if it was cast, you basically do the living in thing. That's what you alluded to earlier. Everybody sacks everything, returns everything else from the graveyard. Now, normally this card costs 8 mana. But Superior Spider-Man, you are casting the Superior Spider-Man. So when it's entering as a copy of Bringer, it's still recognized that it was actually cast. So you do get that cast trigger. And that's sort of, you're doing all this self-milling where you're returning Bringers and even just some other random bodies. But it's mostly wrath your opponent's board, bring back a 6/6, good to go.
Is it fair to say this is a really good game 1 deck?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what it's feeling like right now.
Deck. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the best game 1 deck, similar to like Dredge and things, where a lot of people don't have their graveyard hate until the post-board games.
And then let's talk about Wesley Hickman's deck. Obviously, seeing the World Championship put up great numbers there. What is this trying to do? Why is this now a new deck coming out of nowhere that people are kind of? There was a couple of different builds of it at Worlds, but why is this now so good, almost fine-tuned now going into this weekend?
Well, I don't know if you've ever heard of this card. It's called Ancestral Recall. Are you familiar with that one?
It's that blue one, right?
Yeah, it's like blue instant. I think it draws some cards. That is sort of the reason why this deck is so powerful and so popular. Is there's a card called Accumulate Wisdom, which I think sort of kind of passed by a lot of players and myself included because it wasn't really on the initial spoilers. It was sometimes they'll do this where at the very end of the spoiler season they'll add a bunch of commons and uncommons, and Wisdom was one of those cards. So I think a lot of people initially missed it or sort of just glanced over it as a limited card, but it basically allows you to look at the top 3, you pick one of them, but if you have 3 lessons, it is a 2 mana draw 3. And just the lessons are mostly a bunch of kill spells. You have stuff like Firebending Lesson, Combustion Technique, it'll quench you. So ways to trade 1 for 1. And then, well, if you're trading a bunch of 1 for 1 resources and then you play a 2 mana draw 3, all of a sudden you're just up 3 cards in your opponent.
Seems pretty good, especially when you start getting to the value game. But everyone there on Casey's side does not want to give him a chance to get into the game, wants to get that nail in the coffin ASAP. And I'm noticing there's quite a few classes out there. These enchantments that you see on the board. We've got the blue and the red one. We've got Test of Talents. We've got Storm Chaser's Talents. Why are these so key to this deck? What are they doing?
Well, it's sort of just a way for the deck to never run out of things to do, where they all sort of have their own things that they do towards advancing the game plan. Where Artist Talent, the second level, makes all of your non-creature spells cost 1 less. So all of those Accumulate Wisdoms and Combustion Techniques, those are all now only a single mana. And also Artist Talent sort of acts as a combo engine with something like Monument to Endurance, where that's sort of the main win condition. Remember I said how this Izzet deck is maybe not the best at putting a lot of pressure on early, but Monument plus Talent, you're discarding and drawing cards when you're casting spells with the Artist Talent. That triggers Monument to Endurance, drain your opponent, find more cards, and that sort of inevitability is the name of the game here with the talents here.
All right, so I'm looking at this. When I played this, the Soul Star Reanimate deck, maybe a couple months ago, kind of when it was just kind of, I think we just had the bans. I think VV was gone, so like this is one of the first decks that I kind of picked up. I wasn't playing the Bookworm though. We see 2 copies of it on the board right now. At the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless it's a permanent, enters the battlefield face down under your control. This card, or you turn a permanent face up. Is this just a way for me to draw and discard every turn?
Yeah, 2 mana, 2/3, end step, draw, discard. I don't believe there's actually a single way to do to. I don't actually know what the rest of it does. You said unless a permanent entered the battlefield face down.
It doesn't matter, is what it says.
No, that doesn't matter. But yeah, so I think the reason that you're playing a card like Oblivious Bookworm is you'll notice that in Wesley's deck list, 4 of the removal spells are Firebending Lesson, which is 1 mana, deal 2 damage. Bookworm's got 3 toughness. So the combination of both Bookworm and Brood Spinner allow you to have enablers that don't die to half of the blue-red deck's kill spells. And I think that is something that is, what makes this matchup so good for Sultai.
And we're going to chip in there for a little bit of damage with that Otter. Of course, the Otter's got prowess, so we're going to start chipping away a little bit each turn, but no real big combo turns here to kind of reduce it. Now back to Casey's. Casey going to be able to do it. Here comes the Spider-Man.
Really all he's missing.
Boom. Okay, talk me through what's happening here.
All right, so Bringer of the Last Gift, as I mentioned earlier, it says when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, each player sacrifices all other creatures they control. Then each player returns all creature cards from their graveyard that weren't put there this way to the battlefield. So Casey is going to cast the Spider-Man. It's going to enter as a copy of the Bringer. That's going to trigger the Bringer because it was cast. And all of Casey's creatures are going to come back. And what's also nice is this deck list has Arden the Usurper. So Arden is a card that is a 4/4. It says demons you control have Menace Lifelink and haste. Notably, that's the important part. So now all of those demons that Casey got back all now have haste because of the Arden. So it is going to present a nice little lethal attack here.
I was about to say, I could just save you some time there. That card, when Spider-Man comes in, it basically says GG. That seems to be what is going on. Of course, everything does have -2 because of the Harvester of Mystery, but that's fine. None of our stuff is going to get killed here. It's all going to be Wesley, his one little token on the other side. But more importantly, a bunch of damage is going to happen. I'm guessing
the Harvester, right? Okay,
drops
so
down to
the
5,
Harvester.
So
yeah, it would have been 4, 8, 12. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because the Harvester gives them all -2.
And there isn't an option for you to not bring back any. You have to bring back all your creature cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Right? But we couldn't have just not put that one back.
Yeah, everything has to come back. Everything must go. It's like a fire sale.
Ooh, okay. Well, I think
Monument
turning
here
and burning now.
Wesley.
I
mean, the thing about Arden is it also gives your demons lifelink. So, I mentioned how Monument to Endurance can be a way to burn your opponent out. It's a lot harder to burn your opponent out when they're at 30.
True that.
We got a judge call. Not sure what we.
What did I miss? I think we just went for it. Is what I believe. I believe it's just like Casey didn't say it was always, and I think that's what we're going at. Or he's drawn too many, or he's drawn and not discarded. But this is the beauty of playing a really complicated deck going into game one. Maybe we had a little bit.
I think I know what happened. Wesley played the Monument, triggered the Artist talent, and I think may have drawn an extra card, thinking the Monument was already in play.
Maybe that does make sense.
Like basically went to resolve the Monument trigger while it was on the stack rather than being in play.
That makes sense, especially when you're it's this turn or bust. Basically, you're like I have to be able to produce something absolutely spectacular this turn to not only lose the game. I've probably got to try and win the game. And as you mentioned, on 30 life, that means what, 10 triggers? Just
that's not gonna happen.
Damage. It's and it was kind of. I'll go for it quickly, just see what my top cards are. Okay, they're not. I'm going to scoop them up. We're going to go to game 2. But this is recorded. We are playing this live to you all at home now, so you need to keep up with it. You need to make everything fair, because of course every single win matters in this tournament today. You need 8 wins to get to top 8, 6 losses, and you are done. And just like that, Wesley's going to pick them up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't really think that particular instance really changed that much, because there's no way that Wesley can deal lethal that turn, so it kind of didn't matter.
Well, here's the deck list. It's now a game down, has to win the next 2 to win this match. That's the sideboard. That's the main. What do you like bringing in?
Well, I mentioned Wesley has a copy of Soul Guide in the main deck. Definitely want to go towards 2 more copies of that to go up to 3 in the post-board games. The counter spells, stuff like It'll Quench Ya, Essence Scatter, those are slightly interesting, although there are, you got to remember there are Cavern of Souls on the other side of the things for Casey. Even with the caverns there, you probably still want the counter spells, because you want to get these Firebending Lessons right out of the deck, because they really don't do that much. So probably going to be cutting the 4 Firebending Lessons for 2 Soul Guides and the 2 counter spells. Past that, I mean, I guess you could board in Abandoned Attachment if you wanted to trim one of the Iros demonstrations. But I don't think Wesley wants these expensive threats.
Is it safe to say that Wesley is the control deck in this one, now needs to kind of use the sideboard, tune their deck to be the control deck? We ain't going to be able to combo quicker than the Reanimate deck here, so we have to slow them down. Almost, we need to mulligan aggressively just to get a Soul Guide out and to kind of stem that early big blitz turn.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that is certainly honestly, I feel like the games that Wesley wins
Mhm.
involve the Storm Chasers talent plus boomerang basics more often than the like playing a slower kind of game because
Okay.
if you give the reanimator deck too much time, I mean, they can just start hard casting their 8 drops.
All right, that's fair. Well, let's have a
So
look at the at this reanimate list. Let's look at Casey's deck list on what we bought this weekend. That's the full 75. One game up, needs to win one more to take this match down. What'd you like at the sideboard?
I gotta say, I love Casey's sideboard here. 3 copies of Urgent Necropsy. So for the folks at home that don't know, that card can blow up an artifact, an enchantment, a creature, and a planeswalker. Well, if your opponent has a Grand, an artist talent, and a monument to endurance, you can blow up all 3 of those with Urgent Necropsy. So that card is fantastic. The annuls are good against the talents and the monuments, the heritage reclamation, the graveyard hate of Casey's own. And then I think Casey's probably going to also want to board in these Glarbs to kind of, knowing that Wesley has a lot of graveyard hate and ways to stop the combo, you can kind of board into these Glarbs, which allow you to play that sort of more of a longer mid range type game where Casey has enough answers to keep Wesley off of Monument and can buy enough time to, again, just start hard casting his 8 drops.
I love how you say glob. It's great. I
Glarb,
do want
his
to.
moistness.
My one question on this one's going to be: you named off a lot of really good cards there for this matchup. This is technically, I'm going to say a combo deck, right? Like, I don't want to
Mhm.
disrupt my main game plan. How many cards are you willing to be boarding out? And if so, which ones are the ones we want to take out of this here? Because maybe people want to pick this get deck up this weekend, next weekend, play it on Magic Online throughout the week. Like, what do you think they should be bringing out, and what should be bringing out of those cards? Oh, bringing out of the main deck so they can bring those cards that you spoke about in.
Yeah, I played a lot of this Sultai deck a couple of days ago on stream, probably like 15 matches or so, and I think I played against Iz at 5 or 6 times. I
Mhm.
was boarding out the Bitter Triumphs because I don't think they have a lot of good targets for creature removal spells. I was boarding out the Analyzes because if I'm boarding in Necropsy, I don't want to have too many collect evidence cards. So those 7, the Terror of the Peaks was coming out for me, and then I was trimming on copies of Brood Spinner as well.
Nice. Well, let's get down to game number 2 then. Let's have a look at if your predictions are going to be right. Wesley is going to start on the play. Looks like both players are taking your mulligan down to 6. And we're just going to go land, go. Back to Casey. He's going to draw for his turn. On the other side, we're going to look at a little bit of surveillance action.
Yeah,
If that pops
Surveillance,
up.
really good in this deck.
Surveil lands good in dredge decks or graveyard but they
Yeah.
synergies. That is the fact of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in
True.
next week.
I
Test the
mean, we
talents coming down.
there was a game on camera yesterday where I believe it was Garrick turn 1 fetch surveillance, put a Gristle Braid on the graveyard,
Ugh, I
and
hate it when that
but
happens.
then his opponent had Agatha Soul Cauldron, so that
Oh,
was a
Deep
fun
Cavern
game.
Bats is going to come down here. So these come out of the sideboard into the main, a way to disrupt. Looks at that hand. I think they took whatever that
Combustion
burns.
Technique.
That's the one.
Yeah, Deep Cavern Bat is a card that I wasn't sure if Casey was going to board in. It does kind of make sense, especially if you expect your opponent to board out those firebending lessons. So, you basically know that Wesley is going to have less answers to the Deep Cavern Bats in the post-board games if the firebendings are gone. So if you can bat and snipe a combustion technique, then that is good to go. So
And then we're going to play the monument. That's going to enable us to rummage. So we're going to draw a card, discard a card, and then pass the
now
turn back.
Casey notably binned a copy of Awaken the Honored Dead on turn 2. I'm curious to see if he has a second copy because it either doesn't. Okay, I was going to say
That's
either
missing
has a
land.
second copy or doesn't have a third land because Awaken would have been a brutal turn there for Casey, blowing up the monument and kind of just leaving Wesley on empty.
That's one of the things I found about this deck was trying to make sure I hit my land count and just being able to, if I can get to turn 3, I feel like I'm in the safest space. Potentially I'm only on one land top deck away from being able to kind of pull the trigger on whatever needs to be. I was playing is it like a 2-drop 1/1 when ATBs mill some cards
Town
and
Greeter.
that's the one. I was playing that one to
Yep.
try and reassure my land drops. Looks like we're moving away from that one here, though. I think that's where the bookworm is probably coming in, replace that. But we're over on Wesley's side, looking at a grip. I think we've got one land.
I think there's a wisdom and a boomerang, and Wesley's hand is
Boomerang.
along with
Okay.
the land. So with no lessons in the graveyard facing down the Soul Guide, Wesley's kind of in a spot where because the Soul Guide's in play, he kind of realizes he's never going to get much of value out of this wisdom. So might as well just fire it off here to dig, trigger the Monument to Endurance, and just try to find sort of not generate card advantage, but more so just card selection, finding the specific ways to keep going with the Monument, because Casey doesn't have a lot of pressure here and it's not threatening a ton. There's no, missing a land drop, doesn't have any graveyard enablers. So, as long as if Wesley is left unimpeded with this Monument to Endurance and the artist talent, then, likely we'll be able to find enough resources to close out the game.
And that's what you said, right? So you need to get on the board early and apply a lot of pressure. And this Lessons deck just isn't the deck for that in the format. This isn't the one that's going to try and potentially go under it. Yeah, you can maybe get some, early busted draws where you're going to play multiple tester talents, Stone Chaser talents, and get in that way. But this is not how this game's lined up. Also, our life total is getting slightly higher every single time this deep coming back gets turned sideways, as we see it coming in again for another point of damage here. Now, do we have that third land drop? We do have it.
The blue-red decks look a lot different when they draw Storm Chaser's Talent plus Boomerang Basics. It's almost like a completely different deck.
I'm going to let you say this one because I love it the way you say it. What's this?
Glarb.
There we go. Glarb.
Some would say his moistness.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that before.
That is what everybody says. So.
I'm so not down with the kids. But there it is on the screen for everybody that didn't know.
Come on, show the alt art. Give us the alt art.
Frog Wizard Noble, 2/4, Death Touch. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play a land and cast spells with mana value 4 or greater from the top of your deck. And you can tap it to Surveil 2. A little bit of information. Again, slowing the game down a little bit, clogging up the board. That is a 2/4 Death Toucher, so we'll trade with most things.
Yeah, what's nice about Glarb too is it kind of does everything where it's card selection because you can surveil 2 every single turn. It is card advantage because you can play lands and expensive cards off the top of your library, and it's a way to play through graveyard hate. If the game is going to go a little bit longer, where Wesley is boarding in graveyard hate and slowing his deck down a little bit, then Glarb does look a lot better in those longer games, especially because you can also, it says you can cast spells with mana value 4 or less. You can impend an Overlord off the top of your library still only for 2 mana. So you can really pop off with that card.
All right, well, where's this filling the hand quite a lot in the last couple of turns? Not really doing too much. I kind of setting off. What's the chances, or like it because I'm not too afraid of this deck. That's why you're in the booth with me. But how, I can't win. I can't get 22 damage in one turn here, can I?
No, but Wesley's got a really cool play here. He can actually go Boomerang Basics on the Soul Guide, force the sacrifice, and then in response to the sacrifice, he has an Accumulate Wisdom. So he can sort of just, force Casey into a play where Wesley can resolve the Ancestral Recall here. So, yeah, Wesley's not going to be dealing a ton of damage here, mostly just, trying to, I guess, finding a second copy of Monument is really what he wants to do. That is where, once you find the second Monument, you can kill a lot faster.
I'm looking at this Lessons deck, and so many cards have come from the Airbender set, the most recent.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's literally just built a complete new deck. Now, is that something just because it was off the radar of a lot of people? And I love when new decks come out of nowhere. I keep thinking back to Pro Tour Born of the Gods. Blue Moon turned up. Everyone was like, whoa, what's going on here? Are we just doing this, and in a couple of weeks this will go back down and won't be like the most played deck? It will just, we would have solved this meta that we're currently in? Or is this deck just that powerful?
It's really hard to say. I mean, I think that, a lot of the reason, as I talked earlier, a lot of the reason why the Lessons deck did so well at Worlds is because people were unprepared for it. Mm-hmm. If you looked at the number of graveyard hate and the number of specifically Annul, that card is fantastic against a deck that has 4 artist talent and 4 Monument to Endurance. So I think part of that is this just a 4/4, just a 4 mana 4/4? There's no creature in the graveyard, right?
We can do copy something in Wesley's graveyard if we wanted to, but
there's a Grand. Okay.
Oh, if there's a Grand, we could copy that.
4/4 Grand is kind of cool. I mean, look, the Sultai deck wants to loot anyways, so having a 4/4 looter, I mean, that's something. All right. I didn't see the Grand in the graveyard.
Do you know much about the lore? I don't know what Grand is in the lore of Last Airbender.
I didn't watch the show.
No, or did I? I watched Spider-Man though, and I know a lot what that does, and that's my favorite. That's my favorite suit, the Iron Spider-Man suit.
The superior Spider-Man. So Wesley's going to actually go for accumulate wisdom in response to this is a really heads up play because now if Casey uses the lantern in response to the wisdom, the Grand is not in the graveyard.
So then,
So
then Spider-Man would just come in as a 4/4, right?
Yeah, it would just be a vanilla 4/4.
Well, and so what's the advantage here? We can either make it so he draws one card to opposed to 3.
Right. So Wesley has the accumulate wisdom on the stack. If Casey pops the lantern, no graveyard upon resolution, then it will just be look at the top 3, pick 1. But then the upside for Wesley is that Casey's Superior Spider-Man has nothing to copy now.
And I've got the one and only, the man himself, the coach, giving me stick in the chat saying that about the Iron Man suit. I can see legs coming out of it. I'm sure that's maybe I'm wrong. I'm not going to deal with some. I think he knows quite a lot about the Marvel stuff at the minute, so I'm not going to.
We'll just leave. We'll leave that one be.
Yeah, I'm not going to pick the fight with Mason. I'm sure he'll pick me up for it later on. All right, over on the other side, we're still turning. So here comes the removal spell onto the Deep Cavern Bats.
Yeah, and this is kind of the point in the game where Wesley has untapped with a leveled up artist talent, which means all of his spells cost 1 less, and a copy of Monument to Endurance. And now Casey is not going to have any remaining battlefield because that combustion technique can, I believe, there's 2 lessons, so that can take care of the 4/4 Spider-Man. And then Wesley's going to be at 17 with essentially the full combo in play and has a lot of looks to find a second copy of Monument to Endurance because that's sort of really when the gears start turning is when you find that second monument. It allows you to deal 6 on your turn, 6 on your opponent's turn, and it can really, really end the game. It can close the game out very fast.
Well, there's definitely the quickest way to find it is going to be with double artist talent, being able to absolutely turn and burn for our deck. Now, every single non-creature spell we cast, we get to draw a card and discard a card twice. So the odds of us trying to find those monuments is going to be ramping up dramatically here. Is this a case of maybe over sideboarding? Are we? Because we haven't got any of our cards to mill ourselves yet. We were trying to hit those land drops, but what have we kept in our hand?
It's tough to figure out what Casey's hand was. I mean, obviously didn't have a third land, right? Because been the Awaken the Otter Dead, that card would have been fantastic this game, but Casey, because didn't have a third land, had to graveyard it. Looks like Casey kept a hand that was Soul Guide Lantern, Deep Cavern Bat, the Glarb, and the Spider-Man. So maybe a couple of sideboard cards. The Spider-Man is the big payoff, but no actual ways to mill. So it's possible that, a lot of those got shaved or trimmed on during sideboarding. So, it seems like maybe the way the Casey is sideboarded, he sort of wants the game to go a little bit longer.
Double monument now on the board is just being matched. So double talent, double monument facing just the lonely Spider-Man on the other side, which is going to crack in for 4 points of damage. It's going to drop Wesley down to 13.
It's possible he has a copy of Necropsy in his hand. Where no, there's a second Glarb because I mean, if the Necropsy was in hand, I would imagine that he'd probably want to cast it this turn because that could exile the 2 cards in the graveyard for a total mana value of 4. That still wouldn't be enough to kill the monument and the talent. So
it's not going right, but being able to get this Glarb on the board, potentially we can now start trying to set up, hitting things into our graveyard. But our life total is still 20, so nice and healthy, but it might not.
It's not going to be healthy for long. Yeah. Yeah, I think that Wesley is going to deal 6 this turn. He's going to deal 6 on his next turn, and then 6 on Casey's turn. So technically, Casey gets 1 more turn. Not if. Oh, Wesley has the third monument in hand. Okay, so yeah, we should just be done here.
Talk me through it. Why is it just be done as in this one turn, or is it? Or do we need to at least untap for the next turn, or is it?
Monument to Endurance is a card that you can basically, whenever you discard a card, you can choose to either draw a card, make a treasure, or have your opponent lose 3 life. You can only do one of those each a turn, but that includes your turn and your opponent's turn. So Wesley can play a third monument, trigger it, deal 9 to Casey on Wesley's turn, and then 9 to Casey on Casey's upkeep.
And yep, Casey understands that as well, picks up. We're going to go to a game 3. So we've already looked at, their deck list. We know potentially how they've sideboarded in here. We've seen a couple of the sideboard cards coming in, but let's have a look at the players themselves, how they were able to qualify to get to this point now. I mentioned at the start of this show, this is a combination of 15 15 events just to get here today, ladies and gentlemen. Only 24 players were able to do that, and they did it over the course of 17 weekends throughout 2025. But they have got 12 rounds of Swiss this weekend, trying to make themselves into today's top 8. So they get into that final draft, and we crown ourselves a champion, and they walk away with not only their share of the $35,000 prize pool, not only an invite to next year's championship, but also that coveted Pro Tour invite. This is Wesley Hickman. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so Wesley, 15 events over the course of 2025. Third place was the best finish. That was our March Standard Showdown with a total number of top 8s, 2. And Wesley qualified for the event via the annual at-large leaderboard, which playing 15 events, that certainly makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that gives you a heads up. Also, you just got to play a lot of Magic, and you're really winning at that point. You know what I mean? You play
All of
get to play a
them.
lot of Magic, all the Magic, and you get to play across different formats, and then making it here today. But he's got one more test in front of him. Needs to get this 5th win to stay in it this weekend, and he is going up against Casey Ryback. This is how he qualified. Talk me through it.
Yeah, Casey also 15 total events, played every single event. Third place was the best finish. That was in the August Standard Showdown with a total number of top 8s being 3, and the qualification was the season 2 at large leaderboard. So turns out, Will, when you play all the events, then as long as you're going to get some points, and that's what these players have done.
And I love that. I like when commitment is showed up. No, you can't always just turn up and spike an event, right? But that's why this series is so good. Yes, you can have a bad weekend here or there, but if you can, if you do pretty well, all the rest of them get those points, go on that leaderboard, you get paid at the end of the year, and you get invited to this event. But we've got game 3 to go, so let's get down to the match. Let's see who is going to take down round number 9 here at the Invitational. This time, Casey's going to be on the play. Currently at a 5-3 record, slightly better than Wesley's 4-4, but both players still in it, still trying to get that 8th win to lock themselves into today's top 8.
And one thing you mentioned about last game is that it seemed like Casey didn't really have a lot of action going on. Not necessarily sure if Casey, over sideboarded or if the hand that was kept just had, a little bit of interaction and missed that third land drop. But, Casey is really going to be looking to see if he can sort of, have a much better draw than he did in the last game. And there's a bat, so those stayed in at least.
Well, this is Spider-Man goes to the bin. Here comes the deep Kevin Bats. Has a look at the hand of, what is that? Essence Scatter, Talents, Annul. I can't make out that red one. Oh, maybe it's just Basic Mountain.
Yeah, it looks like 2 lands, Artist Talent, and you said Annul as the last card?
I think that's Annul at the top, just underneath his left hand here. Why would you take the Essence Scatter here? Why is that the card that we want to...
It's a negate. Possibly setting up for a Glarb next turn. So if Casey has, land plus Glarb, would rather take the Essence Scatter. For example, if Casey had something like a copy of Awaken the Honored Dead, he would take the negate instead of the scatter. Although there's the Awaken, so I guess never mind.
I was about to say, is there a case there? How important is it to get the second talent on the board there, opposed to holding up negate in case something like an Awaken was going to come down? How do you judge that?
I think it's sort of a leveling, right? Because Casey said, okay, Casey sees the negate, doesn't take the negate out of Wesley's hand. So maybe Wesley assumes, well, if he didn't take the negate, he definitely doesn't have Awaken. So Wesley says, okay, well, I'm going to cast my Artist Talent. But then it was just actually, turns out it was a level the whole time. And Casey said, well, it seems like Casey prioritizes having the counterspell for Superior Spider-Man rather than giving Wesley the opportunity to negate the Awaken.
Well, Ground's going to enter the board over on Wesley's side. Back to Casey. We're going to go to chapter 2. Mill the top 3. Does hit 3 creatures, but they're all 2 drops, not the big ones that he actually wants. It looks like 2 bookworms and another deep cavern bats. But, you take what you can get. You want to fill the graveyard up with creatures? They're all creatures. And then, you want us to do a little bit more?
That's a good way to fill up the graveyard.
Yeah. Talk me through it, Overlord of the Bowmark.
Yeah, this is perfect here because if Casey has land 4, can pick up a copy of Bookworm or Bird Spinner, likely Bookworm, can go land 4, play the Bookworm, and then potentially if he has a copy of Bringer in hand, he can just discard that to the Bookworm, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, just as you wrote it up. And then, of course, as now milled 2 Spider-Man has decided not to put them in the hand, which makes me think that means he's definitely got one in our hand already.
Yeah, because he milled one off of the first Surveil too, so...
Yeah, so we milled Glarb 2 is what I'm saying. So, realistically, we've had the option to keep 2 and we've decided against it.
Glarb down. So we'll see what Wesley is going to muster up here. Doesn't have a lot going on. I mean, has the Storm Chaser's talent he can level up, but no spells in the graveyard. Yeah, not really a lot of
We've gone to the
stuff going
hand
on.
camera mode.
Ooh,
I like it.
Okay, we're switching it up a little bit.
That's what something a little taste of 2026 production for you all there. Get used to it. We're ramping it up. Just
It's
a
the new
land and
camera.
pass. Okay, Casey, what can we do? Knows about the negate in hand. Has to try and navigate around that. We're going to go to chapter 3 on the Honored Dead. You may discard a card. When you do, return target piece of card or land from your graveyard to your hand. That's going to be able to get back on those Spider-Man.
That's a combo.
Getting a little bit of damage first.
Discard Bringer, get back Spider-Man. That Awaken, by the way, should be in the graveyard, but just got to chill on 3.
He's excited right now. Okay, he's doing the thing. We're doing the thing.
Yeah, but this is sort of exactly what I was saying about the Awakens. It literally does everything. He killed a permanent, milled 3 cards, and then on chapter 3, not only did the Awaken rebuy the Spider-Man, but it also gave him a discard outlet to discard the Bringer. That card just does everything for this deck.
It's not all doom and gloom here. Wesley does get back the Essence Scar and the Gran. Not entirely sure how important that's going to be, but there is a deep Kevin Bat's going to enter the battlefield to get to have another look at Wesley's hand, decide what they want to take. Yeah, we'll take that Essence Scar again. Why not?
Yeah, we saw last game, Wesley was able to kind of have a little bit more setup time to deploy the artist talent in the Monument to Endurance, and Casey decided this game, I'm not going to give you that kind of time. So yeah, I don't really see a way out for Wesley. I mean, at 19, can't really set up any sort of artist talent plus Monument because he doesn't have either piece. I guess could chain a couple of combustion techniques, but there's no lessons in the graveyard, so that stuff can't even kill the larger creatures. Just not, and this is why this matchup is so bad for the Izzet deck.
I think we've got, is this exactly 20 on the board? If I'm
6,
correct?
7, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, that's 20.
Look at me checking the map out. That's an infect for your player, right? I just do it twice. Boom, easy. But there is a blocker.
You count the 10, and then you count the 10 again. It's not actually 20. It's just 10 twice.
That's exactly how I do it. I could make a joke about me being from the south of England and using my extra toes or whatever, but I'm not going to do that. It's fine. How can we survive here over on Wesley's side? Not only survive, we also then have to try and turn that into a win. It's not looking too good right now. We're going to start off, though, with the talent that's going to bring along the 1/1 Otter. Get a good look at what that extra card is in hand that we drew.
It would probably have to be like a Time Walk.
It's not a Supreme Verdict, so
yeah, I was gonna say balance problems are probably not good enough.
I thought it might be good enough here.
Boomerang, okay.
Bounces back, draw a card. Now just 1 mountain up. 2 blockers. We can block the 2 things on the ground. The biggest ones, that's going to leave us taking 12. We block both Spider-Man. Oh no, one of the Spider-Man's got flying, right?
One's a bat, so we can't do that.
So it's
block a 2 and a 4, so you would take 14.
Yeah, we go to 1 here. In this case, he has got a way to remove a blocker. Says don't need to.
That's the case. Clarb staying home. Wants to do some more surveilling. Makes sense. If it's not lethal this turn, then you might as well hold it back. Did draw the combustion technique, so I mean that's kind of exactly what Wesley needed, was lessen that cantrips into removal spell that can actually kill your 4/4. So that's like the only sequence of draws that Wesley could have had. And
this will be 14 still, if not blocked, right? So yeah, we're gonna have to block here.
But he could just take 14, right? 6, 10, yeah, 14 go to 1.
We decide to block. We don't. I was seeing if there's any way we take damage off our lands here. So what? By that time everything's said and done here, we're going to be taking 10.
I believe 12. 12. If one of the 2 power creatures would have. Oh no, because yeah, you're blocking the. What's that other Spider-Man copying?
I don't think it is. I think it's just a straight up 4/4 Spider-Man, unless that's the copied one. But I think that's not. I think that's just the.
Well, if that one. Yeah, I don't know if that one came back. Oh no, it might be copying Bringer. I think that's what it is because that one would have came back as a copy of Bringer if that was in the graveyard. That's likely, I would guess, what happened. Not sure though.
End of turn, 3 of the bookworms means we get to draw 3, discard. Don't want these extra lands. Pass it back to Wesley. Wesley's going to offer the handshake, turns it into a fist bump, and we're going to see Casey take this game down. Round number 9 advances to a 6-3 record, exactly where you want to be. 2 wins away from getting that 8th win and finding yourself in today's top 8. And we are kicking the show off with an absolute banger there for you. So I hope you enjoyed it. We're going to step away momentarily, have a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to have round number 10, which of course is going to be more standard actions. So in that one, don't go anywhere. See you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 NRG Invitational. A year's worth of work has got 24 players to this event this weekend. But let's start again. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by that man there carrying me as ever. It's Devin O'Donnell. How you finding it so far, my friend?
It's been good. We've seen one round of standard today, and the metagame was certainly a lot of very lessons heavy. But we did
Yes,
see
it was.
lessons get taken down in the feature match area last round, and we maybe might see the same thing again this round.
We'll definitely see someone win or lose this round indeed, but there's a lot of players winning and losing throughout the whole tournament. As I said, 24 players started this weekend. We're down to only 20 though, because as soon as you get that 6th loss, you are out of the tournament. As soon as you get that 8th win, well, you're going to find yourself in the top 8 today, this weekend, which of course is going to be a draft later on today. Now, these are the players we can see here. 4 players crossed out. Talk me through which players are gone.
Yeah, so we have Nathaniel Perigo and Matt Sicking Johnson leading the pack here. Both players are at 7-2, and it is the race to 8. So those players will be having a win in this round. If you get to 8 wins, you are automatically qualified for the top 8. Not entirely sure if they're playing each other because the pairings are random here, but if those players win, they get to be locked into the top 8. The 4 players we had to say goodbye to: Rodney Bedell, Jacob Cup, Benji Solomon, and Jack Potter. And then a bunch of 6-3s, 4-5s, 5-4s, everybody kind of just in the middle of the pack. But yeah, Nathaniel and Matt leading the pack here at 7-2.
I know that we're casters and we're impartial. Is there anyone that you would have been like, that's my horse this weekend? That's who I think is going to take this down?
I mean, it's hard to deny Grayson with how much of a dominant run he had throughout the entire year. He basically, had the first weekend, was in the lead of the Player of the Year race, and never let up the entire year. So it's kind of hard to root against Grayson, but at 5-4, he's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, I see. If you asked me this yesterday, I would have said Jack Potter. Like, I love Jack, everything he does. He just had a really phenomenally good couple of years playing Magic the Gathering. But also Theo always sticks out to me. The NRG series, always doing well, always picking up great results, always playing fun decks as well. Like he has like his spin on things, and currently at 6-3. So maybe we'll see him in the top 8 after a couple more rounds. But let's get down to the rounds because, of course, we're going into round number 10 now. Standard action, that last one of the weekend, and then we're going to get into modern. We've got Jack on the right versus Casey again. It is another Is It Lessons deck versus this Soul Tight Reanimator deck, and I'm not angry about it at all because I love this Soul Tight deck.
Yeah, so we did see Casey last round on camera dispatch Wesley Hickman on the Is It Lessons deck. Now, I will say Jake's deck list labeled as Is It here, but if I'm looking at Jake's deck list correctly, I actually see some green lands here: 4 Breeding Pool and 3 Willow Rush Verge for a splash of Origin of Metal Bending in the sideboard. So that is a card that I believe we saw Cliff yesterday, who was playing a similar list. The green splash really helps out the lessons decks, not only in the mirror match because destroying artifacts or enchantments, good against stuff like Monument to Endurance and Artist Talent, but also the lessons deck really has this awkward post sideboarding plan of you really want to be boarding out a number of your lessons in matchups where your opponent doesn't have creatures. You want to board out firebending, lesson, and combustion techniques. But if you board out too many lessons, then a lot of your cards just don't really work that well. So having a card that is, a card that you can board in that just kind of does something is a way that you can keep the lessons count pretty high. So I do like that technology.
Obviously, this isn't going to be the game for it, but after a flying start with both talents out on the board straight away, Follow up though is we're going to play yet again. I see, like we've seen this a lot now. The Awakenings, the Honored Dead. That is going to take out the Tester talents and kind of start that ball rolling, as you mentioned. Every single number of this saga is going to be great for Casey to not only get back into this game, but also then start pulling away with this game.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was going to say back into this game. This game might just be over this turn. There is a bringer in the graveyard. And also, I think there was is that an Arden milled as well? There's a full art card. I can't tell what that is. But yeah, I mean, if Casey has land 4 and Superior Spider-Man, we are kind of just all done right now. It's going to be really, really hard for Jake to battle through that. But looks like no Spider-Man this turn. But I mean, again, Awaken just gives you the guaranteed Spider-Man next turn because you can just discard a card to bring it back from the graveyard.
At what point, like, does greed come into this? Like, is this enough? Like, with the living index, but we see in modern, normally 2 or 3 creatures is enough in modern because the huge creatures you'll be able to get across the line potentially in 2 turns. In standard, these big creatures aren't as powerful as some of the ones we see in modern. Are we just sitting back a little bit more and potentially trying to get more creatures in there, or are we pulling the trigger the second we can pull that trigger?
Kind of depends on the matchup. I think if you expect your opponent, it also depends on the matchup and whether or not it's game 1 or game 2. For instance, if it's game 2 and your opponent hasn't drawn their graveyard hate yet, you're more likely to go for a sort of smaller living end, quote unquote. And also, if your opponent is playing a deck that has sweepers, like Day of Judgment, Ultima, things like that, you want to be going for it. You want to kind of wait until you can one shot them. But in this particular matchup, where it's game 1, so no graveyard hate, and Jake is not playing sweepers, Casey can kind of just have a somewhat reasonable. I mean, like for example, he discards a card, gets back Spider-Man. That's going to be 10, 15, 19 power worth of creatures among 5 bodies. So it's going to be like nearly impossible for Jake to be able to fight through that. Even if he can kill, say, 1 or 2 of the creatures, it's still probably going to be a 2-turn clock.
Well, we saw Jake there level up the artist talent, which means that non-creature spells are going to cost 1 less. And then once we cast our second spell, we were able
it's actually not a 2-turn clock. I lied.
I was about to say trigger. We were able to kill it. We were able to fill our graveyard up a little bit more with the harvester. But here on the flip side, the card we're ditching right now is going to be the Terrors of the Peak. So when we do cast this Spider-Man and bring everything back, what's going to happen, Doom?
Yeah, so everything is going to enter the battlefield at the same time. So the Terror of the Peaks is going to see all of these creatures entering the battlefield. So I believe that would be 11, I think it's 15 damage, because the Terror doesn't count itself. The Spider-Man is already on the battlefield, so it would count the Harvester, the Bringer, and the Bookworm and the Broodspinner, which is, I believe that's
15.
11. Yeah, 15, right?
Yeah, I believe.
I did my math right.
So that's just 15 straight to the face of Jake, dropping him down to 5. We don't have a way. We don't have the usurper in it, so there's no hasty effects going on. But there is a board of 20, 30 odd power, and Jake understands that and just scoops them up and goes, "Well, let's go to game number 2. I've got some sideboard cards for you to be able to deal with that. So let's have a look at them." That's the sideboard, slightly different from last round that we saw in the test deck, and I believe there's 2 cards definitely sticking out right now for this matchup.
Yeah, so there is, again, this is the green splash. So Jake has the 4 copies of Origin of Metal Bending. I don't necessarily know that Jake's going to want to go towards those. They can remove the Awaken the Honored Dead, but not really a ton of targets here for Jake. Although post board, they also kill the Graveyard Hate. But the 4 cards that Jake is really want to go towards here is the copies of Soul Guide Lantern, which we saw from Wesley in the last round. But one card, as you mentioned here, Spider Sense. This card is fantastic against the Graveyard deck because a lot of times post board, the Sultai deck is going to have access to the second Cavern of Souls, and then sometimes the Analyze the Pawns to find them. So they're going to have consistent access to Cavern of Souls. So your stuff like Disdainful Stroke and Essence Scatter or Quench, those may not have any sort of effect on countering the Spider-Man itself. But if you can counter the triggered ability, which is not, that is you can't cavern the triggered ability, only the spell on the stack. So Spider Sense can counter the triggered ability of the Bringer of the Last Gift when it enters the battlefield.
So got some amazing art on it. Okay, let's flick it back to Casey one more time. Maybe you're just tuning in here and you missed round number 9. This is the 75 that he's chosen to bring the standard this weekend. Remember, we're playing multiple formats. After this round, it's going to be modern. What do you like out of the sideboard?
Yeah, we talked about this one last round. Casey probably going to be doing a lot of the same stuff. You saw last round, Casey did bring in the Deep Cavern Bats and the Glarbs. Those at least came in. I still really like the Urgent Necropsies because that card can kill an Artist Talent and a Monument to Endurance with just one card. And then the Graveyard Hate as well here from Casey to stop Jake's lessons like Accumulate Wisdom.
I asked you last time, like with the cards that you take out, and you said Terror of the Peaks was one of them. Obviously, it talks to me about the discipline that you need as a player to not win a game basically with that card, and then going into this post-cyber games to be able to board it out. Like, how do you get around that meta block? How can you kind of shore that up if you're watching at home to do that and potentially find yourself at these bigger events because you're able to make decisions?
I mean, it's just sort of the reason that the Terror of the Peaks is in the deck in the first place is to one shot, right? Against people who are trying to present their own combo kill, like airbending or omniscience or things like that, or people that have a bunch of sweepers, like, I mentioned Day of Judgment Ultima. That's sort of what the Terror of the Peaks is, so you don't give them that extra draw step. The thing about the Is It Lessons deck is they don't have sweepers. They don't really have, I mean, they have kind of a combo finish with Monument plus Talent, but it's really hard for them to kill you from, 20 in one turn, similar to other combo decks. So it's just really, the thing is, it's just not for this matchup, even though Casey, happened to have it this game and won the game because of it. If that was something like, I don't know, a Baelmerk or an Arden, probably would have been the same outcome.
I feel like something I had to deal with a long, long time ago. And I was like, I won with this card. I should definitely keep it in my deck, but it's just having that discipline to take it out. But let's see if we can shore this up and get to a game number 3 here, as Jake is going to be a game down. Going into game number 2, round number 10 here at the NRG 2025 Invitational. $35,000 is going to be on the line this weekend. A Pro Tour invite, and of course, an invite back to this next year. Land go.
Simic mirror match.
Land go again. Now, is that potentially Jake got a bit of a slower draw here? Maybe a bit more reactive, some more counter magic. We know about things like Essence Scatters and Negates floating around. Also, just instant ways to draw cards.
Yeah, possible that Jake has, like you mentioned, I see a copy of Spider Sense in Jake's hand, so that is at least a card that Jake has available. And I think also Jake appears to not have that many cards, so it might have been a mulligan to 6 or potentially a mulligan to 5.
Yeah,
Just not working with a ton of cards.
Not exactly what you want. You'll notice the record 6 and 3 versus 4 and 5. That's because we've got such little numbers. 24 players only got invited to this, so they were all, the pairings kind of get a bit mixed up when they do it. It throws you back to the old Worlds format that we used to have.
Oh yeah,
when it was like, why is the 3 and 4 player playing the 7 and 1 player? But it's just that's how it works out. But the main numbers you need to know if you are just tuning in, you need 8 wins for the top 8. 6 losses, you are out of the event. That is how it works. And we're only a couple of rounds away from finding out which players are going to be in today's top 8. Gram's on the board. 4th land drop here for Jake. What can we do here?
Yeah, there's that bringer for Casey. So Jake is pretty incentivized to hold up the Spider Sense this turn. If Jake has something like a Monument, you can deploy the Monument pre-combat, which there it is. You can get annulled, which, okay, well, I didn't, there is that. It's
2 copies in the sideboard.
Interesting because, it sort of, Jake could have potentially had, oh, this is even more brutal because now the Grand, doesn't get to attack. Because what could have happened, I guess the Grand still would have died anyways, but you could have made a treasure off of the Monument. But now that the Grand didn't attack, you don't even have the ability to hold up the Spider Sense this turn for Jake.
Here comes the Soulguard Lantern. I just recently upgraded my copies of this to the Ghostbuster versions. I knew you were all wondering out there.
I got the retros.
I knew you would. I didn't even have to ask you that question.
Everything.
You're old school. I think the kids would call you a boomer these days or something like that.
I forget what event it was, but I was like talking to somebody about Shocklands or their preferred art for Shocklands, and we have this debate on what is like technically more boomer, the retro Shocklands or the original from the first Ravnica set. And yeah, I mean, I guess, but like, I don't know. There's something about the old border on the Shocklands.
Oh, no.
It looks so good.
I have the old bordered ones. Don't get me wrong, but that's because I'm not a boomer, right? That's why I'd say the
sure.
All right,
it's like mixed between boomer and zoomer.
I'll take that. I'm like A boomer in age, but a zoomer in magic age. Jake. Option of land drop needs it. Didn't see much there from Casey. Both players look to have reactive hands here in the second game.
Yeah, and Casey had land 4, so potentially had the option to go for the Spider-Man here. Now, this is one of the situations you mentioned last game. You kind of asked, like, at what point does Casey not, like, how small of a living end, I guess, would you want to go for? And this would have only been a 6/6 and a 4/4, and that is certainly a lot more manageable than 3 or 4 bodies. So Casey is, even if has it, choosing to potentially wait here, and that's an annul from Jake to take care of the Awaken. That's a big play too.
I don't think I've seen that out of an O. Like, it makes sense. It was one blue. I was like, sure, you've got it, but I
That's the one I have. You know why? So I said I'm a boomer, and I normally like the OG art. But that annul, I started playing during Mirrodin, so that was the first set I ever owned. So that's why those annuls have like a lot more nostalgia for me than the original ones.
Yeah, like my basics, the choice of the Urza Saga ones, because that's the ones I learned with. So like, I get it. It reps. It understands. Here comes a monument, though. I think we drew that off the top here for Jake. It looks like it's going to resolve. Then we can see the Gram is going to draw us a card discard.
Yeah, so this is going to give Jake the ability to trigger the Monument to Endurance. So it has a couple of options. Can make a treasure to hold up 2 mana for the Spider Sense. It can also just draw a card, because the thing is, normally the Spider Sense would be able to pick up the Grand with the N-Web cost, but given the fact that Casey is Casey's going to block with the Bookworm this turn, Jake has to realize that, the Grand's not going to be in play on Casey's turn.
I think we're still deciding what we want to discard here. 3 cards in hand, I believe. And you said you saw the Spider-Man one, right? Didn't you?
Yeah, Jake definitely has Spider Sense.
Which, by the way, the art on it is great. I've said that multiple times now, but that's literally the scene where, spoilers for anyone that's not watched Spider-Man 1.
Spoilers.
That Green Goblin catches it up. So
I've interacted with Spider-Man. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Spider-Man movie. Another Spider-Man card, by the way. Multiversal Passage.
Great.
I've seen the movies.
Love the art, love the cards.
It's just been a while.
What would you say is your favorite Spider-Man film?
Well, that's the thing. It's been so long that I don't remember the Spider-Man movies.
Oof. Chat, get him, chat. Right, 4 mana. That means one thing to me. We're going to try and play Spider-Man here. Try and go for. Oh, we're going to take the Gram out there. Kind of use this as a little bit of a value engine. I like it.
Yeah, honestly, because the thing is, Casey's graveyard right now, he has the Bringer, but that's all he has. Doesn't have any other creatures in the graveyard to be able to get back with the living end. So Casey copying the Grand here as a way to sort of set up his own hand. He can use the Grand to loot in addition to the Bookworm to get a little bit deeper into his deck, find those big creatures, which will then set up the Bringer at a later turn.
We had the Heritage of the Reclamation come down, take out that monument as well. Kind of tested the waters with Spider-Man. As soon as it resolved, it was like, yep, resolves. Oh, okay. I'll shock this Watery Grave in, get this down, take that monument off, leave you with nothing. Now I can start turning these sideways.
Yeah, I mean, Jake at 18 and Casey has 6 power, so that's a 3-turn clock. Just kind of do it at the hard way.
And the Spider-Man is a Spider-Gram?
Spider-Gram?
Okay. Well, maybe
Superior Spider-Gram.
Superior Spider-Gram. Okay.
I don't remember seeing that in the movie.
It's in the.
Was that a cameo?
Yeah,
it's one of the
ones that Stanley played, I think. But this is again using the resources up for Jake here, having to use a remove spell there, dropping down to 2 cards in hand. Now we're going to go with the Analyst. This is, I think we're going to pay the evidence cost here. It's got to be
honestly
8.
I think Casey's just going to get an Overlord and Hardcast, and I think that's the plan here. Yeah, I like this. I mean, this is sort of what the Sultai deck can do, and this is sort of what I had mentioned before, where it's like you can't try to just play a super long game with this deck and load up on only Graveyard Hate, because eventually they can just start hardcasting their stuff, and that's kind of what Casey's doing here.
Well, there we go again. Like, this is the advantage of playing this deck, right? Like, okay, you're going to 1-for-1 me, great. At some point, you're going to not be able to 1 for me, and I'll just get everything back from my graveyard. If I'm just going to start hard casting my big threats, here comes another Spider-Man. Now, this one might actually be a little bit better here. This one might be able to be.
This one's going to copy the Overlord. Because remember, last turn he exiled the Bringer to the Analyzed pawn, so didn't have the Bringer in the graveyard to be able to copy there.
So what are we calling this Spider-Man? Overlord Spider-Man?
Superior Overman? Over
I'll allow
Spider?
it. I'll allow it just for the effort. You know what I mean? It's Christmas. Draw a card.
I'm trying over here. Can I just call it Kavera?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
Monument on the other side for Jake. So kind of, again, we're drawing our cards. We just don't really have that big turn to set up. Casey's got all the answers and the pressure. Going to turn these sideways again. Top 4 cards are going to get milled. One of the cards is going to go into our hands. It's going to be Deep coming back. Shake says, nope, that's going to be too much destruction for me. You're going to take this down. GG's. Casey's going to advance to a 7-3 record. Jake, unfortunately, that is going to be their invitational tournament over because they have picked up that 6th win, which is what everyone is trying to stay away from. They want to get the 8th win. No, I said the win then, 6th loss. They want to try and get the 8th win. It's been a long day already. It's only round number 2, but round number 10 is just coming to a close. And then when we come back, Doom, we're going to start stepping into those modern rounds, which I am looking forward to. We'll talk about that meta game and the breakdown of it momentarily. So on that one, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly.
Champs Interview Corner. I'm Matt Hausler here with Nate Perigo, our first player to qualify for top 8 at Champs. Nate, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I definitely didn't expect to be the first one. I don't feel confident in any of these formats.
Interesting. Could have fooled me. Speaking of the formats, obviously we have draft, modern, and standard.
Yeah.
Are any of those formats particularly exciting to play for you? Or...
Playing high stakes limited is like huge to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the last like 6-ish Pro Tours, and that was like the whole thing that made it super exciting for me. Other than like Big Magic is great, but like this is just like another one of those high stakes limited is so much fun to me.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll be doing that as part of top 8. We'll have that draft, and then obviously that could be one of the 3 formats that we'll end up playing. So all good there. Wanted to just have a quick chat about your selection for standard and modern specifically.
Yeah.
We'll start with modern because the field is pretty healthy. You definitely chose one of the higher represented decks in Affinity. Any thoughts behind that choice?
So I actually worked with 4 other members of the NRG Champs, like 24, for this tournament. So 5 of us are the 5 of the 6 people that registered Affinity. I worked with all of System Magic, so Andrew, MSJ, and Greg, as well as a local of mine, Wes, and we're all friends. So it was a really good team. And we decided, based on what we expected the meta to look like, that Affinity would be really good, especially after we realized that the weapons manufacturing heavy builds were going to be good into Boros, which traditionally Affinity has been bad into Boros. And we were like, oh, we actually fixed that matchup. We fixed like the whole meta almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that testing team seems to have a strong showing, so
yeah,
definitely a good choice there. For standard, I mean, lessons is everywhere. I haven't actually done my research. I'm assuming you're playing Lessons.
I am indeed playing Lessons. Yeah. I've played 3 mirrors and 1 control matchup. I hate that matchup so much. I think the Lessons deck is really cool. It is very much not my style of deck. As many people that are like know me know, I can't stand drawing cards. I want to deal with what I've got and just blow them up with some weird combo, but like drawing cards is the bane of my existence. A friend of mine locally, she is very fond of drawing cards, and she has a small catchphrase, I guess, that it goes, "Yay, quick study." I promised her that if I top 8'd, I would say it, because both of my decks run quick study variants. So, Violet, yay, quick study.
There you go. Love the shout out. So yeah, we'll you'll obviously have a break here.
Yeah.
Because you have received the 8 wins. So you basically get 2 rounds off. What are you gonna do with that time off?
I don't know. I have to steal Wes's car to go do anything, and I'm not. I have 3 hours to do nothing because we're not supposed to start top 8 till then.
We'll put you onto some good spots around here.
All right, thanks.
But yeah, did some internet research. Also learned it was your birthday yesterday.
It was indeed.
Happy belated.
Yeah.
On behalf of everyone here, thank you for joining us, and good luck in top 8.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 NRG Invitational, where we are going to crown ourselves a champion. They're going to be walking away with their share of $35,000, an invite to next year's Invitational, and of course, that Pro Tour invite starting next year. But we're moving into round number 11 now. 2 more rounds of Swiss action before we find out who's going to be in today's top 8. And we're doing that with my favorite format, Modern. Doom, how's that make you feel? A little bit more Modern action doing it for you?
Pretty excited to see some Modern, and I think we're going to see a little bit more diversity than we did in the standard format as we see the metagame breakdown. 3 most popular decks being Goryo's Vengeance, Affinity, and Boros Energy. And spoiler alert, we're going to have all 3 of those for a little bit of action for you in our feature match area with both of our feature matches. And this is certainly the talk of the event. It's, Goryo's, Affinity, Boros. Can the other decks sort of, keep up with those 3? Modern sort of had its evolution over the past couple of months with Jeskai Blink being, becoming a very popular and metagame force with the regional championships, Vinny Fino taking down Houston with that. And it's sort of everybody sort of adapting to that new metagame. Where we see here, Jeskai Blink, only 1 copy, which is a little surprising to me, as well as the 6 copies of Goryo's. I think that's sort of the sleeper pick here. I don't think people expected a ton of Goryo's leading up to the event, so it'll be interesting to see if we can see Goryo's take it down.
Yeah, I think that's like a really good metagame choice, especially going into such a small field of 24 players. We've told you that we've got down to the last 20 now, but this has been a combination of multiple different formats. This isn't like you just pick up Goyos and you've got to run the tables, you've got to try and win all 12 rounds of it, because it's multiple different formats. And I think the reason for this, I know without even looking at who's playing the Amulet Titan deck, that would be Jack Potter, right? Like, and I would almost, I would pick Jack to run the tables with Modern. Like, he is a Modern specialist, that he's one of the best Titan players in the world. I personally think Titan's probably the best deck in Modern currently, but he hasn't had a great weekend, so he doesn't even get to this Modern portion. So that's already one of the best decks with the best players out of this format here. I'm guessing this is kind of, that's a lot of players. We went at 6, but this is the meta game. It's fine. But we're going to go down to round number 11 now in the Modern format, where we are going to have Boros Energy staple. Everyone knows what it does against one of the Goyos decks that you was just speaking about. Maybe not a deck that's on everyone's radars at the minute. Everyone knows what it does. Everyone knows it's extremely powerful. Everyone knows how easy it is to disrupt. But if you're not expecting it and you're not playing that graveyard's hate in your full 75, you can get caught out by this. And looking at the deck list, one of the main things sticking out to me, Doom, is I see free Fraven Charm in the main deck here for Charlie. How key is that card going to be in this matchup?
Definitely, as you mentioned, very, very key. It certainly helps the play draw dynamic too, because situation where Ryan goes turn 1 surveil land, hits Yahtzee, mills a large creature, and then goes for it on turn 2 in the play. Going to be a little bit harder to do that on the draw. Excuse me, if Charlie holds up the 2 mana on turn 2. And this matchup is all about, a lot about playing to the board, right? If you look at Ryan's deck list, we'll take a look. Let me pull up Ryan's deck list real quick here. There are 1 Wrath of the Skies in the main, so Charlie only has to worry about 1 of those game 1, but then 3 more in the post-board games. So, I think in a game 1 situation, Charlie can just sort of, just deploy as much stuff, wants to get the Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride online, probably a lot more about, the cheap creatures than it is something about Flage, because if you're trying to play a longer game with Flage, that maybe doesn't line up as good against the Solitude and the Riddler aspect of things from the Goryo side.
So obviously, this is open deck list. Everyone knows what everyone's is going to be on. Charlie decided to keep with the Boros deck a hand with no 1-drop. Now, how important is that? And also, what read can I take from that from on Ryan's side? Because it doesn't look like he took a mulligan.
Yeah, potentially Charlie could have, maybe has like you said, a copy of Thraben Charm in his hand, maybe prioritizing that. Potentially just has, a bunch of 2s and 3s like Voices, Pyromancers, Flages. That's kind of the hand that I would expect from Charlie. At least 1 Thraben Charm, and then probably a couple of 3-drops in hand.
So we see, of course, the Goyos deck, one of the key decks when it comes to surveil lands. You can get those crazy 2-turn 2s, turn 1 surveil, put a big bang in the graveyard, get it back out with the Goyos Onion. It's not going to see that this game. I did think I see in Charlie's hand the 1 copy of Blood Moon. I think it's that white bordered card in their hand. Does have 1 in the main. Maybe that's where it's trying to catch him out here.
1 single card. Yeah, 1 single copy of Blood Moon in the main deck. And from Ryan's perspective, it's sort of, there's only 1 copy in the main deck. How much is he willing to play around it? I mean, we'll see if he fetches up an island here, because I believe Ryan has 2 more basic swamps in hand. Yeah, he is going to get the island. So if Charlie does go for the Blood Moon this turn, Ryan has blue mana and then at least black mana as well. But blue and black mana that doesn't cast something like Prismatic Ending. So Ryan is going to be cut off from access to white mana for quite some time until he can, find the copy of Basic Plains. But that might be okay for Ryan because I think I spotted a copy of Psychic Frog in his hand as well.
There is definitely a Psychic Frog in hand. Does have the basic as well. Charlie's not going to be happy to see that. Psychic Frog, really key card in this deck. It gives us a way to not only draw cards, but also discard some of the cards on our hand that we want into our graveyard. Things like the Gristlebrand, the Atraxas.
Yeah, you see the shake of the head there from Charlie. Looks like was maybe hoping that Ryan was just caught out a little bit off guard by the Blood Moon, but having like slow rolling the basic swamp here for Ryan, it makes it so Charlie's Blood Moon not only looks a lot worse, but Charlie probably kept the hand on the strength of the Blood Moon and was hoping that it was going to be good enough. And with Ryan having that basic swamp and the Psychic Frog now. To be fair, Ryan is still limited on what he can access here. Does have, has the frog in play, which is good. And if Ryan can find a large creature, can discard that to the frog, and then still has access to black mana to be able to play Goryo's Vengeance. But without white mana, can't blink the Goryo's target with something like an Ephemerate.
I'm looking at all the different white cards in the deck. So that's going to shut us off the Teferis, the Ephemerates, the Faithful Mendings, the March of the Underworldly Lights. If we ever randomly got to the point where we're hardcasting the Atraxas, but also hardcasting the Solitudes, the Wrath of the Skies, and the Prismatic Endings. Basically, all the ways we have to get that Blood Moon off the board. But there is a double-sided, sword at this point. Charlie only one basic planes himself. So that means we can't just spread out like a load of Oscillate Prides with the guides and kind of go wide our way either. We are kind of
oh my god, Ryan drew the planes too. Oh my god.
Oh no.
As if it wasn't,
take it all back. Take it all back.
As if it wasn't bad enough that Ryan had the basic swamp. You see Charlie just like, oh my goodness.
Charlie's like shakes his head, and Ryan's like, yeah. Sometimes it's just it's a skill issue.
The one planes.
Now, what does that open up? I do see a Gristlebrand in hand here for Ryan, so that's basically a +1 counter at this point. There it is. Oh, and we've got the Goyos in hand as well, so we can even draw a bunch of cards. But is this before combat?
I think it was after combat, but yeah, Charlie's just kind of off it. That was a very, very unfortunate sequence of events there for Charlie. Kept the hand on the strength of Blood Moon. Ryan had the basic swamp and then ripped the one plains. That's what we call magic.
So then, look, I think you look at opening 7. You're like, I'm on the play. I can get a Blood Moon down, turn 3. How much can they really play around it? This might just be enough for me to win the game. We know Blood Moon can steal games, but not when your opponent's ripping those basics. Now Charlie finds himself a game down here in round number 11. Needs both of these wins to get themselves into top 8. This is the 75. What do you like bringing out that sideboard?
Yeah, so Charlie, we talked about the 3 copies of Thraben Charm in the main deck as the Graveyard Hate. Does have a little bit more in the sideboard, has 2 more Surgicals, so it can go up to 5 total pieces of Graveyard Hate. Potentially wants to go towards the Celestial Purges because those can not only hit the early Psychic Frogs, but they can also take out stuff like Atraxa and Gristlebrand. It's a little bit of an uphill battle because if you're targeting Atraxa, that means they already both got the trigger off of it and the Ephemerated trigger off of it, so maybe that's, but they do still enter Psychic Frog, which is nice. And I was going to say board it in the second copy of Blood Moon, but I don't know. Given how that first game went, maybe Charlie's a little scared about that.
That argument that we had last round of, okay, I won with this card, so I don't want to board it out. But in this one, I just lost to this card. But it's actually, if you can get it going, it is actually really good. You just got really unlucky. I don't know how many basics Ryan's playing. So let's have a look at his deck list. I'm carrying a full 3 copies of basics, and sometimes that if you look at this deck list, you had 3 basics and you drew them all after I played my Blood Moon. This is not how I wrote this up, but I think that's still good argument to think, I think Blood Moon could be a good in this matchup. But over on Ryan's side, that's the sideboard. I see a few really good cards in this. Talk me through them. What did you bring in?
Yeah, so talked about the Wrath of the Skies before the game started. Those will definitely be coming in. So Ryan's going to have access to the full 4 copies of Wrath after sideboard, and that is probably the single best card that he could possibly have against Boros. You could maybe go towards something like the Ghost Vacuum to mitigate Flage a little bit, although I don't really know how much Ryan actually cares about Flage, because if the games are about Flage, that's kind of where Ryan wants the games to be and has 4 Solitudes anyways. March of Otherworldly Light to pick off some early creatures. That could be something that Ryan wants to go towards. But other than the Wraths and the Marches, not a ton here from Ryan's side.
And I think everything just lines up well as it is. You know what I mean? Like you're playing a 1/1 cats, I'm playing 7/7. Phyrexian generals. It doesn't line up particularly well for us, but let's see if it does go a slightly better here for Charlie as we're going to go into game number 2. Beyond the play again, you imagine. Looks like we are keeping 7 on both sides here, so we're going to be off to the races momentarily. Do we have that 1-drop? Yes, we do. It's going to be a Ragavan. Arguably the best 1-drop that we need.
Yeah, this is going to really put Ryan to the test. Is there a prismatic ending in Ryan's hand? I see a white card in the middle. I think that might be a pending, but this is, kind of the big question is, does Ryan have the answer to it? It actually might be an ephemerate, so Ryan may not actually have a way to answer that turn 1 Ragavan. It looks like he does not.
Okay. And realistically, how scared are we of just getting hit with a Ragavan? Okay, it's 2 damage and you have to get the top card that you probably can't play. Turns out you could, but
yeah, it's less so about the card that Charlie is getting and more so about the mana. The fact that Charlie can now play a 2-drop and a 1-drop this turn, maybe like a Guide of Souls and a Johnny, or potentially a Voice of Victory and an Ocelot Pride, or a Voice of Victory and a Guide of Souls. It's less so about the spells that Charlie is hitting and more so about the mana generation, which, yeah, that definitely is a big part of it.
And at what point are we willing to overcommit here on Tri-Cycles? We spoke about those Wrath of Skies open deck list. Knows there's 4 copies most likely in the deck list here for Ryan. What's the earliest he's going to be able to fire one of those off? Turn 3 potentially, so that at the minute it would take off 2 creatures from the board. Is that going to be good enough? Do we have to apply too much pressure? So he has to fire it off early, potentially on turn 3.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because Charlie has to sort of manage putting enough pressure onto Ryan to be able to set up a fast enough kill.
Oh no! Oh no!
I think Ryan has the plot armor this game. But yeah, it's more so it's really just about getting Ryan into a situation where he needs to fire it off early. So here, for example, right, you have 2 1-drops and a Voice of Victory. Is this enough where Ryan is willing to, go for it for X = 1 on turn 3? Maybe, but then your Voice of Victory still survives. So it's basically Charlie has to manage putting enough pressure onto Ryan without extending too much into it.
Psychic Frog is going to be the play. That's a great way to kind of stop this board. Yes, it's just a 1/2 that doesn't really do too much, but can grow extremely large with the ability to be able to discard cards to it, adding +1/+1 counters. And I do see a couple of Traxes in the hand here for Ryan, but this is a post-cyborg game, so you have to remember we don't want to just completely dump our hand, because if Charlie was able to empty the graveyard, we're going to be out a couple of the big ones that we want to get out of there. So we're in the tank over on Charlie's side.
Surveillant Gristlebrand. That's I don't know if you could draw it up any better if you're Ryan Hayes.
I think I see a Season Pyro. Not entirely sure if I see a 3rd land here for Charlie. Going to tap 2.
Second Voice, but that's not doing too much. There's a tap land. So I think Charlie's leftovers are Flaja Johnny.
Oof, and that's going to stump it.
Which is not fantastic. I mean, if Ryan, I believe Ryan has Goryo's and Ephemerate, so Ryan has the ability to Goryo's back the Gristlebrand this turn, attack with it, draw 7 cards, and the Ephemerate, and yeah, Charlie's off it.
And that's why it sums such a bad matchup. If you don't have the early interaction, but if the matchup's that bad, do you think that you're willing to go down to 6, maybe even 5 to try and find some of that early interaction? You've got maybe a Charm or Ghost Vacuum to make sure that you can at least get to that early-ish mid-game where is kind of where the Boros deck wants to be, opposed to the super early start or the really late game that the Goyos deck wants to be in.
It's just such a hard needle to thread from the Boros side of things, because you need to you need to be able to put enough pressure on them, but also have Graveyard Hate and try to play a long game with Flage. It's basically the Goryos deck is asking too many questions that the Boros deck can't answer all of them. It can answer a couple of them, but it's very limited in terms of how the game's play out. I mean, the Boros deck can certainly have draws that are Guide into Pride plus second Pride or something, and maybe those can steal games, but it's tough.
Well, talking about games, we do have a backup feature match for you all, and we're going to go into game number 2 here, where we're going to have Harrison versus Greg. Affinity versus, again, Esper Goyos. Remember, these are 2 of the most played decks that our players brought at the 24-player field that's going on right now. And we're going to start off over on the Affinity side. So it looks like Harrison was able to take game 1. Both players at a 5 and 5. So really need to I don't think they're in top 8 contention at the minute, but they're in for a chance of winning, a good sum of money because, of course, there's $35,000 on the line for the players playing this weekend.
Yeah, traditionally, this is a really bad matchup for the Goryo's deck, just because the Affinity deck, and I'll take a look at Greg's deck list because there has been sort of a little bit of a difference. Like some of the Affinity lists are playing a little bit of different things where they're more focusing on main deck Claws of Gix, and it looks like Greg still has the 3 copies of main deck Tormod's Crypt. So that's part of why this matchup is so rough from the Goryo's side. But yeah, this is, Affinity here in its classic form. Looks like Greg deploying some 0 mana artifacts here.
Yeah, well,
Nice
we,
little.
we were able to use the force on the weapons manufacturing. So there's a couple of big payoff cards in this Affinity deck, right?
Mhm.
Like at the minute, we just played a bunch of zeros that do nothing.
Yeah.
But there's a few payoff cards in this deck. What are the payoff cards that they want to look for? Why is this deck so consistent and potentially one of the better decks in the metagame currently?
Yeah, it's just that this deck can explode it. So most of the payoffs are here. Greg has 4 copies of weapons manufacturing and 4 pinnacle emissaries. Those are kind of the ways that pay Greg off for playing a bunch of these 0 mana artifacts. Because normally you wouldn't want to play stuff like, engineered explosives for 0 and Claws of Gix and Memnite and all these mediocre 0 mana artifacts, but they all sort of help they facilitate these payoffs like weapons manufacturing and pinnacle emissary. Greg notably holding, deciding to play the 3 artifacts here, even though he doesn't have a payoff, which kind of signifies to me that he might have a copy of Metallic Rebuke that he's holding up because there are 3 of those in the sideboard.
Yeah, I'll get rid of that as well. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is 12 rounds of Swiss today before we get to today's top 8. And they're playing across a numerous different formats. We've got standard, we've got modern, we've also got some draft in the top 8. These are the formats that the players had to qualify throughout the year to get here with. That's why they're playing it today. This isn't just a one format field. We're trying to find out who is the best overall Magic player in the NRG series, and we're getting moments closer to that. As seeing a Blood Moon coming down here again against the Goyos deck. Are we going to be able to rip all our basics this time?
Yeah, let's see if Harrison has the same plot armor as Ryan did in the last round, where just had the swamp in hand, drew the plains. But only a plains here for Harrison, so very limited on what can actually be cast. And there's a hardcast Pinnacle Emissary. I mean, it has warp on turn 1, but you can't just hardcast that thing.
Here's a basic
There's
swamp.
a swamp. Okay, we're cooking.
I do want to add as well that we also had the
ending.
answer for that Wrath of the Skies
There
and the
you
Prismatic
go.
ending. Okay, I'm starting to think maybe Blood Moon's not good against his 3-color Goya decks because it's not looked great at all.
I mean, okay, to be fair, the point where Greg cast it, Harrison only had 1 basic land in play. Harrison drew the 2nd basic and had the pending. So, there is only 3 basics in the deck. So it's, maybe just a little bit of unfortunate. But I think in most circumstances, I would say that Blood Moon is a card that you want access to against the Goryo's deck.
Huge draw there from Greg. Found the copy of Torment's Crypt off the top of the deck. And of course, it's going to bring her along a 1/1 FOP to it as well. So applying a little bit more pressure to the board, but more importantly, we have that answer to a Goyos plus Fatty in the graveyard if that was to, pan out, which has got to be plan A here for Harrison, but we are in a post-sideboard game, remember?
Yeah, it's possible that Harrison trimmed a little bit down on the Goryo's plan because of the presence of how many, like just how many Tormod's Crypts that Greg has access to. So it's possible in post board games, Harrison is leaning more on the Solitude, Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog plan rather than sort of just setting up for one big Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah, we haven't even spoke about Riddler yet. I'm sure we will at some point and how good that card seems to be. We're going to do the Surveil thing, and of course, we're going to hit the Atraxa into the graveyard.
Well, Harrison kind of thought there for a second. I wonder if Harrison was thinking about keeping it because has land 5 potentially can get to a hardcast point. But I mean, his hand is pretty good. I think there's Riddler, Frog, and Solitude.
This is one of my favorite things to do. Play a Frog, play the Riddler, draw 2 cards, discard some cards, hit with it. I love this sequence of play when it comes from even if it's just the Blink deck or the Goyos deck, whatever it's going to be. But we're going to talk to me about this sequencing. Is there a reason to go Frog then fetch? Is it better to fetch then Frog? Why are we doing it this way around?
I think maybe Harrison was potentially thinking about another Metallic Rebuke, although there's no cards in Greg's hand, is there?
Nope, he's got
So
nothing.
maybe it probably doesn't matter then. Yeah. I think in a situation where Greg had cards in hand, maybe you could say, okay, well, I'm baiting out a Metallic Rebuke. Oh, I guess, yeah, you can pop the Fiery Island and find the Rebuke. But yeah, you'd actually, I think, rather have the Frog get rebuked than the Riddler. So Harrison choosing to play the Frog before playing the land.
Oh, drew 2 off it, remember, because the Riddler says if it's on the board, and it is there because of its warp, that you get to draw an extra card if you've only got one in hand. Do you know how I thought warp was like Evoke when it first came out? And I played it in paper. I was like, yeah, play it for 2, draw a card, goes to the graveyard. And I was like, no, it just sits there. You can play it again in a minute. I was like, oh my word.
Oh, yeah.
This card is great. And
Yeah,
I've lost it numerous
especially
times because of it.
on the Pinnacle Emissary too. This is, it is wild to me because typically you don't see a lot of these sets that go into standard have a pretty big impact on modern. But this Affinity deck is playing 4 copies of Pinnacle Emissary and 4 copies of Weapons Manufacturing. And both of those cards really just changed how explosive this Affinity deck is. And it's nice to see, a set that is so, as new as Edge of Eternities makes such a big impact on modern.
This all could come undone though. Just one Wrath of the Skies off the top could just spell the end to Greg. We've seen one already. How many copies we played in them for Harrison here? We've got 3 in the sideboard and
Still
one
the
in
3
main.
and 1, so
Yeah, okay.
4 after board. Yeah, Harrison on almost an identical list to Ryan. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 cards that are different, but very, very close list to close to the same list as Ryan.
And that Frog can't really get in here either. There's 4 flying blockers on the other side. The floor's gummed up as well with that Mem Knight. Does have Solitude in hand. That could just hardcast Riddler if chooses to go that route. But this is going to be a hardcast Solitude.
Yeah, clean up one of the Pinnacle Emissaries. Yeah, that's going to go away.
You can gain some life, sure.
Yeah, Greg does still have the other one warped somewhere off screen. I'm not sure where it went, but
it's in the warp zone. Can you not see the warp zone?
Well, there's the Riddler in the warp zone. I don't know where the Pinnacle is though.
Yeah, it's over that area. It's in the warp. It's like I was going to go full like 40k chaos warp, the rift and stuff.
Okay,
But then I thought that's maybe a little bit too nerdy. And any 40k fans out there, chat, let me know. What's your army? As we're going to draw a card here over on Greg's side. 2 mana. Okay, what is it?
Not sure where we are. No, I think we're still on Harrison's turn. Harrison thinking about what he wants to do for a land drop.
Oh, surveilling.
Yeah. I mean, Harrison's on 6 mana. Is getting to a point where if he finds a fetch land, he could just start hardcasting Atraxas. I don't know if he has any Atraxas in hand, but
oh, I like this. You can get in on the floor because the Thopters can't block anything that's not got flying. So you don't give the Frog flying. Now there's no blockers for the Frog next turn. Going, okay, I like this.
Yeah, I think Greg chump block with the Memnite that turn. But yeah, you mentioned how if Harrison just doesn't jump the Frog, then the drones cannot get in front of the Frog. So now if Greg can't deploy a ground blocker, then same thing can happen next turn. But it looks like Greg is not interested in blocking anyways. We're getting in there. Which makes sense, because if you leave back any number of drones, then Harrison could just say, okay, well, I'm not going to jump it, and you can't block with the drones anyways.
But then if you're going to basically play the emissary here, is it worth holding one back?
Maybe, to give yourself at least one chump block. I was kind of, that potentially could be an option. But the thing is I think Greg's not going to want to chump block with the Pinnacle anyways. So think about it this way. If Greg leaves back 1 drone and a Pinnacle, Harrison's just not going to jump the Frog, because I don't think Greg is interested in blocking with the Pinnacle Emissary.
On the flip side, you got to imagine, how do I even win this game? Right? Like, a lot of times people play to not lose. Greg's like, well, I think my best option here is maybe I can get enough damage in over there. Maybe I can try and finish off. I want to see if we've got any Galvanic Blasts or maybe even a weapons manufacturing, something like that. But I'll just...
the card is good.
It's expert opinion. Doomwake would be... Wrath of the Skies here be a good card to cast into my Affinity's opponent that has got a gazillion things on the board that are CMC 0.
Love it. Sack a permanent, gain a life. Love it. At least we got something on the way out.
Those Thopters go as well. I was going to say, the drones are gone as well.
Those drones are out of here.
You can have this free. And then I'll turn both my creatures sideways. I wouldn't even jump the Frog here.
Well, I guess he might as well have, because the thing is he was getting Tormod's scripted. So I think Harrison, it's tough to say
okay.
if there was any like verbal motion, but yeah, it's possible that it's free for Harrison to do that anyways, because he's losing the graveyard to the crypt, so might as well at least jump the frog once there.
Then we find ephemerate off the top.
Which is perfect. That'll take care of.
Yeah, that's enough. Greg's going to scoop it up. He's going to go, cool, I'm out of it. Thanks for that one. Harrison's going to advance to 6 and 5. Puts him one step closer to potentially getting up those ranks, because, of course, there's a lot of money on the line as we're going to start heading into the final round this weekend. Round 12 of the Swiss. And then we're going to find out who is going to be in today's top 8, where, of course, the accumulation of a whole year's worth of work. We've had 17 weekends, 15 events throughout the course of the year to get to this point, but we're trying to weigh it down to those final 8. And then we're going to make you stay tuned for a little bit longer, because we're going to go for a little break. And then when we come back, we'll bring you the last round of Modern here at the NRG Invitational 2025. Don't go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NRG Series. It is my honor to bring you the last round of Swiss, round number 12. After this round, we're going to find out who is in our top 8 of the 2025 Invitational. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by Devon Doomwake O'Donnell. Do you like how I do that? I thought I'd throw something out for the,
that was nice. I like that.
I might pick that. That'll be our new 2026 thing between us. But we're going into that last round, mate. Everything on the line for these players that got that kind of winning in shot. You've been in these situations. You've had these pressure situations. How do you deal with that? How are you trying to shake that off and just be like, it's just another game. It's just another game. What do you do?
Every round is new, Will. That's all I gotta say. Every single round is new. I know that's not what you want, the answer you wanted to hear, but every round is new. But we do have records going into the last round, so let's go ahead and take a look at that to see who is in contention. Okay. Remember, the name of the game is getting to 8 wins. So Grayson Nemitz, Andrew Ellenbogen, and I believe Ryan Hayes and Garrick Alford. Those are the 4 players that are, currently in win-and-in situations. I believe we're going to be getting Grayson versus Andrew as our main feature match. So that is going to be a guaranteed win-and-in. And then looking at the players who are already locked, we have Casey Ryback at 8 and 3 and Nathaniel at 8 and 2. So 2 players locked, 2 win-and-ins.
Well, and Casey at the bottom. There's 3 people locked.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned Casey, right? Casey and Nathaniel. Oh, and Matt Sicking.
Yeah, Matt up top. So there's 3 of them. 1, 2.
So 3 locked, a couple of win-and-ins, and then there's going to be a nice little tiebreaker scrum towards the end after this.
Yeah, I was kind of say that we've got 3 already locked, but there's 8 players left that are in contention on that. So a lot going to happen this last round, and that kind of 7th, 8th place is going to be on tiebreakers. So everything on the line for everyone this weekend. But it is going to be modern because it is round 12. Remember, multiple different formats throughout the weekend. We're kicking it off, we're finishing the Swiss rounds with modern. And it's going to be a deck very close to my heart. So I'm very happy to see here. Grayson, what a lad, taking it with Yargmoth, a deck that's obviously had a bit of resurgence because of this Badger Mole Cub, which I'm going to be a bit controversial with it. I'm not entirely sure it's actually going to make the deck better, but I've been willing to prove wrong. But then up against, it's arguably one of the best players in the room. Andrew has been a Pro Tour staple for many, many years. Big GP grinder, always plays the best deck and plays them extremely well, and has decided to turn up with affinity this round. This is a winning in for both of these players. How do you see this game going?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, Will, that you're not necessarily sold on the Badger Mole Cub. Well, boy, let me tell you, if Grayson draws it in this game, hopefully he can put on a performance like he did yesterday, because when he drew Badger Mole Cub, every single time it looked insane. I mean, it just kind of does everything that this Yawgmoth deck, wants to do, where it provides you extra mana. It turns all of your other mana dorks like Delighted Halfling into more mana, and it also, more importantly, provides you with a creature that has a +1/+1 counter on it. And because the deck has 4 copies of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, having a card that comes with a body that has a counter on it is very, very important when you have something like, a Yawgmoth or a Ballista underneath that cauldron.
Well, Andrew's going to start off on the play here, just a tap line. On the other side, Grace is going to start off with Dryad Arbor. So not exactly explosive for both of these players, but then Andrew's going to follow up with it now as a Saga. Okay, Badger Mole Cub. Yawgmoth didn't see play for quite a long time until recently, until this card was printed. This card
Ooh.
provides mana.
Okay.
It provides more creatures. Yawgmoth was not being played because it didn't have enough creatures that had Undying. It wasn't being played enough because it didn't have enough mana dorks. Why do these two things now all of a sudden make the deck better? That's what I'm saying. Like, this wasn't what Yawgmoth was missing. There's so much exile interaction in the format. That's the problem.
I mean, it's the thing about Cup is the fact that it does so much. It provides you a body with a counter. It gives you extra mana. I don't know, 2 bodies for Yawgmoth. It just does so much. Now, as far as this matchup is concerned, I'll be honest with you, I haven't played a ton of this particular matchup just because I haven't seen a lot of Yawgmoth in the in the streets in the past couple of months. But I would have to imagine I think I'd rather be taking Andrew's side of things just because he has the main deck Tormod's Crypts to be able to interact with the graveyard. If Grayson goes for something like a Young Wolf or Young Wolf combo or something like that. But we see here a Cauldron here from Grayson, and that is going to prompt Andrew to fire off that Crypt to make sure that Grayson can't get any sort of counters off of that Cauldron.
And I'm going to start making a construct token end of turn. So a bit of mana issues here for Grayson. Arguably, the Cub would be pretty good in this situation.
Yeah, see, now you like the Cub.
But like, Yawgmoth's very leaning heavy on the combo element. It does have the way to kind of grind out a little bit more with things like Grist and all the Undying creatures, and then get the Yawgmoth out. But it really is a combo deck at the end of the day. It can just be disrupted quite a lot with Graveyard Hate. Andrew's already played 1 Torment's Crypt, is about to have this Saga trigger go on the stack, and does have multiple other Torment's Crypts they could find and put on the board if they want to. That's going to be the main deck Graveyard Hate that they've got options of as we're in game number 1. Do you think that's right? Do you think he'll go for something else? Maybe needs a bit more mana, maybe needs a drum or an opal? Or do you think it's just slowing down the Yawgmoth deck's the way to go?
I mean, it kind of depends on the rest of Andrew's hand. It really sort of depends on what the plan is for this turn. Could get something like a Crypt. It's also, the thing that Andrew has to think about is does have another copy of Saga that's going to go off next turn. So, for example, if he wants to sort of insulate himself a little bit against the combo this turn, that first Saga can go towards a Crypt, and then the second one can maybe go towards, I don't know, something like a Shadow Spear or something like that, because once these constructs get large, the Shadow Spear is a nice way to play through blockers, which the Yawgmoth deck, very, very good at producing a lot of blockers.
Yes, it is. Okay, we're going to float the mana from that as a Saga. Then we're going to go dig in. Bunch of options here, and this is where it's scary. In a player of Andrew's caliber, being able to have multiple different options of what they can do, that's where I get scared. I'm like, oh man, they know what they're doing a lot better than I'm going to.
Now, one thing I want to bring up here is typically in these Urza Saga decks, you will see a copy of Pithing Needle in the main deck, and that is typically a good card, a card that you would definitely want to get here to name something like Agatha Soul Cauldron or potentially a Yawgmoth. But Andrew deciding to put the needle in the sideboard, so does not have access to that game 1, because I would imagine if Andrew had that in the main deck, would maybe want to get that to shut off that Cauldron.
Gonna go for the boots. Love us about boots here. So this is a way to give something Ward 1 and haste, as well as +1/+0 if you did want to equip it. Then draws the turn, or is already drawn for the turn. So another Urza Saga. So that's going to be the 3rd one potentially deployed. And here it comes. Remember, that's one. Come.
I think Andrew is just lining up using the floating mana to make a Saga, to make a construct token with the previous Saga, equipping the new one with the Lava Spur Boots and getting in there. Or maybe he has something like a Kappa Cannoneer that can also potentially get haste. Will, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know what that card is.
I think that is a drum.
0-mana artifact.
Then it could be
Could
the,
it
oh,
be
it's
a
the bauble. It's the
bauble?
bauble, yes, from like the holiday secret lair thing they did in it. I think it's the one with the, they did the secret lair with the mono red 1-drops and like the burn stuff. I think it's the one that came with that.
I see.
Still got it. Okay, we're going to show the combo and go to game 2.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, for people at home who don't know this combo, this is infinite life. So basically, with the Ballista under the Cauldron, you put a counter on the Young Wolf. The Young Wolf has the ability to remove a counter to deal 1 damage to target creature. The Young Wolf will remove a counter to deal a damage to itself, which will then return from the graveyard to the battlefield.
It's infinite damage will trigger. As well, right?
I believe it's just infinite life.
No, because we've also got the Vault. So with the Vault, we can just basically kill it a bunch of times. We count the amount of cards in our deck. We just discard, as long as we discard
The
that many
vault is a kill.
yeah, 20 cards, put 20 counters on it, sack all 20, do 20 damage to Andrew. That's a combo.
There you go. I missed the Spy Master's Vault. That's actually kind of cool. I've never actually seen, because we saw Grayson on camera yesterday utilize the Young Wolf Cauldron Ballista, but he never actually had the Spy Master's Vault with the combo, and that was pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm not. Look, he ripped it, but still, he had the blister in hand, ripped that.
Yeah, sure.
Even with infinite life, it's probably good enough. Let's be honest. But in that situation, why not do both instances? So, looking at the sideboard here, Andrew, a game down, everything on the line, trying to get into today's top 8. That's the sideboard. What'd you like bringing in?
Yeah, so from Andrew's side, I talked about the Pithing Needle. That one's almost certainly going to be coming in because that one can name just a whole host of things. Yawgmoth, Cauldron, Ballista. Definitely want to bring in the Needle. Other than that, I mean, Galvanic Blast can help interact with stuff like, the Yawgmoth on the battlefield or something like that. I believe we saw, I want to say it was Grayson play against Garrick, and Garrick boarded in Consigned to Memory just for the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So Andrew could potentially do something like that. I feel like it's a little too narrow. And then maybe you could go towards Blood Moon because the mana can be a little shaky. But yeah, definitely the Needle and the Galvanic Blasts, and then has a couple of other options past that.
All right, well, let's have a flip across to Grayson's side and look what the Yawgmoth deck has got in the 75 and that sideboard. What'd you like in this?
So Grayson's got a lot of one-ofs in his sideboard. So Outland Liberator, that can blow up artifacts or enchantments. That one does seem pretty good. Fatal Push is kind of weird, where can be okay against construct tokens, but a lot of the affinity threats are stuff like Kappa Cannoneer, which Fatal Push does not really interact with that well. Grayson might want to go towards Thoughtseize to be able to try and take the payoff, either the Kappa Cannoneer or the weapons manufacturing. Culling Ritual seems fantastic against all the 0-mana artifacts. The Force of Vigor seem very good. And that's probably it. So Forces, the Ritual, the Liberator for sure, and then maybe Thoughtseize.
What are your thoughts on Vexing Ball against these affinity decks?
Good on the play, not on the draw.
Yeah, interesting.
So
right,
basically, if we go to game 3 and Grayson's on the play for game 3, then I like it. But on the draw, they can just deploy other zeros before you play the bauble.
Got you. So you need to kind of keep it in your open hand. I've played it before, and even if I don't deploy it turn 1, if I'm able to deal with the board and then follow up, it comes up the hand quite a lot. I found it, but I think you're right. I think it's definitely on the play versus on the draw is going to be huge. As we're going to get down to game number 2 here in round number 12. Invitational. Remember, top 8 on the line for both these players. Andrew is going to be on the play. That Pithing Needle that you were talking about earlier, we bring it in, and whatever you name, it's always tricky with the Soul Cauldron, right? Because if you name Yawgmoth, and then I just exile Yawgmoth the Soul Cauldron, and my Young Wolf's doing it now, I still get the combo off that way. It's very tricky in how we want to get, you go about that.
There is a lot of good targets for Pithing Needle, and it really depends. It's sort of a load-bearing Pithing Needle because there's so many things that Andrew wants to name, but it really depends on the board state, right? In that situation, right? If you go back to last game where Grayson had the Cauldron in play, didn't have a Yawgmoth, didn't have a Ballista, Andrew certainly would have named Cauldron. And I mean, look at that game. That game's a great example. If Andrew had the Needle in his main deck, he wouldn't have died that next turn.
Yes. Yeah, so, chat's for another asking about the Spy Master Vaults. 3 copies in the main. Is that normal?
What exactly is normal with Yawgmoth? I'm not entirely sure.
I think the way that it's built now with the more combo element of it just gives us another way to combo into. We've got the old Yawgmoth way that everybody knows, and then we got the Ballista way that we used to have with Wall of Roots. But now we've got a different combo in there with Spy Master Vaults, and it's just one less card that can is harder to be interacted with. So I think 3 to 4 copies is what I've been seeing floating around quite a lot. But while I've been talking, Andrew's been added to that board.
Yeah, I was going to say, Andrew has a combo of his own here. Weapons manufacturing plus engineered explosives. And what's notable about weapons manufacturing is Affinity is a deck that historically is not great against Wrath of the Skies, right? Wrath of the Skies blows up all your permanents. Yes. But sometimes you get into these situations against stuff like Wrath or Culling Ritual, where if you just put a bunch of munitions into play and get your opponent low enough, they get to a spot where if they cast their sweeper, they just kind of lose the game due to the weapons manufacturing munitions damage. So that's sort of what Andrew is kind of, representing here. A threat off of the Urza Saga to make a construct or two that can go get a Shadow Spear, and then, that can, push through a lot of damage. And then the weapons manufacturing munitions can, combined with the explosives, can also represent a way for Andrew to kind of push through that last couple of points.
Well, we're deploying Dredge's Insight on the other side, which, let's be honest, is the real MVP of this deck at the minute. This card has enabled a lot more playability to the Yawgmoth decks, and it's going to also find us our second land drop, which is going to be the Verdant Catacombs. Then that's going to go search up the Overgrown Tomb. It looks like it's going to come into play untapped, so it will cost us another 2 life points on top of that one from the fetch. And looks like we're going to have a 1-drop to deploy here. It's going to be another ignoble, Delighted Halfling.
Delighted Halfling. You're thinking of Yawgmoth decks from 6 months ago, Will.
Yes, I am.
We don't have to play that card anymore.
This might be, maybe not now, but like at one point, I think this might have been the best 1-drop in Modern.
Ooh. I got a glimpse of Andrew's hand, and a card that I actually forgot to mention during sideboarding Whip Flare. That one's very good against Mana Dorks, and I believe that was in Andrew's hand, and that's going to be able to clean up both of the Delighted Halflings, if that is correct, and that would be a huge play this turn. I guess even if that doesn't happen, Andrew's still could theoretically just pop the explosives for 0, and then the 2 munitions could also kill the Halflings. I think if he had a Whip Flare, he'd certainly rather do that, but...
See, I think a Green Sun Zenith in Grayson's hand as well. So if we did get to untap with these Mana Dorks, we'd be able to potentially go.
It is a Whip Flare.
Free, but
yeah, there it is.
You called it. 2 damage to all non-artifact creatures. That's going to be a 1-sided wrath. Both those Delighted Halflings are going to go to the bin. Now we've got to try and rebuild again over on Grayson's side. There is still no pressure though. It's just we're kind of jockeying for position. Who can add most permanence to the board? At the minute, advantage definitely to Andrew on the right of our screen.
Yeah, I think really the only thing that Grayson is missing at this point is the Cauldron. He has Green Sun Zenith. Oh, he has Cauldron.
Got it.
Okay,
yeah,
never mind.
I think it's a Young Wolf we're missing at this point.
Well, he has Zenith. So I guess he doesn't have enough mana to go Zenith and Cauldron this turn, because he needs to go 2 mana for Zenith for 1 and then 2 mana for Cauldron.
I guess also we've got the Torment Crypt stops the combo as well. So
true. That's a good point, yeah. There's the Crypt in play. So maybe Grayson wants to go for... You could honestly just go... See, the thing is, you can't really go for Liberator here, because if you go for Outland and you have to tap out, then Andrew can just search up a Claws of Gix and then sack munitions to kill the Outland before it has the opportunity to kill anything. So yeah, it looks like Grayson's going to go for an Insight first instead.
Inside, Badger
Cup's not bad. He's going to go for Halfling instead.
I think because we can deploy it this turn, right? Like, it just makes sense. Rebuild.
Choked on mana as well. That's the big issue, is Grayson just that Whip Flare was so huge being able to kill the Halflings, because Grayson, if it wasn't for that Whip Flare, would have had access to 5 mana this turn, and then that would have been enough to do multiple Zeniths in the same turn.
I think it would have been enough to be able to potentially pull off the combo. Obviously, not through the face of that Torment Crypt, but you would have been able to search, play the Blister from hand, play the Cauldron. So, but not to be, not just yet. But sandbagging them is quite nice. And over on Andrew's side is going to go floating the 1 colorless from the Saga. Then going to go find the Opal. Opal's going to trigger the ammunitions. That's going to make another token. So that's currently 6 damage right now. I only need a couple more. And we can run away with this game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Grayson down to 16, effectively at 10 already with 3 munitions in the battlefield and the explosives already there. I was gonna ask why Andrew didn't search up the Claws. That's because he had it in his hand. Because the Claws, I think, would have made a lot more sense here. So the thing is, the Claws is nice because you can sacrifice them 1 at a time to pick off the mana creatures, as opposed to using the explosives, which would also, lose the Crypt, lose the Claws, things like that.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for Grayson to fight through. Every time you try and target something with any of your sort of effects, if it's going to be your Undying creatures or if it's going to be something off a Soul Cauldron, just having that 1 mana ants over on Andrew's side to deal with the creature before it can take the full effect is going to be extremely hard. I think we have to hit some of our sideboard cards. Maybe a Culling Ritual is what we're exactly trying to find, and it might have to be next turn plus land, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Grayson doesn't have land or ritual in his hand, and he can't draw both of them in the same turn. And I do think it has to be next turn because once Andrew gets to untap, I don't know if you caught this, but the Emery actually milled over a Kappa Cannoneer as well.
Ooh.
And once that Kappa Cannoneer is in play, the Culling Ritual can't take care of that. So even if Grayson draws Ritual, on a future turn after that, Andrew will still get to keep the Kappa Cannoneer in play. And there's 4 munitions in play. A 5th's going to come along with the Kappa Cannoneer. That's 10 damage. So
I think we did draw the Culling Ritual as well.
did he?
It's either the Culling Ritual
Okay.
or the Bounty Hunters, which we haven't even spoke about yet. But it's definitely
it's a gold
card. Yeah, it's a gold card.
You're right. I did see a gold card. I couldn't quite tell what it was, though.
So we're going to play the Soul Cauldron. It's just so we don't die from the Cannoneer in the graveyard.
Yeah, the Soul Cauldron is good against the Emery. So actually, if Grayson did draw the Ritual, which I think that is a ritual.
I think it is.
Now this kind of works out because Grayson can now go Cauldron the Kappa Cannoneer if Andrew goes to cast it, and then now your Ritual, if you draw a land next turn, actually is a lot more impactful because then Andrew will have nothing left over. Sure, you take, he's probably going to take 8 or 10 damage, but as long as it's not lethal, Andrew's going to have no board. He's going to have 1 land in play.
It's going to draw multiple cards for the turn because did crack that Mishra's Bauble. That's what we see in the graveyard there at the top of it. So
I guess he'll still get to keep the Emery, so he can rebuild slightly. But yeah, this game's going to come down to whether or not Grayson can find an untapped land next turn, and also it can't be Dryad Arbor.
Can we try and exile the Bauble from the graveyard?
Yeah, I think whenever he targets Grayson's just going to call.
I was about to say, is there any reason to not take out whatever he's targeting?
I don't think so, because the Cauldron's not really doing that much. Like, if Grayson had a creature in play and wanted to maybe hold the Cauldron to put a counter on one of his creatures, maybe he could argue like that could be a reason to not do it. But without a creature in play, I guess the reason is you could gain 2 life off of Insight, where if you let Andrew have the Bauble, you can target one of your own creatures to gain 2. But it sort of is the same thing because if you let Andrew have the Bauble, he's going to have an extra munitions.
Did not find the land. Also, Andrew went shock land, untapped, pass.
Oh, actually, Andrew baubled on the previous turn. So I think Andrew actually knows about the ritual.
I don't think
I didn't realize that. Okay. Well, just because he knows about it doesn't mean that there's anything he can do about it.
That is true, but then there's not like he's got cards he can deploy this turn, but none of them are really going to do anything. We're just throwing cards out for the sake of cards here. We've got, I guess, you just got to tap the top of the deck in hope again.
He can go for a halfling this turn. So
Right.
I guess there's a line. He can go for a halfling. Andrew sacrifices one of the munitions to the claws, deals 2 damage. Grayson can eat a creature with the Cauldron and make it a 2/3, but then Andrew can just sacrifice a second munitions. He's going to go for a ballista here.
Yeah, this is interesting. So ballista for 0, so then it dies. And then the follow-up is going to be Green Sun Zenith for 1. And this is what I was looking at. I was looking at the deck. What can we get for up to 2, potentially? We could have got an Outland. Potentially could have got a Scavenging Ooze if that came in at the sideboard. Other than that, there's a Cub.
Well, I think Grayson's trying to set up the combo here, right? Grayson's trying to go for get the Young Wolf, but Andrew can break that up because he has the Crypt. So Grayson can't go for it proactively. He basically has to wait until Andrew uses the Crypt. Kind of a bit of a weird timing here. Sort of like we're just playing a cat and mouse game here. Who blinks first?
But then do you not just go like Emery to the Cannoneer? He's forced to exile it, and then we pop it.
Well, I think Grayson might just let him have the Cannoneer.
Ooh.
I think that's Grayson's plan. Because I think Grayson is sort of recognized that's his only way to win.
And well, just hope that we rip like a Force of Vigor.
The sink into Stupor on the Cauldron end step. That's huge because this is going to force action. So now Grayson's in a spot where if he uses the Cauldron on the Ballista, Andrew responds with the Crypt. If he doesn't, then the Cauldron's not in play, so Andrew just has free reign to go. You could even Crypt main phase before the Cauldron comes down, get the Kappa Cannoneer back. So yeah, him being able to bounce the Cauldron here is a huge, huge swing for Andrew.
This is going to be an absolute uphill battle, I think, for Grayson to get back into this. But he's going to think about it. So this is important. Like, do we take out the Cannoneer here to stop potentially the game ending sooner, but make it harder for us? Or do we let Andrew have that next turn and hope that we tap the top of our deck, rip a land, the land somehow, we play the Cunning Ritual, get rid of the whole board, leave him with the Cannoneer, and then for the rest of the game, we can use one Young Wolf to potentially block this Cannoneer, and it will never get unblockable because that's not what happens with it. Like what's the plus and negatives here?
I'm not even sure if exiling the Kappa Cannoneer really even changes the clock, because he has weapons manufacturing and a bunch of munitions with the explosives already there. So I think that Grayson, I mean, I guess targeting his own ballista kind of doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it forces the issue on the Tormod's crypt, but yeah, I don't know. I think that the Kappa Cannoneer, we're getting to the point where the Kappa doesn't. I don't know how much the Kappa changes. I guess it depends on how many extra artifacts that Andrew can cast.
We haven't even spoke about the Emery just getting back Tormod's crypt every turn stuff
That too.
either. That's
Yeah.
pretty bad.
All right, so Grayson's going to exile. I think he targeted the ballista. Andrew crypted in response, so Grayson did gain 2 life off of the insight, but now has not really much left, right? Young Wolf in play, Cauldron in a hand, but no more ballista. I mean, he has the ritual, but still really just needs to find land force so badly. And we'll have to see. I don't know if Andrew has a counterspell in hand, like a Metallic Rebuke or something.
So it's going to target. It looks like the Cannoneer here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Remember, because it does have is it affinity? Is that the mechanic they typed on that card?
Improvise.
Improvise. This card is incredible. If you haven't seen this card and you've been laying under a rock, ladies and gentlemen, it's one of the more newer additions, I'd say, to Affinity over the years. It's a little old now, but it is still quite new. But it's an absolute powerhouse. This huge turtle warrior, which can come down as early as turn 1 these days, and of course is a 4/4. Realistically, a 5/5 when it enters the battlefield with Ward 4, so extremely hard to get off the board in those early turns.
Also, more importantly, Will, mana value 6. So now Andrew's at a point where he has a pile of munitions in play, a 6 mana creature that has Ward 4. So even if Grayson draws land this turn, which he didn't, to cast the Culling Ritual, I believe it would just be lethal because he would take 10 off the munitions, go to 8, and then the Kappa Cannoneer would be an 8/8. So
we drew the Outland Liberator.
A little late to the party on that one.
Very late to the party. And as you said, because the 2 mana's left open, there's no good, window to fire at the engineered explosives here. So I think we're going to be going to a game 3 momentarily. Just Grayson's not one to he's going to go for every single option.
Yeah, I think Grayson's trying to think at this point is like, how can I survive one more turn? I guess he can deploy. Like he can go Outland Liberator and then pop the weapons manufacturing, but at that point it would not be enough because Andrew has 5 munitions. Yeah. That's with the explosives, puts Grayson's down to 8, and then the Kappa Cannoneer is still lethal. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a way that Grayson can survive a turn.
Maybe trying to get a little bit of information here of Andrew. Like, have you kept your counter magic in? Have you brought anything in? Trying to just play some of these out to see what happens. Now he's going to go. He's like, yeah, sure. These all resolve. That's great.
Yeah, as long as Andrew can put an artifact onto the battlefield for the Kappa Cannoneer, which he definitely can. Well, I guess maybe not, because the Cauldron can stop the Emery.
That's what I mean. I think that's what he's kind of come to the decision of. You have nothing. If you have a Stone Cold Blanks in hand, I potentially can get another turn. I don't know if that's even good enough through, we're well past the land Culling Ritual turn here. Like that, we just end killing ourselves at that point. So,
yeah. Well, I guess so. It would be assuming that Andrew draws nothing, right? There's you can chump block with the Young Wolf on Kappa Cannoneer, which will give Grayson 2 more life because when it comes back, it'll trigger the Dredger's Insights once more. So that would potentially get him, out of munitions range.
The Culling Ritual as well is a double-sided one. It's not like it's just a one-sided wrath here in this place. It will also take out the Dredger's Insight and the Young Wolf, the Delighted Halfling. Yeah, literally everything.
The only two permanents that survive are both on Andrew's side.
I think are we still in Grayson's end step here?
I am not sure.
I think
I think Andrew's
are.
thinking about what to do with these munitions. Potentially sacrificing some of them to the claws end of turn. We're going to pick off the young wolf.
The young wolf
Interesting.
does have undying, so if that triggers and does come back, another 2 life will be gained.
Yeah.
Grayson remembers the triggers. It's going to get a +1/+1 counter on it this time, though.
So I think Andrew is trying to kill the young wolf. Oh, okay. I know why he's doing this. So he's doing this to bait Grayson into using the cauldron so that then his Emery will actually be able to make the Kappa unblockable. I think that's what's happening. You see Grayson just let the young wolf die.
Yeah, I agree. And it's one of those awkward things. It's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
No, there is no creature. That's what it is, because Grayson's graveyard is gone, and Andrew, I don't believe, has a creature in graveyard, so couldn't even save it if he wanted to.
Andrew, I think you're another Cannoneer. Which is
That's an artifact.
That is definitely an artifact that we can also deploy this turn, which would make the current one 10? Question mark?
Yeah, it would be 2 more because we would get 1 from the Kappa entering and then 1 from the munitions.
And then we've got
So
2 mana left up as well. Yeah, it's just game.
Will be 10 plus 4 munitions. That's only 18, right?
1, 2, 2. Yeah. Well, we still got Emery as well. Emery can bring back the Torment Script from the graveyard to make the
No, because the Cauldron.
Oh, yeah.
So the Cauldron does technically buy Grayson a turn. Again, with the second Kappa, I don't know what outs there is, because even if Grayson does draw untap land for the Culling Ritual, now there's 2 Kappas in play. So I don't know if Grayson has an out, but I mean, if there's a way out of this, Grayson's going to find it.
So it breaks the canopy at the top of our screens up to 10 power now. Of course, unblockable as well, because it needed a little bit more text on that card.
Yeah, why not? Ward 4, unblockable,
This is like my bugbear card in Modern at the minute. I lose to this card so much. Like,
it's a good card.
It really is. And nothing like the decks I enjoy playing just don't have answers to this. It's just like, oh, you've got it. Great. Okay, cool.
Well, to be fair, Will, not many people do have an answer to it.
And I think maybe I'm just putting the majority here instead of the minority of it. Andrew in the tank, what's he thinking about now? Is he trying to think, have I got lethal? Can I push a lethal? Do I go for it now?
I think Andrew is thinking about, at this point, how can I possibly lose this game? Because it seems maybe he's trying to find a way that Grayson can use the Cauldron before he taps the Emery. I think that's the plan, because 1 more artifact would be lethal. But yeah, I mean, if he taps the Emery, Grayson's presumably just going to use the Cauldron here. Yeah, as we see, that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, I think Andrew is just kind of trying to see if he could. Is there a way that I can get Grayson to use this Cauldron before tapping the Emery? And I think identified there is not a way.
Of course,
but again, I also don't think there's a way that he can ever die next turn.
Is there a way he can? Okay, because that's what he's thinking about right now, right? It's like, how can I die next turn? And I think it's something along the lines of, if there's a Walking Blister in hand and he draws a Young Wolf, or he has a combination of those 2 cards, he can have infinite life. That's a Young Wolf.
Okay, but can't.
Green.
Actually, wait a minute. Now that Andrew, oh no, he doesn't have the Ballista. Never mind. Okay, I was gonna say, if Grayson had a Ballista, had Young Wolf and Ballista, Andrew only has 1 mana available, so can't double activate off of the Claws of Gix. So does not have the ability, wouldn't have the ability to shoot the Young Wolf twice. I think what Andrew was thinking about, remember, because the culling ritual is, I believe, known to Andrew from the Mishra's Bauble. So I think Andrew was kind of thinking, tanking last turn, is it worth killing the halfling to keep him off ritual?
Yeah, that's not gonna be it. It's crazy that Grayson even had an out at that point in the matchup.
It is, right?
It is absolutely mental. And then maybe I need to look back at this Yawgmoth deck a little bit closer. But We're going to have a look at the players now. So, of course, trying to qualify for this event this weekend is very prestigious. Only 24 players were able to do it across 15 events over 7 different weekends throughout 2025 led us to this point here. And talk to me about this man that we see on the screen right now, Doom.
I mean, what else can be said about Grayson? He basically did everything he possibly could this year. Put up an amazing performance the very first weekend with the back-to-back, and really just kind of never looked back. Was in the lead for the Player of the Year race the entire time. And just 2025 MVP. Just what an absolute performance from Grayson.
That's what I like about him, and just his mentality on it. It was like, okay, I'm already qualified. Sure, I've done the habit. He was like, no, I want the MVP slot, and that's all he said throughout the whole year. I'm coming to every event. I'm giving it my all. I want that MVP slot, and to see that him achieve that dream, achieve the 2025 MVP slot is so hard to do. But he was able to pull ahead and do that. But to get into the top 8 and go that one step closer, he does need to win this game 3 against arguably one of the best players in the room in Andrew. Talk to me about him.
Yeah, Andrew, former Pro Tour champion. I believe he won. It was the White Weenie deck. I can't remember exactly the contents, but I know it was a White Weenie deck.
Quick Google.
And what?
I'm going to Google it.
Okay, you're going to Google it. Yeah, I mean, so as far as the NRG series, 9 events played, 3 top 8s. Best finish was the team showdown win with Greg and I don't remember the third teammate, but anyways, the qualified via the June team showdown winner. So yeah, Andrew Ellenbogen, fantastic player, Pro Tour champion in his own right, and it was Matt Sicking Johnson. That's who it was. Okay, thank you, coverage.
Guilds of Ravnica is the Pro Tour.
Guilds of Ravnica,
2018.
Did he have History of Benalia in his deck? I don't remember.
Now you're asking too much. I'm not
I thought
Google
you were
your
pulling up the deck list. Okay.
No. I'm just
I kind of want to pull it up now.
Just trying to get the key facts. Defeating LSV. Was that the one where LSV did the pen trick? Was it that Pro Tour?
It may have been.
It might, because if that's the White Weenie one, that is right. The set of the wreckage. Oh, that was a good one. I recommend everyone goes and check that. That's one of my top 5 highlights in Magic the Gathering live coverage of all time. But let's see if we can get one more this weekend as we move into game number 3 here, round number 12. Winning in for both of these players, Pro Tour champion versus MVP of the year. We're going to see Grayson on the play with my beloved Yawgmoth deck. Exactly where we want to be, because I'm going to get those early mana accelerants out and potentially combo off that one turn sooner. And I do need to see if this card is good. I haven't seen it yet, Doom. I haven't seen it. In
case you're wondering, Will, 4 copies of History of Benalia in Andrew's deck. So
I was wondering as well. I was really worried about it. So appreciate it, my friend.
But yeah, the Badgermill Cub, Grayson's made the Cub look really good this weekend. Every single time, I mean, I guess we haven't really seen it in this game, but the match that we saw on camera yesterday was Grayson just kind of making that card look fantastic. I think this specific build of Yawgmoth 2, because it has 4 copies of Cauldron, really values the 1/1 counter on the land that the Badgermill Cub provides, and it just offers so much more flexibility in that regard.
I think I'm also like trying to justify to myself that it's not worth me spying them because they're a little hot right now. That card,
a little pricey.
I don't, as well as we obviously get funded for this gig, but
well, Will, I don't know if you know this, but you can probably go to NRG.com and you can go to their website and purchase them from the store.
Oh, if you want to tell me what the shipping is to the UK, we'll do it. By the way, what 4-card hit? Double Cauldron, Cub, and the Grist. Gee, we've already got Cauldron in hand, so I don't think we're picking one of those.
Yeah, it doesn't need a third one.
We've got the
with the Cauldron in the graveyard, you kind of want with the Cauldron in hand, you kind of want the Grist in the graveyard. So Grayson may be thinking about, I guess, debating on whether or not he wants a backup Cauldron as opposed to the Cub. That's sort of the decision here. So he's going to go for the Cub.
I think we're down mana. I think that's the issue with the hand, which Cub is actually going to be good with, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is now that you are you're basically telling Andrew, like, hey, I have a Cauldron in hand. There's a Grist in the graveyard, and 2 of them hit the, off of 2 of them revealed. It's kind of maybe signifies to Andrew that there is already a Cauldron in hand for Grayson.
How many tokens do we have as double MOC coming down turn 2? Oh my!
None.
Force of Vigor coming out of nowhere. Exile that green card. Destroy 2 target artifacts. Boom, boom.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Force is good here, but I mean, Andrew still has 4 artifacts and 2 lands. That's still enough mana to cast Kappa Cannoneer next turn through a Force of Vigor, which is kind of insane.
Gives us another turn though, and as I say, I think the mana is our issue right now. I think we'd have the win on board if we had enough land. We don't know, but so it means we're going to go digging. We also pick the Walking Ballista in the graveyard here. This is great. I think we take the land. We do. Have we got a 1-drop to play? Do we deploy the Young Wolf from this?
Most likely, and it's really going to come down to, can Andrew find a copy of Tormod's Crypt? There is a Kappa Cannoneer in hand. But yeah, I mean, this game comes down to the top of Andrew's deck. If there's a Tormod's Crypt there, I think Andrew is in the driver's seat. But if there's no Tormod's Crypt found in the next turn or two, Grayson can likely get to a lethal sequence here with the Cauldron in hand as well as the Young Wolf.
Some counter magic would help here as well. Remember, if you can stop the Cauldron resolving, would also stop that issue. But we've currently got the land, we've got the enchantment, we've got the creature. We are just missing the Cauldron, and 2 did get milled. Andrew saw that, and they were not selected from Grayson, so has to think,
Right.
it says this is not looking good for me. How can I answer this?
Yeah, if you're in Andrew's seat, seeing the 2 Cauldrons milled and Grayson not taking them, you have to assume there's a copy of Cauldron in Grayson's hand, especially with the Grist hitting the graveyard. So Andrew is certainly, contemplating that. What can I do if Grayson has a Cauldron? And, for example, if Andrew was going to say maybe tap out for something like a Kappa Cannoneer, I think I saw a copy of Thoughtcast in Andrew's hand. He might actually just do that instead, even if it means not casting the Kappa Cannoneer, because he has to maybe assume that the Kappa's not good enough. If he taps out for Kappa, he's probably just going to die this turn.
Here's a 3rd emissary. Then we're going to play the Opal. That's going to generate another drone. But now what? Now what do we do? I feel like you have to bait, like say that you've got some counter magic here. If you tap out,
You can't tap out.
you just can't do it.
Even if he has nothing, he still has to basically say, hey, Grayson, you don't want to go for it. I have some mana. But it's also in Grayson's spot. Look at this battlefield, right? Grayson's in a position where, okay, even if I assume you have something, can I afford to wait? Because Grayson's just on a 2-turn clock anyways. Yeah. So Grayson may not be he may not be able to afford to wait and might just slam it anyways.
Passing the turn back. Didn't get a good look at what that was off the top. It's going to
show
the Cauldron. Question mark. This for the top 8.
Does Andrew have the counter spell? Oh, he does.
He does have the counter spell. That's huge.
Oh, goodness.
And of course, that's the 3rd copy. So there's only 1 more left in the deck here for Grayson. That's going to be huge. And then he pops the ball afterwards to look at that top card. Passes the turn back. That went from game winning to game losing straight away. Now we're going to have 9 power on the board. 2-turn clock, as you said.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the decision that Grayson made on turn 2, basically, right? Had the ability to take an extra copy of Cauldron, decided to take the Badger Mole Cub instead, and that one of Grayson's last cards in hand is still that Cub. At this point in the game, he would much rather have a second Cauldron than that Cub.
Let's have a look. I think we've got Walking Ballista in hand plus Cub for Grayson. Is there a way of turning this on? So do we block? Are we allowed to block here? This is going to be
probably not going to be allowed to block. Yeah, because there's 3 mana for the Pinnacle Emissary. So this is it. Does Grayson find the 4th copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron?
Tap top of your deck and flip it. Tap top of your deck and flip it. It was a basic forest.
Oh my god, he had the 4th Cauldron!
No way. No way.
He actually had the 4th Cauldron.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Well, I guess that explains why he didn't take the second one if he just already had the 4th one in his hand.
Oh my god, gets the handshake, raises his hands. Congratulations, Jason. I don't even know what to say. Okay, I'm back on it. I'm back on the Yagwolf train. That is a great performance. That is absolute theatre for you all at home. I hope you've enjoyed that. We now know 1 more player into today's top 8, and it is our 2025 MVP. Sorry, I need to see that again. Production. Are we going to? Is that the end of that round, or have we got a backup feature match? I'm still like, I can't believe what we just seen. That was crazy.
I had an unbelievable performance. I don't exactly know when Grayson had the fourth cauldron, if it was
I didn't
in
see
his
it.
hand earlier on when he saw the other two, but in any case, beautiful performance. Oh, we get a replay.
We're
Okay.
running
I
it
didn't
back.
actually know we get the replay, but
We'll just be like, here it is, boom, slamming it down. This is what it looks like. I'm all about it. Let's play it back to the people. Huge, of course.
maybe a slow-mo. This
just
is like
for-
where you do the John Madden thing and you start writing on the screen. Like,
Can you maybe like people don't know what the combo is? Just quickly while we kind of set up, if we've got another matchup or if we're ending this round, talk to me. What is the actual combo? How does he win from that situation? Why did he get the handshake?
Cauldron or Ballista under Cauldron with the Young Wolf, and that allows you to ping the Young Wolf infinite times. It comes back, it gains you infinite life with the Insight, and then he also had the land, the Spymaster's Vault as well. So infinite death triggers, draw your whole deck, put counters, and then that's it.
And just throw all those counters to the face and take your invite into the top 8. But that is the end of round number 12, which means next time with this channel is going to be coming back to momentarily is going to be for that top 8, which is going to be a draft. So if you're into that and you want to see who is going to get crowned, you need to stay around for it. Doom, this is it, the end of 2025 between me and you, my friend. Obviously, we're going to come back next year, even stronger.
Next week, whoa.
Well, I like this job. Maybe we could do it next week, but I'll speak to Norm. But have you got any last words out there? Do you want to thank anybody before we head off?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to NRG for having me on the series. As always, it's been a blast. It's been a great year, and look forward to another good one next year.
And that we will. Again, I'm going to thank NRG, thank Norm, all the team behind that. You all don't get to actually see the people that put in on these events. So please, if you're enjoying these, you need to hit those follow buttons. You need to follow on the socials, because that's how these channels grow, and that's how we can produce these every single year for you all at home. And maybe even some of you want to take part in it soon, because there is going to be some collaborations with Magic Online, which we had at the end of this year. So maybe we're going a bit more international, which is what I like to hear. I need to thank you, Doom, as ever, for carrying me throughout the whole of 2025, and Mason. Between both of you, you've got some big old shoulders, because I'm a big old lump to carry through. But I need to thank chat, because if it wasn't for chat, it'd just be me and you talking. But they make this all more entertaining for us all. So from me, from Doom, from the rest of the team, that's the end of the Swiss. We're going to pass it back to the next set of casters. They're going to see you out for the end of the 2025 Invitational. Good night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Champs. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam. And Ross, we're here today to commentate the top 8 of champs. We're going to see who is going to be our winner of our $35,000 championship event going on here today, with an invite to the Pro Tour and next year's champs all on the line. Ross, with that underway, let's check out our top 8 and see which players are here and who's battling who, as they have finished drafting. And so we'll be heading into our feature match area very, very soon.
Unsurprisingly, with such a stacked field, we have a stacked top 8, a ton of big names from the NRG series that you can see here. Looking forward to some great Magic.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them here that I'm very excited. I mean, look at Grayson versus Garrick, 2 of our MVPs in past races, both hanging out over there. Jesse Hampton, I mean, you know, it's tough with Andrew Ellenbogen in your top 8 when it comes to accomplished Magic players, right? Andrew's a Pro Tour champion. There's a lot going on there. Jesse Hampton really been doing great, you know, for a while now. Really strong limited player as well. Won our Magic Online event, our very first one of those to make it here to champ. So we're seeing that happen. Nathaniel versus Andrew is going to be another great matchup. And we're going to follow Casey Ryback versus Ryan Hayes for our first match in the top 8. We're going to get you some modern action. But before we go into that, we are going to take a quick look at the prize pool and sort of show what these players are playing for today. First place is $10,000, the Pro Tour invite and the 2026 Champs invite. That's right. If you win Champs this year, you come back next year. You can just keep running it back for the rest of time. Second place, $5,000. Third and fourth place, $2,500. Fifth through eighth, all get a nice grand. And 9th through 28th, all get $400 plus $50 for every win they got in the Swiss. Obviously, we are down to our top 8. That's all that's left here today. But speaking of all that's left, Ross, is us to commentate some Magic the Gathering action here. So we're going to get down to our feature match area and see which of these players are going to be walking away with all of these prizes here today.
Yeah, so we have in the feature match area, we're going to be watching Casey Ryback and Ryan Hayes. This is 2 players that have landed on Modern in our unique structure for the single elimination rounds, and it's going to be an Esper Goryo's mirror.
Yes. So before we dive into the Esper Mirror, just as a reminder for those at home, the way it works is when we hit the finals, we're going to be playing limited, modern, and standard. Excuse me. It's going to be best of 3 matches with each format. So theoretically, let's say you win limited and standard, you don't play modern, right? But it's going to be 2 out of 3 matches. In the top 8, players eliminate down to 1 format to be played. These players have landed on modern. Now, Ross, let's talk about this Esper Goryo's deck, because I mean, going into Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, my bad there. This deck kind of, I think, surprised some players who maybe weren't in the know. And for a lot of players, this was kind of the move because of decks like Belcher, etc. Maybe some energy expecting to be the more popular deck. And then didn't do very much. We saw Jeskai Blink kind of overtake in that fair plan. But here this weekend, players brought Esper Goryo's in a pretty high number. And we see 2 of them in our finals. Or excuse me, our top 8.
Yeah, they're 2 of 4, actually. There are 4 total Esper Goryo's players in this top 8. There were 6 in the field, tied for the most played deck with Affinity. So, yeah, showed up in force, it was a little bit surprising to me yesterday when I first saw the metagame, because it wasn't something that was at the forefront of my mind. But after having a day to think about it, I think the reasoning makes a lot of sense, because as you said, it was the rise of the Blink decks, particularly Jeskai Blink, that pushed Esper Goryo's out. Those decks were powerful enough to contend with the mid-range plan while still having good ways to disrupt the Reanimator plan. And the reason the Esper Goryo's was relatively highly played at the Pro Tour was to help feast on Boros Energy. Esper Goryo's, at least as a perceived good matchup against Boros Energy. So that's why a lot of players picked it up for that tournament, because everyone knew Boros was going to be popular. But in recent weeks, Boros has returned to those levels of popularity. There were 5 in this field. It was the 3rd most played deck. So I think we saw a lot of players pick up Esper Goryo's, anticipating seeing more Boros than we've seen over the last month or 2, since that deck has picked up again recently. And a lot of them were rewarded for that choice.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, right? When you're in this 24-player field, you have a little bit of an idea, right? You might be like, okay, this player plays this kind of deck a lot. Maybe they'll pivot, but are they really going to pivot, with $35,000 in prizes going on the weekend? I don't know. And that's one of the interesting things about playing in these sort of small pool player tournaments, where you also know a lot of these players from playing with and against them all year long. As it does look like Ryan has kept a 6 here, and we see Casey go Surveyor Land, keep it on top, and then a pass the turn to Ryan with Polluted Delta, pass the turn back.
Yeah, I can speak from experience, Mason, that having played some of these small events, the event that I did better and was happy with my choices was the event where I stuck with the decks that I knew and were playing all season. When I tried to pivot and get a little fancy, I ended up regretting my decisions quite a bit. That said, there are players that have pivoted, played off meta decks, and if you hit it right, then you can get really rewarded. So it's a high risk, high reward choice. Typically, I'm a little bit more risk averse, and I think most players are as well. So you stick with the decks that that are reasonably powerful, and that insulates you to some degree from having a bad metagame call, because in a small field, your bad metagame calls get really heavily punished.
They really do. Speaking of punished, here's a Psychic Frog from Casey Ryback. If this doesn't get answered or checked in its own way, this could be incredibly punishing. Looks like Ryan Hayes does have a Prismatic Ending, but has his own 2 copies of Psychic Frog. Looks like we're in the lead on a Solitude.
Yeah, so wants to gain the tempo advantage here. So Brian is willing to give up a Prismatic Ending in order to land his Psychic Frog in addition to answering Casey's. And that's a play that, again, is high risk, high reward. If Casey doesn't have an answer to this frog, Ryan immediately recoups that card. But now it gets answered, and now Ryan is down a card.
Yeah. Ryan does have a Psychic Frog and a Quantum Riddler left in hand. Those are 2 cards that are very good when you're coming down. But looks like he picked up another Quantum Riddler in hand. Casey Ryback's going to take a fetch here. So looks like Hayes' hand is a little riddled up at the moment.
And what it doesn't have is a 3rd land. And that's going to keep him from getting to a low enough hand size to where Quantum Riddler helps recoup some of the lost card advantage from the Solitude. That said, if Ryan really wanted to, he could pitch cards to the Psychic Frog and make sure the Quantum Riddler draws extra cards. But that's not coming out ahead, overall. You're sacrificing a card to draw an extra one.
Yeah. And you can see how much too, Ryan really values getting this frog going. Because like you mentioned, we could have just Prismatic Ending to pass the turn, right? Had some extra, cards in hand with the Solitude, be able to pitch that answer a future thing. Casey also, seems to be really valuing the Psychic Frog as well. Can't quite get a great look at Casey's hand at the moment, but immediately sort of, without even thinking about it, was like, okay, Prismatic getting that Frog, that's a clean, easy play. So there's a card both players are valuing a whole lot. It makes a lot of sense. It's a great threat on its own and enables some of the Goryo's draws. As it looks like Riddler is going to come down for Casey. We'll have to see if he has Ephemerate in order to keep it around.
When you're playing a mirror match like this, there's a very easy mnemonic that you can keep in mind, and it's answer the cards that you're mad when your opponents usually answer them against you.
Yeah.
For both of these players, I think they're very happy when their Psychic Frogs live, so you need to answer your opponents.
Yeah, interesting spot here. So Hayes did pick up a land for turn. So Faithful Mending, double Riddler in hand. We're going to play a Riddler. Let's see if he wants to discard anything with the trick on the stack. Looks like he is going to discard that Faithful Mending. That's a great one to discard. Draw 2 from the Riddler. Psychic Frog up to a 2/3. Pick up a land and a consign. That's going to allow us to keep our Riddler around if we want. Ryan might also discard some more cards to draw some extra cards off the Psychic Frog.
You could consign, or I guess it's not going to work like Ephemerate, so you can't consign before Psychic Frog connects.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect Psychic Frog will just come across because the consign also protects this frog from a Solitude, if that's something Ryan is worried about. I think at this point, the Solitude is likely not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it was a Solitude in hand from Casey, it would be a very, very respectful trying to get sneaky with it one, right? Letting that Quantum Riddler draw that extra card is, hard value to pass up on the Solitude. Looks like Hayes is responding with the trigger on the stack. So chose to make sure to get the Frog connected, miss a little bit of damage, draws 2 cards, draws Island Consign. All right. Well, I was curious how good pitching the consign there was going to be. And it turns out, maybe it was right as we draw another one.
I mean, his hand is essentially the same as it was before, but he has 2 extra cards in the graveyard to jump Frog if he wants to. He also has 2 counters on the Frog. It's bigger. So he still has come out ahead in the exchange. The interesting decision here is Ryan decided to keep the consign in hand rather than keep the Quantum Riddler in play. So he is trying to play around a top deck Solitude from his opponent.
Yeah. Casey going for a fetch, has 5 mana, has that Riddler into the Warp Zone up there on the top of your screen.
Yeah. The consign also potentially counters an Atraxa trigger if Casey's able to assemble something like Faithful Mending into Goryo's Vengeance. Could counter this Riddler trigger, but that is a low value, just a card for a card.
Yeah. This makes a lot of sense here from Brian. Ryan's someone really been making a name for himself here the last 2 or 3 years. Played a couple pro tours, done very well on both our series and the Apex events. And here, trying to do a little bit better than last year. Also made an Invitational last year, but didn't quite go the distance. Looks like Quantum Riddler comes down. It sticks, and we're going to pitch a fetch land to the Psychic Frog to draw 2. Picked up Goryo's and I believe Teferi.
Those are good ones. I would be surprised if Ryan wants to discard 2 here to draw an extra one off of this Frog trigger.
Yeah, you have to wonder, what would you be wanting to discard? What are you wanting to draw, that you're willing to discard these cards for? And picks up, I think, another Goryo's there, so.
Second Goryo's is not ideal, but still a very solid hand here for Ryan, and his Frog is the dominant threat on the battlefield. It's both drawing more cards than Quantum Riddler and killing faster.
Yep. As Casey is going to draw. Casey has quite a large hand. I'm not quite able to see his hand on what the exact contexts are, but looking at the player cam, it looks like he has 4 or 5 cards. I have to imagine some of those are Atraxa type cards. Looks like
Prismatic Ending's a great start.
Yeah, that is a primo card. Now Casey's like, okay, there's nothing to protect the Frog. Not even an Ephemerate to, keep the Frog around. Let's get in with my Quantum Riddler. Knock Ryan down to 15. And it looks like it's going to be a pass of the turn.
Yeah. And there are only 2 Prismatic Endings in Casey Ryback's main deck, so he's drawn both of them for Ryan's Psychic Frogs. Very, very important. Now Ryan is getting punished for not using that consign to keep Quantum Riddler around. Your consign could have protected Frog from Solitude, and this is open deckless, so Ryan knows, there's 4 Solitudes left, only 1 Prismatic Ending. I'll play around the 4 rather than the 1, and unfortunately the 1 is what came up.
Yeah. Sometimes, that is life here. We're going to put in Atraxa off the Surveil. Well, that kind of makes up for all of it. We talked about double Goryo's not being great. It's looking pretty good here as we pick up a Hollow Fountain. Now, Ryan's
I
going to think
was
about
just about to say that losing the frog also means that he doesn't have a discard outlet for an Atraxa, but hitting it off Surveil means he doesn't need one.
Okay, so it looks like Hayes is going to pass the turn. I was curious if he was going to maybe, lead on it to Fairy 3, see if Casey wants to do anything. But instead, he's going to pass here, representing, Solitude, Goryo's, all this interaction here. Tainted Indulgence for Casey. We're going to sculpt our hand a little bit. Looks like Goryo's hits the
by that decision from Ryan to at least not play the Fairy. But he seemed to have a pretty good window to go for an Atraxa with 2 Goryos, and you have Consign to counter the Goryo's trigger if you don't find Ephemerate.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe Ryan's really valuing killing this Riddler in combat and wants to do it there, or potentially just, is looking to represent Solitude, make Casey hopefully overthink the situation. We could also, if you Goryos here, you have double Goryos, right? And there's not anything that can really stop it, the second one, from happening. Maybe it was Force Negation that Ryan was respecting here.
Here he's played into the Force if he goes for the Goryos on, I guess there was 3 mana up. He could have gone for it on Casey's end step when he tapped out for the Tainted Indulgence, and then forced the Force to get pitch cast.
Yeah. Looks like Ryan gonna wait now. We might see it to Fairy 3 here as sort of, okay, is there Force number 2 in hand? If not, this game swings heavily in my favor. Teferi 3 comes down. Casey with a little bit of a sigh there. Makes me curious. Here's a Spell Pierce. Very interesting moment here for Hayes. Do you keep this Teferi around, or do you try to force through this Atraxa?
That is a tough question. I think you got to go for the Goryos here. Your opponent's down 2 counter spells, unlikely to be another one. And there's just so much wrong that could happen if you make the value play and let Casey untap.
Yeah. You have to also imagine if you're Ryan, right, and there was a Force Negation, you probably get rid of the Teferi, right? Just hard do it right away. Your Spell Pierce would still beat a Goryos in that world. So Ryan, good job kind of deducing what could be going on there. Figures out he wants a land. Pretty smart decision there, especially since we have an Ephemerate here and a Consign in hand.
Yeah, Prismatic Ending, the only sorcery. I imagine Ephemerate will be the instant, and Ryan will be able to make his land drop, Ephemerate this Atraxa, get another trigger, have Solitude up for the Quantum Riddler, and he's looking to be in great shape.
Yeah.
Now, the Hallowed Fountain's already been fetched, so this can get the Godless Shrine as untapped white mana, because it is a Polluted Delta. It was the fetch, so can't get basic planes.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Great timing on this Solitude.
Yeah. That's going to catch this Atraxa down. And now Ryan does gain 7 life for his troubles, and Casey is at 1, so can no longer fetch in order to cast his own Atraxa if there is a green land available to him to have done that now. But yeah, it looks like Ryan's actually just going to go for the Solitude here, Solitude on the Riddler to prevent any sort of extra cards for Casey and pressure. And don't forget, Ryan played those Riddlers early in the game. They're still waiting in the Warp Zone to come down, and we have Consign to kind of back us up here. This game is far from over for both players.
Yeah, certainly Ryan is ahead because he's the one with Riddlers after all of this dust clears. But Casey, can set up a Goryos of his own on an Atraxa, and that will instantly put him back in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Casey passing the turn has Faithful Mending in the graveyard ×2. That does have flashback here. So we're representing mana while also representing the ability to set up that Atraxa, like you were talking about.
Not finding it immediately is a problem, though, because Ryan still has that Consign to Memory in hand. So the Consign can stop the first Atraxa trigger unless Casey already has a Consign or Ephemerate to keep it around. Then there's not much advantage to be gained.
All right. Looks like Ryan's going to do a Surveil right away with his fetch land. Going to put a Floodstrand in the graveyard.
Trying to find another one of those Atraxas with that second Goryos in hand, but doesn't high roll twice.
Does draw a Psychic Frog here off the Riddler. If the game stays as Esper mid-range soup and there's not much Atraxing going on, that'll be great. But like you said, if Casey's able to set up, Atraxa Ephemerate without even the Atraxa trigger, it's going to be hard here for Hayes. As it looks like Solitude plus Polluted Delta goes to the graveyard. Casey thinks he has better ones than Solitude in hand.
Yeah, that's scary if you're Ryan Hayes. In his mind, Solitude is one of the cards he's worried about, or at least somewhat concerned. Even if Ryan blows the consign to stop the first trigger, a Solitude Hardcast could stick around and get ephemerated. One Ephemerate will then trade with both of these Quantum Riddlers that Ryan has.
Yeah, and Ryan going for another Faithful Mending. Gonna discard Thoughtseize and I believe an Ephemerate. Looks like we're gonna play a Psychic Frog.
But there's not many cards in hand, so the Frog gets trumped on this battlefield by Quantum Riddler.
Definitely. I believe Grizzlebrand, the draw there for Hayes.
Yeah, and previously drew Frog, so this is pretty easy. Frog, discard Grizzlebrand, Goryo's this, and yeah.
Yeah, and Casey goes, enough is enough. I will pick it up. My Esper mid-range draw was not able to stop this Goryo's. And you see there, even on a Molt for 6 for Ryan on the draw, able to come back there. This Esper matchup can be kind of wild. Let's check out these players' this exact 75 and see exactly what they have available to them for this weekend here. Ross, we have Ashiok, a Dreamrender, Teferi, Time Raveler, 3 Consigned Memories, 1 March of the Light, 1 Thoughtseize, 1 Celestial Purge, 1 Pest Control, 2 Wrath of the Skies, 3 Mystical Dispute, and a Nihil Spellbomb. What do you like and why?
So the cards that I think are definitely coming in are Nihil Spellbomb and Teferi Time Raveler. The Spellbomb, is obviously going to be important at stopping your opponent's Goryo shenanigans. Teferi is a card that plays really well in these decks, slowing down and resetting Psychic Frogs, stopping, Ephemerate shenanigans with Solitude, stopping Rebound Ephemerate, stopping your opponent from interacting with your Goryos. It just makes playing the game a lot easier. So those two I like a lot. From there, it becomes, there's a lot of cards that you could bring in. Ashiok is okay graveyard hate, but pretty slow. Mystical Dispute doesn't have a ton of targets in the matchup, but the targets it does have are excellent. Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler. I expect some number of those to come in, but maybe not all 3. I think Thoughtseize is a reasonable card to have in the deck, even if it's a bit of a liability going long. You can always pitch it to a Faithful Mending, but I think it's great early. Celestial Purge is a great answer to early Psychic Frogs, which we saw be very important. Can also potentially answer an Atraxa or a Grizzlebrand later in the game. And then Consigned Memory is likely better than some number of the Ephemerates because it also plays defense. Stopping your opponent's Solitude and Atraxa triggers, I think, is also important. So players will have to make a determination as to exactly what split they want on Ephemerate and Consign. They don't want to be 4 or 0 either way. You want to have some mix of those.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Let's check out Ryan Hayes's 75 and see if there is much difference. Remember, this is a Esper Goryo's mirror, but I don't believe these players worked together for this event. And even if they did, they at least came to different decisions on their 75. As we have 2 Ashioks, 1 Consign on the sideboard, 1 March for the Red Light, 1 Surgical Extraction, 2 Thoughtseize, 3 Wrath, 1 Force Negation, 3 Mystical Disputes, and a Ghost Vacuum. So a lot of similar pieces, but some slight differences that might play out pretty big. How do you feel like these differences play out in the mirror match?
So Ryan has 1 more piece of really effective graveyard hate. Instead of 1 Nihil Spellbomb, he has a Ghost Vacuum and a Surgical Extraction. Those are both excellent and will come in. So on that axis, it's slight edge to Ryan. He has a little bit less of the mid-rangey stuff, still has the disputes, has some Thoughtseizes, not as much of the reasonable removal, but he can just bring in March of Otherworldly Light if he wants more early removal for Psychic Frog. So overall, I would say slight edge to Ryan for having a better sideboard for the mirror. And you see he also has 2 Teferis in the main deck, so no need for additional copies of that in the sideboard. So yeah, slight edge, but nothing huge.
That makes sense. How does that feel to you, especially with this event being open deck list, right? So when you're playing this deck like Esper Goryos, I think you often kind of move your kind of Goryos-y parts of your deck around, right? Like, are you full on it? Are you lower? In an open deck list environment, if you're Casey and you see Ryan 75, what would be your initial gut reaction? Do you think you would try to play the game a bit more in the Esper Goryos-y camp, or more like, I'm going to be Esper mid-range, and if I end up doing the Atraxa thing, I'll be pretty happy?
I think both players will end up moving a little bit away from the Goryo's plan because your opponents are naturally going to be more prepared for it. But the Goryo's plan is the combo that goes over the top of this mid-range attrition fight. So you don't want to go completely away from it because you want to have access to that as a card that or a combo that either slams the door because it puts you way too far ahead or can catch you back up if you fall behind. But you don't want to be, as devoted to it as you are in game one. You can likely cut the Gristle brand. Maybe you can trim a Goryo's. Probably not further than that, though. I think you would want at least 7 of your cards. Maybe you go down to 3 Attracts or 3 Goryo's. 6 is probably the bare minimum. But somewhere between 6 and 8 total of those cards, and cutting the Gristle brand is where I expect our players to be after sideboarding.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, now that we're done sideboarding, I expect to see some great magic here in our feature match areas. Let's go down as these players are looking at their first hands here. Looks like Ryan's got a couple lands, a Surgical Extraction, it's a Fairy Time Raveler, Quantum Riddler. Casey keeps his secrets to the chest, so I won't know what that's going on over there, as we are going to get a Surveil land for Ryan. Bin of March. Casey with the fetch. I assume a Surveil land. We'll have to see.
Very good hand here for Ryan on the draw. Doesn't have anything proactive, but it's more important when you're on the draw to have answers to what your opponent's doing. He can answer an early frog. He has Surgical to answer his opponent's first attempt at Goryo's Vengeance. And then he has Teferi that he can deploy on a turn here that will help protect his own threats or protect his Goryo's combo. So definitely a very strong hand from Ryan. He will be looking for some sort of proactive threats, Psychic Frog, a Faithful Man to set up a Goryo's, or Quantum Riddler plus Ephemerate/Consign, one of those 3. But in the meantime, he has the tools he needs to make sure that his opponent who's on the play doesn't get too far ahead of him.
And I got a backup notification here. One of our matches that's not on camera, Jesse Hampton versus Matt Sinkent Johnson, is over. Jesse Hampton defeated in the Battle of Limited 2-1 by Matt. So Matt's going to move on to our top 4. Great run there from Jesse, but it's over. We'll have to see if Matt can keep crushing the field, as Jesse Hampton had to be one of the favorites going to this weekend, as we do see a prismatic ending, taking that frog down just like Matt did to Jesse.
Yeah. Matt Sinkent Johnson going 3-0 in the draft on day 1 and now beats Jesse in the quarterfinals. So an excellent run through Limited. He'll probably be pretty happy to play Limited for the rest of the day if he can.
You have to imagine, as we are going to see a Tainted Indulgence here. Ryan, once again, not having that third land on turn 3. We saw it work out fine last go around, but we did have some Psychic Frogs then. This go around seems like even if we don't have the mana to cast it, as it is Plains and Shadowy Backstreet here.
Yeah, one of the underrated weaknesses of this Esper Goryo's deck is the mana base. Just you need a lot of different colors, and you don't play a super high land count, so draws like this can happen. Ryan is getting the bad side of it, especially with the Mystical Dispute that's sitting in his hand. He would have loved to counter this Quantum Riddler. Now instead, he's going to have to use 2 cards to answer it with Solitude and March of Otherworldly Light.
And we are going to see that in a response to the Ephemerate. So Casey doesn't get to keep his Riddler. Does have a land. And it looks like it's shocked in, representing something like Mystical Dispute, Consigned to Memory, etc. Third land for Hayes picked up. That unlocks the blue mana.
Yeah, but Ryan going to decide to leave up Mystical Dispute instead of deploy his own card because Casey's representing Dispute of his own with that shocked Watery Grave. So he doesn't want to play a threat into that Dispute and allow Casey to use that mana.
And Mystical Dispute is going to get used on this Psychic Frog here. Doing a little bit of shortcutting.
Casey, unsurprisingly, disputes back. I think Ryan will be expecting this. But now Ryan can use this window to deploy Teferi, bounce the frog, and at least delay it for a turn, and have that Teferi established. Try to either find another removal spell since he's out, having had to pitch his March to the Solitude, or find a way to set up Goryo's Vengeance with the protection of Teferi and go over the top of Casey's frog.
Of note, I saw a bit of Ryan's deck there when he was searching through it. Ashiok Dreamrender is in the deck here. So maybe going to be fighting over fetch lands and the graveyard. An exciting thing for the future. We'll have to see how that plays out. So it looks like Ghost Vacuum was the draw for this turn.
Yeah, Ghost Vacuum and then found a Consign off the Teferi draw. So no answer to this frog. Ooh, and now Casey has a Thoughtseize.
All right, looks like we're going to have perfect information on exactly what he had. Looks like we nailed it, except there were 2 Riddlers. That's really good when it comes time for the Thoughtseize here. As now Casey needs to figure out what exactly am I going to do against the surgical ghost vacuum consign and the double Riddler.
If you're Ryan, you're hoping Casey takes anything other than surgical, because if he takes surgical, that would strongly indicate that he's going to set up Goryo's Vengeance this turn. He could have something like land, play the Psychic Frog, discard a creature, Goryo's.
That would be brutal.
Now, Casey could see multiple pieces of Graveyard Hate and say, I want to take something else and try to turn this into a mid-range game. Yeah, going to take the consign.
Let's take the Psychic Frog. Hope to keep the Riddler off the board. This makes a lot of sense to me, especially if you don't have, like you mentioned, if you had another land, Goryo's Atraxa, obviously I think you're taking the surgical and you're just like, okay, it's probably good enough. But, here, Hayes needs to figure out what he is going to do. He has a lot of options, but not a ton of mana. I think we picked up a Solitude there for the turn.
Yeah, but no white card to exile to the evoke cost. Was that a white card?
I think we just picked up a March of Otherworldly Light.
So this could just be March Pitch Solitude. That way, Casey doesn't gain a life.
Yep, tight play. I like it.
Although I guess that stops you from playing the Ghost Vacuum. So yeah, would rather just play the Solitude and get the vacuum down. Okay.
I was very curious. So yeah, Ryan makes a very interesting play here. So he answers the frog immediately, turning off, hey, if you don't have an Atraxa, in hand, you can't discard it, do that, etc. And we could have seen maybe Casey would commit some more cards to try to answer the Teferi, but Ryan just doesn't even want to let him have the chance to top deck some sort of big, Atraxa Grizzlebrand card and put it in the graveyard. Very interesting moment, as Casey, would have maybe been willing to discard a miscellaneous card to try to answer this Teferi. Looks like Prismatic Ending, is going to end this Teferi's game.
But even with the pending, we might have seen Casey try to attack the Teferi down.
Mm-hmm.
So, mood at this point. Battlefield's clear, and, it's Ryan who has his opponent's Goryo's plan shut down with the Ghost Vacuum, and it's Ryan that has access to Quantum Riddler. Now he's going to need to find a couple more lands before he can hardcast them.
Here's the question. Do you surgical something like Mystical Dispute now this lands to draw 2 cards? The last card in your hand is Force Negation. Ryan is going to surgical.
Looks like he's going to go after something other than Dispute. If you were going to hit Dispute, you'd want to do that before casting the Riddler.
Maybe Ephemerate here is kind of a sick hit. Turns off the Atraxa lines in that regard. Turns off Solitude Ephemerate. It's one of the ways you can kind of catch back up.
Yeah. Also makes Casey's future Riddlers more difficult to deploy.
All right, looks like Solitude is going to happen in response pitching Ephemerate. Now, these players probably have said what surgical is targeting, and they know. This would make a lot of sense, especially if Casey knows that Ephemerate is going down. And it was the target. We are going to get to see finally, I'll see Casey's hand. It was Goryo's Vengeance. So we know that, and that's a pivotal piece of information to play around for both players. Now, this Ghost Vacuum is going to keep Goryo's Vengeance from doing anything good for the short term, but it is a card that can get Prismatic Ending or Teferi bounced at some point later in the game. As now we get to take a look at how we sideboarded here, and it looks like so far as I'm kind of looking through the deck, I think Casey left in 4 Goryoses. I saw at least 2 in there, and there's 1 in the hand. Ryan finally gets to resolve his Quantum Riddler trigger and draw that extra card.
Yep, only 1 card coming because the Riddler's no longer on the battlefield when the trigger resolves, so doesn't get the extra card from having 1 in hand. And really for Ryan, it's a race to 5 mana before Casey can find more action. He wants to get this other Quantum Riddler down.
Okay, so Ghost Vacuum taking the Solitude here. It's small, but could come up later. Everyone always forgets you can sack Ghost Vacuum and get all the creatures back as 1/1 tokens. So if Casey ends up, getting some Riddlers and stuff like that can start taking over, we could see Ryan hit his own Solitude with Ghost Vacuum, hit this Solitude back, kind of clean up the board, and, he would lose his Graveyard Hate in that world, but would potentially gain a big card advantage. It's a weird part of Ghost Vacuum, but a good part.
Yeah, if Ryan ends up finding a different answer to the Goryo's Vengeance, he knows that's in Casey's hand, he'd be more willing to do that. We know that Ryan does have Force of Negation at this point. That could be an answer. You could find the Ashiok, or you could just get to a point where Casey doesn't have the Traxa and the Ghost Vacuum Sack is so juicy. It's worth going for it.
All right. And it looks like Ryan took a little look at Casey's graveyard, trying to get an idea of still what's left in the deck. Gonna target something with the Ghost Vacuum. I'm curious, is it our own Solitude to try and get that play I'm talking about, or are we just hitting a card for Casey? All right. Play a land. We do have
5.
Yeah, and Riddler is in exile. Prismatic Ending, Force Negation in hand for Hayes.
Ryan thinking about it.
Decides to hold up the Force Negation. A lot of respect here for Goryo's. Must feel very confident. You know, I think this is a sign that you're like, I don't need to worry about getting this this Riddler down. I just need to not lose to Goryo's.
Yeah, we'll likely see Ryan wait till he finds a blue card and can pitch cast the Force of Negation if needed. There's also some merit to him waiting a turn here just to get another Surveil. You know,
fair point.
So we'll see which one it is this turn, right?
Yeah.
I guess unless he draws a blue card, because if he was going to do it anyway and draws a blue card, then we don't know.
And it looks like Solitude hard cast is the play for Casey.
Okay. So Ryan is up cards, but it's Casey that has pressure. It looks like Ryan picked up a second Force and an Atraxa.
Yeah, so we have an Atraxa that we could potentially hard cast if we can get to the mana. Always can pitch it to Force Negation as well. That's one of the great parts, I think, of Atraxa in these decks. Actually, just very pitchable.
Yeah, Casey's also up to a lot of mana. It's 7, but he doesn't have the green source yet. Has the Flooded Strand. Let me check Casey's list to make sure. Yeah, his Breeding Pool. That's the most common green source. So Casey can get that Breeding Pool and have Atraxa mana at the ready.
Yeah, Casey didn't fetch on the end of turn, but is fetching now after an attack with the Solitude. Makes you wonder, did we draw the Atraxa? That's a Breeding Pool, Ross.
Okay, and it looks like it's untapped, which can only mean one thing.
Mystical Dispute picked
wow.
up by Ryan. That's going to answer that. And then now Ghost Vacuum has the Atraxa. We can make a token copy of this. You see Ryan, big-eyed. He knows the land. He gets an Atraxa. He has 3 Force Negations, Prismatic getting in hand. I have to imagine Ryan's going to go after his own Solitude, especially now, because he'll just get an extra token. As he is going to slam this Ghost Vacuum activation. Casey Ryback, as we see, there goes the Solitude we talked about earlier, needs to drop Prismatic Ending or March. There's the land. If we don't see a March in response to this Ghost Vacuum, this could be all she wrote for Casey Ryback.
Yeah, especially with the 3 copies of Force Negation in hand, there's no way Casey's resolving his own Goryo's Vengeance, which would be the way to catch up. An absolutely devastating Ghost Vacuum. And this is why, players play this card as opposed to Nile Spellbomb or Soul Guide Lantern, which have their advantages. But Ghost Vacuum has the most upside of any of these pieces of graveyard hate, becoming such a strong late game threat.
Yeah, just whenever the graveyard games are like also fair games, Ghost Vacuum has this weird aspect to it, right? When you need to hit big graveyards, those other cards often end up being a little bit better. But if you're fighting over, a card that targets, like in this case, it's pretty huge. As Ryan Hayes hits a lot of things. So the Ashiok's free. That's our only Planeswalker. We've hit a couple lands. One's Breeding Pool. You might just take that one. You could also just take Polluted Delta. It's, pretty much the same. Ephemerates are only instant. And then we have Psychic Frog and Solitude. Thoughtseize hiding out in there as well. That's going to be our sorcery. So question is, we want Solitude or Frog? And it looks like we want Solitude. Makes a lot of sense. One of the few answers.
That's a lot of cards. We're getting 5 total. Already had 5 in hand. So Ryan will have to discard 3 to hand size. He's already made his land drop for the turn. Honestly, he might not want to take Breeding Pool if he wants to discard the land to hand size.
Yeah, and
then keep the Breeding Pool in the deck.
Well, it looks like Ryan's laying out his hand for what he wants to keep. And Ross, I think, he's going to actually maybe just not take all the cards because he was about to discard a Force Negation, which he might still be down to do as he has 3 in hand. But I also imagine if Ryan discards a Force Negation, Casey might take 1 draw step and then call it a day, We'll have to see what he wants to do, though, as the Force Negation discard is a sign of strength.
Yeah, Ryan wants to have the breeding pool so he can cast Atraxas that he draws. That makes sense. The one thing I would say is like Thoughtseize is I think a pretty weak draw here. I might have just taken that into the hand to discard it and get it out of the deck. But Casey does have a few cards in hand, so Thoughtseize is not a dead draw by any means.
Yeah, and we see Hayes here has the breeding pool, has Ashiok, can play that, turn off any more fetch lands, fight over that graveyard as well. It's weird because the graveyard almost doesn't matter at this point. Like Ashiok's going to very rarely end up catching, I think, anything that super matters. Mystical Dispute honestly just feels like Casey maybe trying to get Ryan to fight over something he shouldn't. Hayes too disciplined, though. He's been around the block too many times. He knows he's walking into our top 4 if things stay this way. To reminder, those Ghost Vacuum tokens are 1/1s, and Casey gained a lot of life off Solitude's attacking and triggering. So we are going to be here for a second, as Ryan doesn't want to tap out to play his Atraxa, understandably so, has a rip on the game. And I think you can all feel it here going on, as I think we can feel Ryan Hayes' partner in the background too, getting a little antsy, realizing, I think my boyfriend here is about to be in the top 4. And Hayes decides to slam this Atraxa, wants to really shut the door. Mystical Dispute, it's good against Atraxa, but still behind here. Hayes still has so many free pieces of interaction.
Yeah, Casey can't just afford to trade cards here while he's taking 3 a turn and he's not generating any additional card advantage. He needs to find something to come back on the battlefield and come back on material.
All right, now Spellbomb's going to take care of the graveyard. That's going to stop any sort of Gorios from getting back that Atraxa that got disputed, which could have been devastating. Gets a card as well. Looks like a little preordain action. Lord of the Rings can't trick me. Put him back.
Is that both on top?
I think that was both on top. You get the card. Riddler.
Okay. No Ephemerate, so it's got Surgical. Could consign the Riddler trigger. But...
Riddler again. Yeah, Hayes is just letting it happen. Those are all going to get warped out here. A bunch of cards for Casey.
So that is good card advantage, and then casting the Riddlers on a later turn can help him catch up on the battlefield. So Casey now there's a vision here as to how he gets back into this game.
Yeah. Ryan does have another Atraxa in hand. I think maybe checking our mana situation, seeing if I can fetch this Flood Strand, have it up. Do I even want to go for it now that Casey spent a bunch of time playing these Riddlers? Decides to hold up his mana instead. Remember, Casey is at 19. We have to go 7 more turns at the current clock. So Hayes would like to speed this up a little bit. Even, a Solitude. If you can, hard cast the Solitude, take down a Riddler, yes, he'll gain 4, but you'll gain that 3 power for multiple turns of advantage. Ryback with the Riddler, draws a card. Gotta say, Casey Ryback has great posture, and because of that, I can never see his hand. As here comes Solitude.
That's
coming down.
Operations.
Yep, it's important. Riddler gonna knock Casey up to 23, but an Ephemerate drawn for Ryan. Attacking here for 6. All lifelinking as well. So if Ryan does get his whole board answer, he will have a little bit of a cushion.
A lot of bit of a cushion.
Faithful Mending going to get cast. That's going to gain 2 life as well for Casey, which is actually very important as, we have 6 damage here. So going to 19, that's another turn. You're not the only math guy around here, Ross. So we are going to see some cards that go to the graveyard.
Now, does Casey start this turn with the other Riddler? Does he start it with some amount of removal? Because with the Solitude, the 3/2 Solitude, Ryan can blink that one with an Ephemerate to answer future creatures.
All right, and a little bit of a backup feature match going on here for one of the players. Grayson is up a game over Garrick. They are also unlimited, not in our time-shifted match area, so we won't get to see them, but they're up 1 right now.
In our battle of MVPs, see who is the MVP.
The M-Mist VP. That's a lot of cards in Ryan's exiled zone.
Both players are through a lot of their libraries at this point, between the fetching and the all the cards being drawn and the faithful mendings, the Atraxa triggers.
How unreal would it be if Ryan Hayes wins this game because his Ashiok starts milling Casey out?
I was thinking about that when he cast the one a few turns ago. That was countered. At this point, with both players on healthy life totals and still with plenty of resources to fight, and Ashiok milling 20 cards could make a big difference.
It really could. And Ryan's deck's about 17 cards. So if Casey ended up bringing in his own Ashiok, I don't remember that on the Surgical Surge, it would be over very quickly if he's able to stave off enough of this damage. But we'll have to see what's going to happen here. An attacking for 6. Has Casey finally found a Solitude? Hasn't found anything that can stop this.
Block face. There's got to be some sort of interaction. There's no way Casey leaves all of his mana unspent.
There's a Goryo's. This is going to immediately get a response with a Force of Negation. Casey says, good enough for me. Maybe a hard cast Solitude here. Yep, that's a hard cast Solitude. Weirdly, answering the other real Solitude is pretty great here as you just maintain life totals. These are just 1/1s, the flying on the other ones. Okay, looks like we maybe are going for one of the flying 1/1 Solitudes. Was Casey's card. Was tired of Ryan playing with it.
Didn't want to play into an Ephemerate from Ryan. If he targets the real Solitude, Ephemerating that's a blowout. Ryan, of course, can't Ephemerate the Ghost Vacuum Solitudes of Casey. One of those Solitudes from the Ghost Vacuums Casey's, one was Ryan's. So Casey targeting his own to play around the Ephemerate there. Because if Ryan Ephemerated that one, it would enter under Casey's battlefield, and that would be a huge blowout.
Yeah, probably not the best play for Hayes. No. And it looks like Casey's going to attack in here for 3, knock Ryan down to 28 and back up to 15. As this has been a slugfest. And here comes a hard cast Atraxa. Does Hayes have another Mystical Dispute or anything like that to stop it? Even a consign for the trigger. Looks like it is going to hit and be good.
Does he have an Ephemerate to at least try to exile this in response?
Yeah,
you probably want to wait until Casey commits a consign, but I guess Casey doesn't have Ephemerate, and that would be the blowout. So there's no reason to let Casey draw into something.
Yeah, due to the Surgical Extraction, changes things up here, and that Ephemerate now on rebound also means that this Solitude can get answered. This Atraxa, I do believe, is Ryback's Atraxa. So, like you talked about, if we ended up Ephemerating that, wouldn't be the greatest play in the world.
Yeah,
Casey
definitely
here.
Casey's.
Yeah. All right. Interesting spot here. So we got 5 lands. We got a Teferi and a Thoughtseize for free. And then we have Riddler Atraxa. Obviously, we have the mana to cast Atraxa, as we've just done it a second ago. So I'm curious, does Casey just take Atraxa again? He just gained 7 life here off of the Solitude hitting Atraxa. It looks like he is going to do it.
Certainly the highest power level card there, and he has Thoughtseize to potentially protect it from another Ephemerate or Solitude from Ryan.
Do we have a land in our deck that we can fetch up and use Thoughtseize now if we wanted to? Looks like even if we do, we choose not to. Notably, Casey did have Island in the reveal cards from the Atraxa, so has something to fetch.
Casey already has Basic Swamp, Godless Shrine, Watery Grave in play, and those are the 3 untapped black sources to fetch for. So even if he wanted to, couldn't Thoughtseize his turn. I honestly don't think he does. I think he'd rather wait and see let Ryan draw another card so you see as much as possible with the Thoughtseize. Casey had 1 more mana and could Teferi plus Atraxa next turn, then maybe you'd rather Thoughtseize this turn, but he's sitting on 9.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Mystical Dispute, the pickup for Hayes. We have Ephemerated a Solitude, so one of them can attack. So this does mean we represent 4. As Casey is back to 22. These Solitudes have been gaining a ton of life.
So
Hayes up to 31.
if Casey goes for, with a land goes for Teferi, or without a land goes for Thoughtseize, Ryan can force a negation that and then have dispute for the Atraxa.
Unreal.
Keep his position here, but then there's still the Quantum Riddler hanging out on Casey's side, and he's still at a healthy 21 life, so he's going to have time to deploy that. The Quantum Riddler will check the 2 Solitudes, then there's only 1 damage coming across from the Atraxa. So this game's still not over.
All right. Ryan just making sure he's got track of everything that's happened this game. He's been battling all weekend long. You would hate to lose this game because of a small misstep.
And Ryan's always very good about these things, taking his time on key turns, even from ahead.
All right. 7 mana. Here's our Atraxa. Thumbs up. We'll keep the big one. That one's yours. Finds a consign. Finds an ephemerate. Finds a bunch of frogs. There's that Ashiok we talked about. There's Thoughtseize. That could be a great way to answer some of these problems out of Casey's hand. Yeah, the Thoughtseize was grabbed quickly. Hard to know if it's because he wants to cast it or because it's his only choice. Psychic Frog going to be our creature.
With an untapped land off the fetch, I'm not sure if he even has one, right?
I don't think he does.
This is 10 fetchable lands in play. I think that's all of them for Ryan. So we can't go land, Thoughtseize your Atraxa, Ashiok your graveyard away.
All right. Mystical Dispute, Force Negation, remember, are in hand here for Hayes. So yeah, maybe think about leaving the Ashiok in the deck. Can always pick it up and just pitch it to a force if you wanted to. All right, looks like he's going to put the Ashiok back in the deck. Deck thickening. You like that
might
one?
Be important in this game.
Yeah, it might be important indeed. As here comes Thoughtseize. That's going to get Spell Pierced. Are you going to pay for this Spell Pierce? Is he going to dispute the Spell Pierce?
Yeah, so that he can still have mana up for consign on the Atraxa trigger and keep the... Oh, no, they didn't gore resist. He hardcast this. So wants to keep up a consign to protect the Atraxa or counter the opposing Atraxa trigger. So does this take Teferi or does it just take the Atraxa?
It takes the Thoughtseize. A classic. Yeah, he wants to protect the cards in his hand. And it makes a decent amount of sense, I think, right? Your consign stops Atraxa from taking sort of over the game, right? And then Teferi, it can bounce your Atraxa, but then you replay your Atraxa. So the real question sort of becomes, can Casey actually play both, which is possible.
Casey gets Island here. Is the Hallowed Fountain not in his deck? Did that get discarded?
It maybe got discarded. We did use a couple of couple mendings, excuse me.
So you would get a tapped Hallowed Fountain there. Oh no, it is Marsh Flats is the last land, so that wouldn't be able to get the island, which would be his 10th mana for Teferi plus Ashiok or plus Atraxa this turn. So I think it's just because his last fetch is Marsh Flats.
All right, we have a Force Negation in hand for this Teferi. The question is, yeah, and Hayes has the Psychic Frog.
So Ryan has lined up his answers very well here. Now has Consign for the Atraxa trigger, and I believe his last card is Ephemerate, so he can Ephemerate Solitude. Yeah, Casey is sniffing it out. He knows that there is Consign there, so going to go for Riddler first and try to find another way to answer that Consign to make sure he gets his Atraxa trigger.
Yeah, and great play there by Casey, but, you know, not feeling so committed like I have to do this, kind of sniffs that Hayes has set this all up. But he's going to have to keep the great plays coming because he is in a terrible spot against this Atraxa as he goes in for 7, Flying Vigilance, Lifelink Death Touch. Kind of does it all. Here comes Ephemerate on said Atraxa. And I imagine at this point it's Ryan's deck minus maybe 1 or 2 cards. Yeah, it looks like 3 or 4 cards are left in deck besides the 10 we see here. So I'm going to be very curious to see what Ryan wants to do.
I mean, this is a great set. You can Thoughtseize to make sure the coast is clear. You can play Teferi. You can Solitude away the opposing Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to kind of cover basically every box.
Yeah, and then leaves all the lands. He has no fetchables left, so might as well leave the lands in the deck.
Probably going to see. Looks like we're going to lead on Teferi.
So this might be Teferi first, and then Thoughtseize draw step when he pluses the Teferi.
Yep, great play.
He's a little light on mana for everything. If he hardcast Solitude and plays Thoughtseize, he won't have Consign up. So yeah, not going to Solitude just yet. He can afford to just leave the Riddler around. Very nice patient play from Ryan.
All right, looks like we have double Atraxa, Riddler, double land for Casey.
Okay. So Ryan gets to take one of the Atraxas.
Okay, and is taking the Atraxa. Prismatic Ending, one of the cards in Ryan's hand. A little awkward, but could be good for pitching to Solitude, as here's Consign.
Stop that trigger. Then the rebounded Ephemerate on Solitude will answer the Atraxa or the Solitude in hand.
Yeah, and you're seeing Casey's kind of taking a think here. I mean, obviously there's a Teferi in play. You know, I think that might have been a moment of, am I supposed to just, hit the road a little early? But we're going to battle it out. I like it. Here it goes. Ephemerate on Atraxa. Gain 7 life. Ashiok picked up for Hayes. Get him, Hayes. Let's go for the double win. Mill and damage. I think Mill will happen quicker.
Certainly would against Ryan. I think with Casey on 20 life, staring down 13 power, the attack might be faster. But Ryan is playing this very patiently, not even answering the Quantum Riddler. So given that pace of play from Ryan, yeah, you might be right.
I was really curious if Hayes was going to bounce this Riddler just to keep it off the board, and I mean, look at Casey's deck. It's like 7 or 8 cards. And most of his threats are gone, Ross. He's used almost all the solid. Yeah, look, Hayes is counting. That's 4 cards. I've got an Ashiok. Yeah, we see the hand extended. Congratulations to Ryan Hayes moving on to our top 4. Casey Ryback with a great run here, making our top 8. Still very good finish, but Hayes kind of dominating in both those games. Casey put up a good fight, but wasn't able to ever really claw his way back in it once things got kind of going with the Ghost Vacuum there. We're going to go to our backup game going on right now, as Garrison and Garrick are both in game 3 of their match going on our non-featured camera. So let's check out our other featured match and see where everyone's at. I believe this is a standard mirror.
Yeah, this is going to be Is It Lessons against Is It Lessons. It was 75% of our field in terms of standard. It is also 75% of our top 8, 6 copies represented. Nathaniel Perigo against Andrew Ellenbogen, and I don't think there is much difference in these lists. We did have some of our players bring a green splash list for 4 copies of Introduction to Metal.
Introduction to Waterbending, I believe.
Metal Bending. Origin of Metal Bending. That's it.
Okay. Excuse me.
Neither of these players opting for that build, both on straight Is It.
I think these players also, test together for a lot of pro tours and things like that. So wouldn't be surprised they ended up working together as well for this event. Although with these smaller fields, sometimes, doesn't end up that way. Multiversal Passageway on red there.
Okay, but it's Andrew here with artist talent. From watching a lot of these mirrors over the weekend, obviously you want to get both artist talent and monument to endurance on the battlefield, but if you can only have one, generally it's been artist talent that's better, because without talent, monument is somewhat hard to enable. Grand's very easy to kill in these mirror matches. Both players have a ton of red removal. And artist talent is going to find you more copies of monument to set up the full engine a lot faster. So while both players are only halfway to the full engine, Andrew has the more important piece.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, right? If you have talent, you just see more of your deck, so you're just going to make things come together. Another monument there for Nathaniel. We'll have to see what Andrew wants to do.
Okay. I've poured over both deck lists, Mason, and I can tell you and our viewing audience, this is an exact 75 card mirror.
Okay, all right. So an exact 75 mirror, knowing everything that's going on, and it's open deck list, so both players know it. Abandoned Attachments is going to get cast. Looks like we're going to discard a land for, I believe, one of the artist trigger talents. Then we're resolving the second artist trigger talent. Looks like we got rid of a Barrage. Picked up a Wisdom, I believe.
Yeah, I see an Accumulate Wisdom.
Another Abandoned Attachments in hand as well, along with Negate. I think Andrew deciding here, do I want to do something now, kind of while the coast is clear, or do I want to hold up this Negate Grand the pickup for Nathaniel?
And while Andrew has a very solid hand, he does not have any removal spells, so that Grand may live. I see a Firebending Lesson, a couple Accumulate Wisdoms for Nathaniel, and a couple lands. He needs one more lesson to get up to that magic number of 3 to make Grand and Accumulate Wisdom all the better.
Yeah. We'll have to see what the play is going to be here. Looks like kind of nothing. Talents triggered. Discard Spiral Bluff, draw Spell Pierce. Discard Attachments, draw 3.
I think Nathaniel is so unconfident that the Grand will live. He wasn't even willing to deploy it there.
All right. Looks like we're going to try and find a Spell Pierce, a Negate, something that can maybe fight over this, as this will be a draw 3 here if this resolves. All right, we're going to do it again. This time, though, it is a draw 3 for us, as we do have exactly 3 lessons in our graveyard. Although Andrew Ellenbogen's copy is going to resolve, it seems. Nothing for Nathaniel. That also means Andrew feels probably pretty confident that we can slam things without even counting the fact that we picked up a Spell Pierce. Looks like a Null also in hand for Andrew. Going to be able to stop any copies of Artist Talent. And like you were talking about, Artist Talent lets you sort of, find everything. Monument's great in how you win the game, but the talents do a ton. So look like Boomerang basics on that Monument to Endurance.
And with Negate Pierce in hand for Andrew, he can counter it on the way back down.
Yeah, it looks like we picked up Ral. And you're seeing Andrew's sort of like, well, do I even want to discard anything else to my Artist Talent? All my cards are pretty good. All right, looks like Boomerang Basics is just going to resolve. We're going to play a land. And pass back, it looks like, maybe? Well, it looks like Nathaniel took a second to think about something, but besides, let's see what we get. Has triple Monument in hand. But no protection for the Monument on the way down. Can play Grand as a way to reduce the cost of these monuments.
Will not allow Nathaniel to play all 3 of them. So he's still limited to double Monument here. But if he wants to play double Monument, starting with Grand makes a lot of sense.
All right, looks like a Null is going to get slammed immediately here from Andrew. Now the question is, are we going to use the talent? And Andrew's like, nope, I'm still thinking the cards in my hand are the ones I need to win. Not a great place to be, although, it looks like all roads are kind of bad here at the moment. Ellenbogen was our 7th seed coming to this top 8, was on the draw in game 1, I have to assume. Up again here. Nathaniel taking a second, kind of like this. Sort of close the eyes and think about, all right, how am I going to win from here? Clearly things are bad. That's reality. Let's accept it. What am I going to do to win?
Yeah, it's not about finding a line that puts you ahead. It's about finding the line that gives you the best chance to win, even if that chance is low.
Yeah. I like this here. Play the Monument. You still have the 3rd one. You're pretty sure it's never going to resolve because, these Artist Talents are here. But if Andrew thinks that, that there's some other way, maybe this is the beginning of it all. Spell Pierce is going to answer that monument.
That's another accumulate wisdom for Ellenbogen off the top. And what I'm wondering is, what is the turn where Andrew decides to level one of these talents and start getting the cost reduction, for himself? He's needed to, play his own spells and hold up counters, so it's been difficult to do up until now. But yeah, this is the turn.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Just level up, play your wisdom, draw 3, hope to hit a land. Yep, found a Verge.
I think it was
Found a
3
multiple
lands.
suppressor. Okay, well, we'll work through that with artist talent.
And he
Card
still
that a
has
lot
the
of
negate in hand.
Mm-hmm. And it's only 1 mana. All right, Boomerang basics this artist talent. So this will put Andrew only on 1 counter spell this turn. We have a null and negate. Here's Gran. She's showing up to the party. Teaches whippersnappers how to do it. It looks like there's a Ral in hand for Nathaniel. Gonna play Monument to Endurance.
But he's a little short of being able to play Monument and Ral, at least this turn.
Looks like Andrew is gonna null and then discard Multiversal
There's still a
Passageway.
land drop left to make.
Yeah, and then the land with the discount from Gran. Ral's in play. This is what we talked about last turn. Nathaniel fighting through these counter spells, knew we had to work through them all. Got the spell pierced last turn. Now this Ral sticks. Sometimes you have to make those plays that make you feel awful if you're going to win. We'd love to see it. It's not a great spot still. And you see, we look at the graveyard. Things are looking bad still. But we're going to take up this Ral and sort of work from here.
Yeah, that was a huge turn from Nathaniel. Really wonderfully played, and held that Grand, and it ended up being really important that he did so. The Grand was worth an extra mana on this turn, and it was an extra mana for Nathaniel, -1 mana for Andrew, and that was the difference between resolving the Ral through a negate and not.
All right, Grand of our own from Andrew. Then play our Ral, discard a card to artist talent. Look to be an island. We did pick up a bunch of those. Picked up a Boomerang basics here for Andrew.
Ooh, and this will, I would assume, target the Ral because Andrew has the negate to get it on the way back down.
Yeah. The Ral gains a loyalty. Yeah, we're going to lose the artist talent. We have 1 still, and that's done more than enough for us. So we have negate plus unknown in the moment in hand for Andrew.
Now Andrew's thinking about what he wants to do with this Ral. Does he want to just draw cards and guarantees value? Does he want to make an otter and keep the Ral's loyalty high to potentially protect it from a big attack from Nathaniel's otter?
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I can see it going multiple ways. My gut says, otter, but, it would be hard to blame anyone, I think, going either direction here. So it looks like we are going to get a cute little otter token there. I like that. And a pass the turn.
I think with Nathaniel relatively low on cards, you're not afraid of a huge turn here that could potentially kill the Ral. So I like the plus.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough turn. Looks like Grand was the draw for turn. So when our Grand gets to the combat, discarding might be pretty easy. Does look like Nathaniel has a Broadside and a Firebending Lesson and Ral as the other cards. Tough place to be. It's felt like Ellenbogen's had everything this game and then some.
Yeah. With the discount from Grand, Nathaniel has the mana to play all 3 of those spells, but that gets the otter to 4, and the Grand is 1. That's only 5 damage. Not enough to kill the Ral after the removal spells take care of both of Andrew's creatures. Andrew knows he has to save the negate in hand for the Ral, so I think he'll let both of his creatures go. Now, Grand can loot on attack, and Nathaniel has enough mana to have 1 mana left, but he'll have to find something like an Accumulate Wisdom.
Yeah, I think Nathaniel here could Firebending Lesson to start on the Grand, right? Like if you Firebending Lesson down Grand, maybe, that can end up being big if there was, multiple counter spells in hand. But also, you sort of get more information because that your Ral is almost assuredly going to die. And like the 1 loyalty probably doesn't matter. So getting that mana offline, I think, is where the big decision is, because I keep seeing us touch this mountain. Excuse me, the Spire Bluff Canal. Looks like we are just actually going to lead on the Broadside Barrage and target the Ral.
So now
like this.
This can answer the Ral. So we broadside barrage the Ral down to 1, then firebending lesson the Grand, and then you can send 2 creatures at the Ral, only 1 can be blocked.
Yeah, and you get the sequences too where it's like, okay, let this happen, right? Then, yeah, let me get rid of this Grand.
Is that a negate drawn off the loot from Barrage?
I think it was. This is potentially massive. We get to attack and loot here. We might just discard the Ral. We'll have to see what we draw. We drew a Ral, which makes discarding this Ral. All right. If I was saying Nathaniel maybe gave away a little information there, but probably doesn't matter that much. As here's a firebending lesson, and it looks like Andrew's house maybe is coming down.
Yeah. It was really activating the artist talent. He spent 3 mana thinking it was safe, and Nathaniel had a really big turn to follow up. And now he has another big turn here with finding the negate for Andrew's negate to redeploy the Ral. And now Andrew's going to try to protect his own Ral, but
yeah, and Nathaniel has this negate. I mean, I have to imagine this is tempting at minimum. Obviously, you have negate plus Ral. It's all on the table for you. I love that Nathaniel's taking a second once again to think, what does winning the game from here look like? How am I winning this game, this match? We saw this happen 4 turns ago, which led to the level up play that Andrew talked about. We ran our cards into the counter spells. We lost quote unquote value, but here we are now. The Ral is going to gain a loyalty. So maybe not going to fight over the negate since the Grand might not present lethal.
Yeah, at this point, even if Andrew's Grand dies, he can protect the Ral by jumping Otter to Otter.
All right. So our Otter for Nathaniel is much bigger. I guess it's only 2 bigger, but bigger. Be a double block on Grand. If you do that, you lose your Ral. Okay, it looks like
on Otter.
It looks like we're gonna have our Otter eat Grand, and then Grand take the Otter. So
effectively trading Grands.
Yeah,
while keeping the Ral at 2 loyalty.
And now Ral comes down, immediately take up past the turn. All right, that's a lot of loyalty. Now, Andrew does have artist talent and Storm Chaser's talent to sort of start this off here. This is pretty big. Talent discards a land.
Discards a land. There was Broadside Barrage in Andrew's graveyard, and that land would have allowed him to rebuy it and cast it with Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, that's true. But looks like Andrew maybe didn't want to do that play or just didn't see it. There are a couple plays I think available here. I mean, you can level up Storm Chaser's talent and Boomerang basics down that Otter.
Yeah. I don't know if there's an Iroh's demonstration that Andrew can find. That would be a great one to deal with both Otters.
Yeah.
And then there's no pressure coming back on your own Ral.
Reminder for those at home, the reason there's this weird mountain thing, that's a multiversal passageway indicator. So looks like Andrew maybe drew a Boomerang basic. He's tapping a blue. Oh, another Storm Chaser's talent. Okay. So now the Otter up to 3. If you were okay, now we're minusing the Ral.
So wanted to play the talent first, so the Ral had enough loyalty to minus and stick around.
Found a Wisdom. But I'll say this. You have to discard 2 cards. Andrew's going to think about it no matter what. You know, Pro Tour champion, very skilled player, knows this game is coming down to the wire. But if you're having to think on Wisdom, that must mean one of those other cards I can't make out has to be very good.
Yeah, it could be something that allows Andrew to kill the Ral.
All right. Looks like we discarded attachments. We're going to level up our artist talent and then play Wisdom.
So if Andrew can find any removal spell for the untapped Otter, his Otter will be big enough.
Yep. And yeah, Nathaniel's going to actually just call it a day there, understands that it is over. So congratulations to Andrew Ellenbogen. Great play here. Did really well. Incredible play as well from Nathaniel. Really want to highlight how well that was played there. Great run from all of our players that we saw here in the top 8. But we're moving on to our top 4 as we're going to set that up for you here in just a quick minute. That's the beauty of these pre-recorded matches, Ross. With us getting a little bit of time delay, less breaks for y'all. So, hey, go grab a water, and we'll see you in just 5 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series. We are at Champs. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam. And Ross, it's time for the top 4. Are you excited to see some more Magic action?
So excited for, an entire year of Magic comes down to these matches. It's what all the players that we've seen over this year have tried to achieve, and these 4 players have done it. So, they've already had a great year, a great run through the tournament, but these last couple matches are incredibly important. There's so much on that line, a ton of cash, invite to next year's champs, and an invite to the next Pro Tour. So, a year of Magic comes down to very important matches. These players are going to bring their best, and we get to see it all.
I can't wait to see it. Let's look at our top 4 bracket and see sort of what happened, as we did get to show you all 2 of the matches. So we saw Andrew Ellenbogen proceed and Ryan Hayes proceed. Those players are against each other. We're actually going to follow their match, I do believe, as they are playing at Standard in the Is It Lessons Mirror. Meanwhile, Matt versus Garrick on the other side, both those players chose Limited for their quarterfinals. Excuse me. They've chosen again their semis. So they're in our backup feature match here. We might see them if things continue. But we're going to start with Andrew versus Ryan in the Is It Lessons Mirror match. And we're going to head on down there in just a second. And this is the deck of Standard right now, right? This sort of came on the scene at Worlds last weekend and has sort of taken the world by storm. Our players this weekend decided to sort of play it, not try and beat it with anything like Mono Red. And speaking of beating it, we saw Andrew Ellenbogen leave the Grand and Hayes immediately beats it out, as Ryan is our 6th seed. So luckily on the play for him, Andrew Ellenbogen, the 7th seed. You have to imagine you run the draw a lot of top 8 when you're the 6th seed. Looks like Artist Talent into Abandoned Attachments, discard a Combustion Technique.
Once again, it's Andrew with an early Artist Talent. Ryan doesn't look to have that, or Monument, no part of the engine here. And I said it as much in the quarterfinals. I'll say it again. It's been the player with early Artist Talent that has had a huge edge in these games in the mirror. So I have to put the advantage right now Andrew Ellenbogen's way, and especially with a Monument to Endurance to follow it up.
Yep. Discard Abandoned Attachments. Pass the turn. C. Ellenbogen's best friend and stream/teammate there, Greg in the background. He was on our event today. Didn't make the top 8. Had a good run, though. Looks like Ryan's going to figure out how in the world am I going to keep my good run going against this. Looks like an Artist Talent's going to start things off.
Yeah, found Talent off the top. Now has Boomerang Basics to slow down Andrew. So this is a very good reply from Ryan, but he is still certainly behind.
All right, picked up a Wisdom. That's pretty good. We got lots of lessons in the graveyard for Ryan. We will be drawing 3 if that comes down. Looks like Andrew trying to figure out exactly what we want to do here. It's going to start by redeploying the Monument, trigger the Talent, discard Iros. This is open deck list, so Andrew knows, if Ryan has any sort of annuls or spell pierces or crazy stuff like that. So
Ryan's list, very generic. Andrew has a little bit of main deck spice. He has a Ral and a Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck, but Ryan's list, very straightforward. So once again, I think that is slight advantage to Andrew.
That makes sense. Ironic, isn't it? Sort of, stock gamer Andrew Ellenbogen with the spice, meanwhile Ryan Hayes here. Sort of just stocking it up. Funny how these things go. We're going to get an Artist Talent, discard a land here, and we're going to draw 3 for Hayes. You don't want to flood out too much on lands, but you do want to have a decent number in order to cast all your spells here. And Ryan has that advantage over Andrew. We're going to discard a Firebending Technique to Artist Talent, draw a card, then draw 3 here. Un, deux, trois, picks up Monument to Endurance. And I think the Storm Chaser's Talent.
So Andrew a little bit ahead on the battlefield with both the Monument and the Talent, and having missed his 4th land drop. But it's really Ryan who's now very far ahead on cards, having resolved 2 Ancestral Recalls. So Andrew's going to likely try to maneuver this game to mattering about racing with Monument and Artist Talent, whereas Ryan is going to be the one that wants to answer Andrew's battlefield and make this game about card advantage, unless Andrew can catch up with some accumulate wisdoms of his own.
One of the things that I've been telling people a lot about this deck is you'd be surprised how often you just actually are supposed to pick treasure off Monument to Endurance. Getting that discount is pretty massive, and I think we'll see Andrew probably do it a lot here, as we did miss the fourth land before. I think we maybe picked up a Multiversal Passageway. It's a little hard to get a perfect view of his hand, but still, getting that discount mana is pretty huge. This is another hard part of this deck, Ross, as I'm sure you probably know as someone like me who likes to plan out their whole turn. There is a lot to think about because you're doing a lot of rummaging. You got to discard first. That's much harder than looting. And then just a lot of card draw so you get new pieces of information along the way.
Anytime you're playing a deck with a lot of card selection, artist talent, things like that, the number of options, the size of your decision trees expands exponentially.
And looks like that's where we're at with Andrew here. I think he's maybe considering, and part of this might be what land colors this Multiversal Passageway is supposed to be on, because, we just have islands and then the red here from the passageway. I think we're going to pay 2 life here. Andrew Ellenbogen praying for Steam Vents to be in his deck here in a couple months. So it looks like Island's going to be the pick for Multiversal Passageway. So we're going to spend 3 mana. I wonder if we're leveling up talent here. Maybe thinks better of it. Going to start off.
I think if Andrew had land 5 here instead of making land 4, then the level talent plus 2 spells makes a lot of sense. But level talent plus 1 spell just isn't enough this turn.
All right. It looks like Andrew is going to discard his Ral that was in his main deck to the artist talent. I believe that Boomerang Basics was targeting artist talent with the way he touched it. Maybe he was saying triggered a talent and, touched Ryan's. But Monument makes a treasure of the Wolverine variety. That's a Magic the Gathering IP nowadays. And we're going to level up the artist talent.
Even Wolverine misses his Grand.
Oh, that's grand. I was trying to figure out what that was. I thought it maybe was like Andrew Ellenbogen, like the white deck he won with. You know what I mean? Or something. I could see him doing that. But all right, we got Grand. And now Ryan still has all these cards and a good amount of mana, but no monument of his own.
He has the monument in hand, so I think that's step 1.
Oh, we did draw the monument. Excuse me.
They had the monument bounced from the previous turn. Oh, sorry. No, I was thinking artist talent. My bad.
Okay. I think there is a monument, though, in the back. There's some card that's gray, and from what you said before, that makes sense. Looks like we're going to kill this otter, or at least attempt to.
Oh, the Wolverine is a treasure, not a...
Yeah. Grand's his treasure.
Yeah, that makes sense. That all tracks.
Yeah. It's kind of obvious when you say it out loud, really, but... All right, talent comes down.
Sometimes you got to hear the words.
True. And it looks like, there's the monument in the front of Ryan's hands. Now the question for Ryan is, do I play this monument? Do I hold up more mana? And if I do play this monument, what do I want to discard, assuming, I get to? And obviously, Andrew's going to let the artist talent trigger, or probably, I should say, let it resolve. Technically could respond. Typically, you want your opponent to make the decision first. Firebending Technique to the front of Hayes' hand, but thinks better of it. Maybe respecting Grand. Iroh's demonstration, getting out of there. Wisdom picked up. Monument about to come down, it looks like. There it is. All right. So this is interesting. Hayes is up lands, which is important with all this, but with the upgraded artist talent, I think Andrew actually has access to more mana right now.
And Hayes on 6 lands, Andrew on 4. So as long as you're playing 2 spells a turn, it's about even on mana. But then Andrew also has the additional ability to make treasures off of Monument to Endurance. And that would be the tiebreaker. And I would assume that our players from this point on are generally going to play at least 2 spells a turn, if not more.
Yeah, and I think if you stop playing 2 spells a turn, it's going to be game over very quickly here. As the other player is basically you, but better at that point. Looks like Boomerang Basics on the leveled up artist talent. That is massive.
Yeah, huge play in this mirror match. Such a big tempo swing.
Okay, now what is Hayes going to discard as well? We're going to discard a Firebending Lesson. We're
He's
drawing?
keeping all of his card selection, all of his card draw, knowing that this deck is so chock full of removal. He doesn't need to keep the removal around. There's not that many targets for it anyway. And he has 2 Storm Chasers talents in play to rebuy removal if he absolutely needs to.
Yeah, and dealt 3. So Ryan knows, okay, I need to start getting this game over with. Alan Bogan discards Grand to the talent.
And there are 3 lessons in Andrew's graveyard. So this is a draw 3 off Accumulate Wisdom. So now Andrew, Ryan has effectively closed the gap on tempo. He's built out his battlefield really nicely. Andrew now needs to work on closing the gap of material, and Accumulate Wisdom is the way to do that. Really, he needs to find a second copy as well, because Brian's already cast 2 copies of his own and is set to start rebuying them with Storm Chaser's talent.
All right, so it looks like Andrew chose the deal 3 mode as the discard trigger. I was curious to see if he was going to want another card. Obviously, he drew 3, but sometimes you want the 4th. Looks like Artist Talent back in hand here.
I think Andrew feels behind in this game, so he wants to shorten the length of it. He also kind of needs to catch up in the event that it becomes a race of Monument Talent triggers. Right now, he's at 13, Ryan's at 17, so Ryan has the ability to turn this game into a race where he is significantly ahead.
Yep. See both players with that little indicator there. That's for Monument Endurance. The blue is the draw. The red is the treasure. The -3 is, you guessed it, the lose 3. Artist Talent comes down. Hayes with no treasures or anything like that. So we're sort of just F6 hanging out for a minute. Andrew gets to figure out exactly what we're going to be doing. So it looks like we're going to play a Storm Chaser's Talent of our own. Trigger the Artist Talent. Discard the Spire Bluff, draw a card. Look like a Firebending Lesson. Not too bad with that auto there and all that mana and all those cards available for Ryan. I mean, look at Andrew's face. He is not loving it.
Either that or he's passing a kidney stone.
Yeah, both not great places to be right now. Heaven forbid the doubleheader. I mean, if that was happening, ayos mios.
I mean, I find the kidney stone hard to believe because as a Magic player, he knows to stay hydrated.
That's true.
Unlikely to develop any calcium deposits that way.
And Ellen Bogan, probably our most accomplished player in our field this weekend. I mean, he's a Pro Tour champion. He's also been to champs 3 times now. But, Ross, this is the thing. Andrew's gotten close every time. He's lost, I believe, in the semifinals 2 previous times. He's not one to believe in superstitions. He's not one to believe in narratives. But you have to be wondering if fate's against him right now with everything going on. So it looks like we got treasure.
I don't think it's fate that is against him, Mason. I think it's Ryan Hayes.
I think Ryan Hayes might be the reaper for Andrew Ellenbogen. We saw Jesse Robkin do it a few years back. I believe Garrick did it the other year. I think it was actually Dom Harvey, now that I'm remembering. So, a lot of strong players met here for Andrew there. And here's
Grand. Hard to say it's fate when that's the slate of opponents that you're losing to.
Yeah, Pro Tour top 4, Modern Expert Dom Harvey, RC champion Jesse Robkin, also playing Breach at the time. Here's Grand. We'll have to see if there's something that can stop it. I don't think there's anything that can actually stop Grand, but we do have a Wisdom. So we're going to discard a Mountain. Draw. Looks like we're going to make a second treasure. Yeah, it looks like 2 Grands coveted by Wolverine coming to you probably in Magic pretty soon. Another Marvel set. All right, Grand hitting the battlefield. Ryan Hayes now has way more mana than it looks like. All of his spells are reduced by 1. Now, Andrew could respond and kill this Grand, but a lot of Ryan's decks instant speed. So now Ryan's thinking, okay, if I only get 1 activation Grand, what do I want to do with it? And it's Artist Talent number 2. Trigger the first one. And
Ryan is threatening to see so many cards here. Start using his monument effectively. Any attack that he gets in with the Otter token will get Andrew low enough that Ryan only needs at most 4 triggers of Monument to end this game.
All right. I'm going to give you a backup feature match update here. Garrick down a game to Matt. Matt's limited dominance is not stopping, it seems. Up 1. Still 2 more games for Garrick. But
to Garrick's credit, Garrick also 3-0'd his pod in draft on day 1. So is
That's
also
true.
undefeated and limited on the day because he played limited in the quarters against Grayson. So this is 2 4-0 players in limited playing to see who can go 5-0.
All right. Wisdom. Looks to maybe be in response to Ellen Bogan's attachments or something. The artist talent's on the stack. All right. Monuments draw a card mode. Another kill spell here for Ryan. Time to draw Trois.
And this is 2 spells cast so far this turn, just the talent and the wisdom.
I believe so.
The Grand, but that doesn't count for prowess. So Ryan's Otter is a 3/3.
Okay. So we're going to figure out what's going on here. We also have a kill spell for the opposing Otter, which means, Andrew, if Ryan wants to, it can hit him for 4 at that point. All right. Firebending technique takes down the Grand. Ryan did pick up another Grand. We're going to finally resolve that artist talent trigger from so long ago. That's going to trigger the Monument as well. Curious to see if Ryan wants mana or damage here. Honestly, I think he's going to get it all. I don't think it really matters which one. So probably just want the treasure first so you have more mana.
Yeah, if you know you're getting all 3, then there's no reason to prioritize the life early.
Looks like Grand near the front of Ryan's hand. One interesting thing about all this going on here is, you can trigger the Monument on your opponent's turn, right? So Ryan could, kill this Otter token now, push a bunch of damage, but could also be maybe wanting to save that for the next turn in order to trigger the Monument again. Have to imagine he's going to try to push here with this Otter, but
yeah,
it is
one
something to think
removal
about.
Spell on Andrew's Otter now pumps Ryan's Otter to a 4/4. That'll get Andrew to 9. Ryan will get a Monument trigger here, so then Andrew's at 6, and then it's only 2 more triggers needed to close out this game.
And don't forget too, Ryan has 2 Storm Chasers talents underneath that artist talent over there, which means we have access to all these cards in our graveyard. Andrew Elmogan's going to be taking a lot of 3. He's going to have to stabilize this game somehow. Hayes here picked up some lands, it looks like, from our rummaging. Woe is him.
Otter should be a 4/4. There's been 5 spells cast, but 2 of them were Grands. Yep. Okay, and with Ryan still at 14, it's very difficult for Andrew to get to a spot where he can kill Ryan all in one turn. He just doesn't have the mana. Once his leveled artist talent was bounced, the early missed land drops have been very punishing.
All right. Looks like Andrew Ellenbogen is thinking about his turn, trying to figure out how in the world we're going to get out of this game. And we're going to level up this artist talent. Get a big discount. This game ends up going a lot of turns, which if you're Andrew Ellenbogen, you need it to. And speaking of needed to, Matt Sinkin Johnson needed to win, defeated Garrick, and is on to our finals and limited already with the 2-0. You have to imagine, we're not exactly sure what the limit deck looks like, but it's got to be a good one or a rough draw there from Garrick. Either way, congratulations for making out to the top 4 Garrick with a great run. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see your match, but Matt Johnson waiting for these 2 players in the finals. Whew.
We'll either have against Ryan Hayes or we'll have the System Magic Mirror. Matt and Andrew qualified for this event together, winning a team limited showdown. Both of them 3-0'd their pods in limited.
I mean, they're doing it. Looks like we're going to blow up. I think our own otter here, trigger our artist talents, which will trigger our monument.
Yeah, Ryan just trying to convert whatever cards he has into Monument of Endurance triggers.
All right. You're going to take a draw for the first monument. I imagine we're going to see deal 3. Deal
Absolutely.
3, believe it or not, would mean lethal with any looting on the next turn.
And I don't see what Andrew can do about this. Even if Ryan's hand is all lands, Storm Chaser's talent can rebuy a spell. Andrew can try to bounce Monument to Endurance, but he doesn't have any way to stop it from coming back down. And Ryan, with a land, has enough mana to play Monument, activate Storm Chaser's talent, and cast a 1-mana spell, even if the Grand dies.
Yeah, I think Andrew's sort of just trying to hope that Ryan has nothing and can get that sort of play of, like we were mentioning, bounce the monument, etc., and hope to go from there. Looks like we did pick up a Boomerang Basics. That will help in Andrew's ideal world. We know that that's probably not going to be enough as long as Ryan does execute on the turn correctly. All right, artist talent number 2 coming down for Andrew. Discard Multiversal Passageway, draw a card, gets another Boomerang Basics. Take 3. Hayes down to 11. But I don't know how we're going to get out of this one. Remember, Hayes does have a treasure up too. So a lot of mana.
At this point, he's already done what he needed to do this turn, which was trigger Monument to Endurance.
Yep. And Andrew's going to use a treasure. Boomerang Basics that monument. Trigger the artist talent. Talent back to hand.
Okay. I mean, these are the kinds of things Andrew needs to do to have a chance of winning this game. But with the Grand still in play and all of Ryan's spells costing 1 less, he has plenty of mana to finish Andrew off. And it's open deck close to Ryan. Knows there's no potential counter spell in the main deck, no negate or null or anything like that. I guess Andrew could have found his main deck Soul Guide Lantern. And then the Storm Chaser's talent can't rebuy a spell. And you just hope Ryan, can't trigger artist talent with the monument.
All right, so we're going to kill Grand.
Do that on the upkeep. So the monument is reset with the artist talent. Good timing from Andrew.
First one made a treasure. Ryan does have another Grand in hand.
That's easy to play as the first spell here. It'll make the monument cost 1 less, but doesn't really matter.
Yeah, maybe even better to be discarding it. Discards Mountain. Discards Multiversal Passage. Draws another monument. That's pretty good. And Ryan just making sure he doesn't misstep here. Plays Grand, plays that. Andrew's like, okay. Yeah, I think I'm just dead. And yeah, I think that was just a moment of just double checking life totals. Yep, I'm at 3. I'm dead. So we'll have to see what these players have in their sideboard. They fought this matchup a lot this weekend, as it was our most played deck in our standard portion by a country mile. And sort of that way, I think, for maybe the foreseeable future. And say some other players are trying to beat this deck, but it looks really good, Ross.
Yeah, it's so resilient because of all the card selection. It is, a deck that can cut away from its engine in order to bring in a little bit of interaction if need be. And if you try to just build your deck to play a long game against it, sometimes you get punked out by those early Storm Chasers talent boomerang basics draws.
Yep. Well, let's pull up this sideboard and see what these players have available to them. We saw a little bit of how Andrew Ellenbogen liked the sideboard in the last game of the first match we saw here today in the top 8. In the sideboard, we have 2 Quantum Riddlers, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Annuls, a Spell Pierce, 1 Abandoned Attachments, 2 Essence Scatters, 1 Iroh's Demonstration, 2 Negates, 1 Broadside Barrage, and 2 Soul Guide Lanterns. What do you like here, Ross, and why?
So sideboarding in the mirror is very much about cutting down on your spot removal because there's not a lot of targets for it, and instead bringing in better interaction and then threats that can win the game if both players are able to stop the other one from getting the full talent monument engine online. Soul Guide Lantern is obviously very important. The counter spells are going to be good. The Ral is one of the premium threats for the mirror because this Lessons deck is actually pretty bad at answering planeswalkers, although lesson removal spells only go to creatures. There's not a lot of creatures to attack them. That's one of the reasons that you often see a Broadside Barrage in these sideboards like Andrew has. Broadside Barrage can go to planeswalkers, and at 5 damage, a Ral that you tap out 4 and plus, you can cleanly answer with the Barrage. So it'll be Barrage coming in, Negates coming in, Spell Pierce coming in, Annuls coming in, Ral coming in, Soul Guide Lanterns coming in. I think the Abandoned Attachments will come in just to recoup some of the lost lesson count for boarding out a lot of the red removal spells. And then Quantum Riddler is another mid-range threat you can bring in if you want the game to be more about that in the post-sideboard.
That makes sense. Your opponent's probably going to Soul Guide Lantern you back. And speaking of the opponent, let's check out what Ryan Hayes has in his sideboard. Of note, this is open deck list, so both players know everything that's going on here, except what exactly the players are boarding in. So maybe there'll be some pivoting going on. But Hayes' sideboard's a bit different here. So we have 3 Quantum Riddlers, 2 Annuls, 1 Spell Pierce, 2 Abrade, Negate, Obliterating Bolt, Pyroclasm, Spider Sense, and 3 Soul Guide Lanterns.
So a lot of the same stuff coming in. Soul Guide Lanterns, the counter spells, Spider Sense, Negate, Spell Pierce, Annuls, the Quantum Riddlers. What's notable about this sideboard, Ryan has some Abrades so he can answer monuments more effectively, but he doesn't have the Broadside Barrage. He's going to have a hard time answering the Rals, and he doesn't have Rals of his own. So Andrew noticing that might not bring in his Barrage because it doesn't line up well into Quantum Riddler, which is what Ryan's post-sideboard threat is. So Andrew can leave that one in the board. Ryan is going to have to be very careful about how he uses his counter spells and when he holds up his counter spells, because Andrew's Rals are very difficult for him to stop. But for the most part, it's graveyard hate, counter spells, better removal, a lot of the main deck removal coming out.
All right, well, let's get back to our feature match area, as I'm sure our players are almost done, if not already, and shuffling up. It's been a long weekend after a long year for our players here on the NRG series. I mean, both these players, played in a ton of our events over the 2025 year, and hopefully we'll see them in the 2026 year. Both have a chance to get an invite back to champs. It looks like they were just too excited. They started going. First turn from Andrew was Storm Chaser's talent. Ryan met with a Grand, and now Ellenbogen trying to figure out what he wants to do. Looks like his hand has an Artist talent and a Boomerang Basics, another Storm Chaser's talent, and a Ral. Maybe thinking about playing Artist talent. Maybe thinking about doing the classic Boomerang, pick up my talent, replay my talent. Have maybe a little bit of a more aggressive draw.
Yeah, I don't mind the aggro plan against the opposing Grand. But we've seen how important Artist talent is in these mirrors.
Yep, and Andrew just wants to develop that engine first.
Yeah, he wants to resolve the talent while Ryan is tapped out. That Ryan could easily be holding up Spell Pierce or Annul on the next turn. And so resolving the Artist talent is the most important card in his hand. He has the window now. Don't get fancy.
All right. Looks like Ryan immediately attacks his Grand, discards Island. And then it looks like going to play his own Artist Talent. As I heard from a wise man once, let's not get fancy. Let's get our Artist Talent down before the opponent has counter magic.
Hope you wrote that one down for future reference.
I actually have a post-it note here on my computer for it. So
Nice.
Stormchaser's Talent. Going to trigger the talent. Going to discard abandoned attachments. Looks like maybe a Pro Tour stamped abandoned attachments. A little flexy there. Otter coming down. Love these otter tokens. Get them a little NRG jacket, though, instead. Let's look those otters up. And now Andrew's going to decide, do I want to Boomerang Basics? Do I want to hold up this null? If I Boomerang Basics and hit the land, life is great, but it might also tip something off to Ryan. If I miss, things could go very sideways very quickly. Tapped. Attack pass.
Yeah, Multiversal Passage, while it takes on a basic land type, is not a basic land itself.
That is a tough one, but
It's a super type.
So true. Oh, because of the new Marvel set. Super. I get it. Yeah, that's a smart ad from them. We'll have to see what Ryan wants to do here, though, as it looks like he only has Stormchaser's Talent, Firebending, Soul Guide Lantern, and a beautiful Mountain in hand. Looks like going to get in with the Grand. Going to do a little looting. Finds a Monument. But will he slam it? You saw Andrew think a lot.
It's hard to play Monument into open mana. It could be a Spell Pierce or an Annul. That would be a huge tempo swing when you're staring down 2 Otter tokens. And with the Artist Talent, Andrew's not likely to run out of gas. He discarded Abandoned Attachments last turn, so his hand is all spells. Could work his way pretty easily to a Ancestral Recall from Accumulate Wisdom. And these Otter tokens will end the game very quickly if left unchecked.
Okay, Ryan says, is Grand going to meet an otter in the arena of ideas? Andrew says, no, I'll take one. So now Ryan going to lead on a Soul Guide Lantern. This might get an annul. Let's see how Andrew's feeling. We're going to get an Artist Talent trigger. It looks like Andrew's maybe responding to the Artist Talent trigger. Sometimes you want to fight before, sometimes you want to fight after. Looks like Mountain coming down here. Interesting spot. Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of like drawing off the Lantern. Hayes goes for it. Has a Firebending Lesson in hand. He's going to fire it off on one of these otters, trigger the Artist Talent, and get rid of this other Firebending Lesson. And now that's 2 lessons in the graveyard.
Yeah. And no Pierce along this entire sequence from Ellenbogen. That should signal to Ryan that the Pierce isn't in hand. There could still be an annul for the Monument, so you have to be worried about that. Ryan will definitely be watching to see how Andrew plays this turn. If Andrew leaves up a mana again, then that compounds the signal that annul is in the hand. And we might see Ryan discard Monument to Artist Talent, just never be willing to spend 3 mana into 1.
We're also slowly working towards Grand, reducing everything. You talk about the Wisdom. There's 2 lessons in the graveyard, and Grand attacks. You do loot. We might just hit a lesson, then turn everything on. Yeah. Andrew got that Boomerang Basics we've had since turn 1. His friends and teammates behind him, one of them in the finals, waiting for Andrew. Matt Johnson can't be too mad about meeting your friend in the finals of a big event like this. Let's see if he can do it. The Boomerang Basics on Stormchaser's Talent. That's going to trigger Artist Talent. Andrew's going to discard a Multiversal Passageway. It looks like. Maybe not. He has a Ral in hand. That's where all the questions are coming from. I have this big clunky card. It's really good if it ever comes down. He's going to discard the land. Hold on to it for the long term. There's a Wisdom. Draw from the Boomerang Basics. Picks up a kill spell.
So we can answer the Grand, get a little bit more damage in.
If you answer Grand, though, you're tapping out. I think it's the 2-mana one. Yeah. Left those in, I think, because of all the Quantum Riddlers we saw from Ryan Hayes' deck in the open deck list. All right, there goes the Ral now. Bites the bullet.
Yeah, for a card that everyone's playing for the mirror, interesting to see Andrew having discarded it to Artist Talent in both games.
Yeah.
This is not what these games have been about. Ral is really there for the games where you and your opponent trade resources early. But Andrew, with the advantage on the battlefield with Storm Chaser's Talent and Boomerang Basics, is trying to play a very aggressive game plan. Ral doesn't really factor into that. Instead, Andrew wants to hold up mana to interact with what Ryan is doing in order to maintain the advantage that he has already developed on the battlefield.
And that's the kind of level of play you need to be willing to make if you're going to try to play in these high-stake events or get to the Pro Tour. You might have a card for the sideboard, for a matchup like this. But with decks like this, you sometimes just have to discard them when the game's not about that right now and play towards your hand. Looks like Ryan drew an island for the turn. Can get a loot off Gran. Wants to play the island first, signaling, hey, I really value this mana. Here comes Gran. Let's see what we draw into. We drew an abandoned attachment. That's our third lesson, Ross. Now Gran's online. Everything's cheaper. And you see Ryan move his mana. He's ready to play with it. Andrew's thinking, do I need to shoot this old lady? And he's going to take the one. And now Hayes is going to think, what's in your hand? Is it negate? Is it a null? Is it a spell pierce? Did you draw one since then? We've had some looting. We've had some card draws. Looks like I'm going to start things off with the draw 3. Trigger my Artist Talent. You talked about earlier, we might see him discard Monument if he has a hard read on the annul. He's not going to do it, though. He's just going to take a little draw 3 action.
If Ryan can find a counterspell of his own, like a Spell Pierce or a Negate or the Spider Sense, he could protect Monument here now that it only costs 2.
He picked up a blue card of some sort, got a Monument to Endurance.
I think that card is Boomerang Basics, the blue card.
Okay. We have an Abrade in hand in case a Monument comes down for Andrew. Looks like a null is going to be put on the stack.
But trading 1 mana for 2 mana, not nearly as devastating as trading 1 for 3.
Yeah. Even with it being such a key and powerful card. All right. Looks like Andrew maybe declined the Artist Talent. We're going to get our trigger. We discarded an Artist Talent to the talent. Looks like the hand's Abrade, another Artist Talent, and Boomerang Basics, I think. I think we just picked up the same card again. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Not a great hand for Ryan. He doesn't have any more ways to start generating card advantage, but he can answer these otters.
Oh, excuse me. It was the second Abrade we picked up, not the third Artist Talent. So we answer an otter just to protect our life total right now and discard the basics to draw a new card. And you're seeing Andrew Ellenbogen, who's been thinking a lot on every turn, being very methodical, immediately fires off the Grand Red answer. Knows that he's going to do that. Knows we don't want this land. He's going to get in for 2, and is going to pass the turn to Hayes.
So Andrew found Accumulate Wisdom. Is there not 3 lessons in his graveyard at this point?
There are, but I think we might be representing a counterspell.
Yeah, it's got to be either not 3 lessons or a counterspell.
All right. Looks like Hayes discarded a land to the Artist Talent trigger. And now we're going to level up our Artist Talent. Not the greatest right now. That could end up being huge as the game goes on. But at the moment, isn't the best. Looks like Andrew double checking if his wisdom is a draw 3.
So at this point, Andrew has to give up the aggressive plan. The otters have been answered. But the good news for him is that Ryan is relatively low on resources. Andrew is the one that's resolving an Ancestral Recall here. He also has multiple copies of Storm Chaser's Talent, and those can be very advantageous in a long game, being able to rebuy that Accumulate Wisdom, rebuy key removal or counter spells, make sure Ryan can't catch back up. So, but despite the fact that Andrew had the more aggressive draw early, it also seems like he has the advantage going along, and that is the power of Storm Chaser's Talent. Such a good card that gives you good plays in every single stage of the game.
All right. Boomerang Basics on the Artist Talent.
Yeah. Andrew here recognizing that the game is no longer about his aggression. He instead uses the Boomerang Basics to set back his opponent.
Ryan picks up an island Hayes taking a bit of a think here.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan's play is just redeploy talent and level it, but instead he wants to interact as well.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to run into like an annul type card as well. Looks like Andrew played the Multiversal Passage on red and is now leveling up Storm Chaser's talent, picking up Wisdom, gearing up to refuel. Looks like a null for Hayes was the draw.
It's a great turn to activate Storm Chaser's talent because it allows Andrew to use his mana, pick up a really good card, but doesn't allow Ryan to use whatever counter spells he's representing. And there wasn't a null for Andrew. See if Ryan counters back. Nope.
All right, we'll have to see here.
Bounce of talent is fine here for Ryan, but not a big tempo swim because Andrew hadn't committed the mana to level it yet.
Yeah, Ryan just trying to buy time. Straws can be very explosive. There's the Ral.
The second copy from the sideboard is shown up, and there wasn't time for the first copy. There's plenty of time for the second copy. The battlefield is empty for your opponent. It's a great time to resolve a Planeswalker. Andrew knows that Ryan doesn't have any way to directly take Ral to the graveyard. He can Boomerang Basics it, but unless he then has a counter spell on the way back down, that doesn't get Ryan back into the game. It just delays his inevitable demise.
All right, looks like we're going to redeploy talent, take up our Ral from casting a non-creature. Looks like Spell Pierce is in the hand for Andrew. Along with another firebending technique, I believe. Wisdom, trigger my Ral, get a loyalty, draw 3.
And trigger the talent.
Abrade the Otter.
Oof.
Yeah, it might just be needed so that Ryan can have a couple more turns.
Yeah, but it's just more resources spent not fighting on the axis that matters at this point of the game. Ryan needs to find and accumulate wisdom, and then that accumulate wisdom needs to hit more gas if he has any chance of coming back. But with this Ral ticking up, I mean, Ryan's build is so unprepared for this Planeswalker. Really difficult for him to come back at this stage of the game, even with strong draws.
Yeah, and I mean, if Andrew Mias is here, like you're saying, there's no real great way to kill this, so it's very safe. Going to, just be more card advantage and selection here. Looks like Monument to Endurance picked up. That's going to allow us to really start closing this game out. Andrew's going to pass the turn. Doesn't quite have the mana to play it yet. Plus, holding up some mana. Pretty reasonable right here. Hayes, I believe, picked up an island. Not exactly what the doctor ordered.
Nope.
And going to pass back. And yeah, Andrew has Spell Pierce, has Monument, has this Ral just chugging along, has the Storm Chaser's talent to level up to get cards, has Artist talent to level up to make everything cheaper.
Andrew has everything. Just has it all. He's reached the stage of the game where he just needs to be careful. As long as he plays tight and somewhat cautiously from here on out, he should win this game rather easily and get to a game 3.
All right. Discard and abandon attachments to the Artist talent trigger. My Ral finally resolves its loyalty trigger. There's a lot on the stack at the moment. All right, now we're going to use our route to draw cards. We're going to use our route to make an otter. Looks like we're going otter. That's going to put some pressure on Hayes. And you're seeing now that Andrew didn't have, before we had a monument, so he kind of drew some cards, tried to set up for it, Now that we don't have that, okay, back to the otter plan. And you see why Ral can be so important. Sort of, it's like, okay, I'll fuel your engine, or, I'll make a small army in a can for you. As it looks like Ryan might just have to firebending lesson again.
Yeah.
But
Andrew does not care.
Yeah, he will just take up the Ral some more. Picks up another Storm Chaser's talent. Has a lot of mana. Curious to see if Andrew does something like level up talent to pick up one of his counter spells from the graveyard too.
Yeah, that would be a great way to cement his position. I don't remember exactly which counter spells he's played this game. I know there's at least an annul. Has he played a negate yet?
I don't think he's played negate, which maybe is sort of, the difference maker here. Monument Endurance picked up there off that loot, that rummage, excuse me. And now here comes the monument. Remember, everything's cheaper thanks to that talent at the top of your screen. I don't think we've used Ral yet. That otter came from the Storm Chaser's talent we played this turn, which means Ral can then potentially minus. It has a lot of loyalty to play with.
Could also be working his way to an ultimate. Although this deck does not use the Ral ultimate all that well. There's no burn spells that go upstairs that you can copy with Storm. I think if you stormed and accumulate wisdom, you might deck yourself.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. Many conversations probably had by some people about, do I play the one Burst Lightning for my Ral ultimates? And they said to them, what are you talking about? Your Ral is so big. And they said, I have to win the game. And then they said, Mason, why are you saying all these things? Because the game's over and I have to stall for time. As Andrew Ellenbogen figured out how he's going to win the game, as here comes Grand. And Ryan needs to draw a draw 3 here. That is how we do it. And yeah, okay, he's seen the lighting on the wall. I respect
Ryan,
it. Take your draw 3
merciful.
chance. Yes, to everyone involved. Remember, our finals, which we're not there yet, it will be best of 3 matches. So, for example, if Andrew Ellenbogen were to win, he could play his standard match, and let's say he wins, but then loses in Modern in the 2 out of 3. Then we'll play some limited to see who our champion is. So a lot of Magic left to be played. So I respect it there from Ryan. Take your draw steps. See if you draw 3. You don't have anything. Save some mental energy. Set yourself up for the finals, as we are going to just be shuffling up and maybe changing our decks a little bit here for game number 3. Hayes in the play. Have to imagine with what we saw there, not too much changing here, Ross.
No, you might end up having a little bit more spot removal on the draw, just because you need to answer early Grands or not fall behind to those Boomerang Basic Storm Chasers talent draws. So that's the only real consideration, I think, between the play and the draw of the matchup. Beyond that, you know what interaction you really want to have access to. You need all your card advantage. You want your more high-end threats in a lot of these games.
Yep. I'll tell you what is changing, though. Next year, Ross, we're doing a lot of events. We're going to have 4 big paper weekends. We're going to have 4 big Magic Online events that anyone can play. And winners of those events will be in our champs next year. So if you're someone who's really liked the NRG series, you've had a lot of fun watching along with us, you always want to play, but maybe, just didn't work out with life, or, you can't afford to travel out there. Well, you can play on Magic Online. More details coming on those exact dates here in just a couple of weeks, but it's going to be exciting to see. And that's how Jesse Hampton came and joined us in champs here. Lost in the top 8, but qualified via that event. So hopefully we'll see some of you in the Twitch chat in our Magic Online events along here on coverage with you. Make sure to follow along so much any of that. And speaking of not missing any of that, Ross, let's head down to our feature match areas. Our players are ready for game number 3.
Okay, one game to see who our second finalist is, joining Matt Johnson, who's been waiting for quite a while at this point. Had a fairly easy match in draft over Garrick Alford, or at least a quick one.
Island Annulled with the Spirable of Storm Chaser. Mold 6 here for Hayes, has an artist talent, And I think a monument to endurance, but I think he was on one land, Ross.
Well, he's hit the second one. That's step one. Step
Yeah.
two is hitting the third. And if he does, and he'll have an absolutely amazing start.
Yeah,
Ellenbogen,
and
wow, with a very fast start of his own, had a second talent and a boomerang basics. So even with the annul on the first one, still has the full basics combo unlocked to get aggressive in the face of this artist talent.
yeah, and all right, we're gonna have an abandoned attachments. We didn't have the third land. Discard another attachments. Pick up what I believe is an Iros.
Yeah.
Gonna discard that to the attachments though.
Playing this abandoned attachments is a subtle tell that Ryan didn't have the third land to start the turn, because if he did, then he would much rather spend his mana on other things and allow the artist talent to do the work of abandoned attachments. Now, you could say, well, what if he had all lands? Well, sure, that's another reason you would cast the abandoned attachments, but then you would discard a land to it, not another copy of abandoned attachments. So the specifically abandoned attachments and then discarding multiple spells was a strong sign to Andrew that there wasn't a third land to begin with.
I love this from Hayes. Spell Pierce, that Storm Chaser's talent. Let me rummage. Now, if Andrew wants this talent on the board, the shields are going to be lowered, and we're going to be able to stick this monument.
It also reduces some of the offensive capability of the otter that can attack this turn. Ryan knows if Andrew doesn't have artist talent of his own, he's going to be favored going along. And so not getting a full card out of this Spell Pierce isn't the end of the world. He just needs to stave off some of this early aggression from Andrew and get his engine online quickly. And that engine should take over the game.
Yeah. And Andrew, I think, doesn't have as many good answers to Resolve Monument as Ryan does. But Andrew, looking at his hand, says, I need to have these otters in play. They're going to do a ton of damage. Hayes picks up an island, plays Monument to Endurance. It's going to discard the island to the artist talent, I think. Now it's going to hold it. Okay.
He has another island in hand, right? So
I thought so. I could be mistaken.
That's strange to me, wanting to keep both lands. So he's put himself in a position where he needs to draw spells off the top. Oddly, after starting with a one-lander, he might end up losing to Mana Flood.
Yeah, I think this might be a moment where Hayes is trying to say, man, I got a null or Spell Pierce. Like, you're not allowed to play a monument. I think we might be trying to bluff our way here. And knowing that we need a spell anyway, it's kind of sort of in our top card or so. But we'll have to see how it pays off. There's another island.
Punished. And that the bluff equity there seems relatively small to me, because Andrew can see that Ryan has artist talent monument in play. Like, he knows he needs to get this game over with. So he really can't afford to slow play through whatever counter spells Ryan might have.
Yeah, you can't bluff someone who has a gun to their head. As artist talent comes down and the jig is up. I mean, if you had an annul, you would be hard pressed not to do it here. We spell pierced Storm Chaser's talent to buy some time. You have this monument, etc. You'd probably spell pierce here, right? If you had one, draw some cards, deal some damage, get some treasures, do something. Notably, for those at home, artist talent's final mode doesn't work with monument, even though it does more damage. Monument loses life. So that's sign out here for Hayes.
So this is really a race between Andrew's otters and the top of Ryan's deck. And Ryan will, give it enough time, draw into, accumulate wisdoms and other card draw spells and use the monument enough to pull ahead in this game. But how much time he has at 14 life with two otters on Andrew's battlefield that are both pumped once already this turn from the artist talent, potentially pumped more with future spells, it is difficult to assess. It's probably not more than 2 to 3 more turns for Ryan.
Yeah. We talked about it in game one. Andrew Ellenbogen, third champs, third semifinals, never gone further. He can taste it here, meeting his friend and teammate in the finals potentially, but has to figure out what's going on. And I think Andrew might sniff it out that there's just Jack in Ryan's hand. But what do you do with that information once you know?
Yeah. The thing is, even with Ryan's hand being bad, if Andrew figures that out, Ryan is one good top deck away from dominating this game. A single accumulate wisdom, hitting a couple spells will give him a huge advantage with artist talent and monument to endurance. So If you're Andrew, what you're really trying to find is any counter spell for Accumulate Wisdom or Soul Guide Lantern to stop Accumulate Wisdom from being a draw 3.
Okay, Ryan drew a negate, plays his island. Talent resolves. Now Ryan gets to negate. That's going to trigger the artist talent. We're going to take a card, I imagine, off the monument here. All right, we found another monument and a Storm Chaser's talent. Ross, it's just like you said. Once the ball gets going, he has a lot of gas. But can Andrew deal 10 this turn? It doesn't seem impossible here with double otter.
What Andrew would also like is Boomerang Basics. There it is. Boomerang Basics on the artist talent is a huge tempo swing and will set back Ryan quite a bit from getting this entire engine online. No need to putz around with Storm Chaser's talent. Just bounce your opponent's stuff, attack with these otters. That is a great draw from Andrew.
Yeah, and Andrew has a monument in hand as well. Ross, I think he has it. He has a null in hand as well. Another Boomerang Basics. We might just see Andrew Ellenbogen here sort of just be like, attack you, counter your thing, next turn, cast a couple spells, kill you. He knows that Ryan didn't have any gas before, obviously drew a bunch of cards.
But does he have a land here? Because with a Boomerang Basics monument and a land, he can play monument. Now the otters are 3/3s. Boomerang Basics, Ryan's monument, discard, draw from talent. You lose 3 from monument. Now you're at 7, and the otters are 4/4s. And that'll be a lethal attack.
And here's the artist talent on the monument. We're going to attack in.
Yeah, Andrew going to do the attack. Well, no. I guess he doesn't have the other basics.
Well, yeah, he maybe doesn't have the other basics. He also maybe is just like, if you do anything, I respond and then I shoot you. So Ryan Hayes
also could be worried about combustion technique on the otter. Like if he taps out for lethal and Ryan interacts and stops him, things could go badly.
Yep. And you see Andrew point to him. 3, you're at 1, Hayes. Every spell in my deck wins the game. Ryan says, please don't have anything. Andrew shows him, congratulations to Andrew Ellenbogen. On to our finals. The curse is broken for him. Ryan Hayes, great year, great play this weekend. Unfortunately, doesn't make it past the top 4, but a solid finish still. And now, Ross, it all comes down to this. The System Magic Team Finals. These players work together. They qualified together. And now only one of them gets to win, but they're in the finals together.
And they're going to have to play potentially all 3 formats. Our finals now shifts to slightly different than the rest of these elimination matches. They're going to start with one format chosen by one of the players. The other player is going to choose another format. If they split those matches, they will play the third one to decide our champion. So we could see all 3 of Standard, Modern, and Draft coming up. Both of these players are undefeated in Draft on the weekend. Both of them have strong records in Constructed. It's going to be mostly mirror matches here on out, which are typically very skill intensive. It's going to be a great match. You're not going to want to miss it.
Can't wait. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and set up that finals, and we'll be back then.